Chapter 21. You need to be mindful now. Do not underestimate the Sunset Collective. You felt the darkness call once. They will sense that and try to push you further down that path. They will tempt. They will promise. They will threaten, but you need to remember why you are there. You need to stay focused. The place you are going, the dark side will be strong there. You cannot afford to lose yourself. Mary's words remained with him, repeating in his head, and for once, she was totally right. He couldn't afford to lose himself again. Lives were at stake. Her warning came back to him again and again. He would remember. He would not fail. He looked down at the counter in front of him. It finally approached 0. He would be emerging from hyperspace soon. He was almost there, the place that his crew had been taken after their capture on Terrace. The Sunset Collective's main base, or so Timium had told him. This move was risky, but he saw little choice. They would recognize his ship, and, hopefully, give him clearance to land. Yet, he needed to remain vigilant, mindful. If things went wrong, he would not have much time to react. He could not afford to be overconfident, not with what had happened in the recent past. He was walking into the Nexus den, that was for sure. Even if he was granted clearance to land, the dark side was waiting for him, temptation was waiting. He needed to be careful, or he would be devoured by it. Jas looked out the viewport into the vast blue swirling void that was hyperspace. He was about to emerge from hyperspace, hopefully just outside the Collective's main base. It was here that he would face the dark side again. He took a deep and cleansing breath. He prayed to the Force that he was up to the challenge. He leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and did his best to focus. He tried not to dwell on the risks of this move. If Miri was wrong, and the Collective had no interest in him, they might simply open fire when the ship emerged from hyperspace. Yim had said that the station was armed. To what degree? She didn't know. It was possible that word of what happened on Terrace had already reached this place, if that was so. He frowned. If that was so, and I'm not wanted here. Again, the fear tried to rise up, and with it, the darkness, he held it back. This was the only way. The others were counting on him. Miri's belief that the Collective wanted him to come to them, it felt, right? If she was wrong, he would be far enough away from the station. He knew a little bit about modern defensive systems. He figured he would have the time to re-enter hyperspace. In theory, he tried not to dwell on such dark thoughts. Fear was the path to the dark side, and he had walked too close to that path to step that close to it again. He tried to focus on his mission, and on something else. Vess. Her face came to his mind, that warm look in her eyes when they had said goodbye, that, and the memory of their night. Even now, in the face of such danger, the memory made his body warm. Be careful out there, find our friends. And then, come back to me. Those words echoed in his mind, that, and the promise of what they meant. Their parting had been strange. She had not embraced or kissed him before he set off. All she had done was be close to him, her chest pressed against his, her head on his shoulder. It should have been uncomfortable. She was so close, both physically and emotionally. His Jedi training had always taught him to keep a distance with people. Yet, in that moment, all he had felt was contentment. She felt. It was like nothing he had ever experienced before. Her caring for him had radiated out through the Force, its presence soothing. Was this what love felt like? Though he desired her physically, this was more. It felt good just being here, being in her presence. He had sensed the girl's fear, but also her resolve too. She understood that this was likely the only way that they could end this. If this place was as important as Timium believed, Targo would be there, Val too, most likely. He had to take the chance. It was the only way. Not only free the others, but hopefully, end the threat of the Collective. They had touched foreheads. He and this beautiful girl, this young queen, part of him had wanted to take her into his arms again, kiss her deeply, and promise that all would be well. Sadly, he could not make that promise. He would do his best to do as she asked. He would save the others, and he would try to come back to her. He certainly had a good reason to. He wanted to explore exactly what they might have together, what this was, or what it might become. He wanted to see what would happen next. He thought of those quiet moments before the dawn. The morning before he left Bantoon. Viseria had woken before him. He opened his eyes to find her dressed, a contented smile on her face. She had leaned down, offered to help him up. He had grabbed her and pulled her down, holding her close to him. She squealed happily as he kissed her again and again. Part of him hadn't wanted to leave yet. It was almost sunup, but he had still desired her and would have liked to have had her again before finally striking out. It was the girl that resisted, reminding him that Miri was waiting for them. "We have work to do," she had reminded him. "Work now, play later." He had nodded, released her, risen, and gotten dressed. She was right, of course. It was just, he had not felt this way in a long time, if ever. He had come closest to it with Prin, but now, this was different. This feeling, it was wonderful. Miri had said little when the two of them had returned to the ship. Vess had been practically bouncing. Her happiness at his acceptance had sent the young woman into the stratosphere. Fallenstar had said nothing to her. She had simply smiled, greeted the girl, and let her go on her way. She waited until Vess was out of earshot, on the way to her quarters aboard the Claw. She turned to Jas. She gave him that sly smile he knew so well. "So, how was your meditations?" "Enlightening," he had replied. He had not blushed or stuttered. What had happened had happened. He would make no apologies for it. "Looks like you have finally made your choice," she said. Jas nodded. "The Force, and Vess, helped me make it," he admitted. He smiled fondly at the memory. "What happens next? Well, we will see." Her smirk vanished, likely remembering their conversation the night before, how close he had come to turning into something extremely dangerous. Miri reached out with the Force, trying to probe what was going on in his head, trying to judge his attentions towards Vess. Jas had not resisted. He wanted the bounty hunter to see that what had happened between him and the girl was not some strategy or dark side manipulation. It had simply been a moment between a man and a woman. He wanted her to understand that. She must have accepted what she found because he felt her interest withdraw. She simply nodded and shrugged. "Don't hurt her, okay?" "I've no intention of hurting her," he had replied. "I promise you that." Sometimes, intentions are not good enough. He could have taken offense, but he didn't. Miri simply cared about Vess. He understood that. He cared about her too. His caring had come to take a different form, but it was no less strong. "I won't hurt her, I promise you." Miri smiled again. "You have some grass in your hair," she said, turning back to the data pad she had been working on. "You should probably go get cleaned up. Several messages arrived for you during the night. You're gonna need to deal with them before we take off." Jas nodded. He did have a few things to take care of. The collective base, if it was a collective base, would not be an easy nut to crack. Yet, he had no choice. "We're going to get them back, Miri. I promise." "I know, Jas," she had replied, her smile both eager and excited. "I know, I can feel it too." Jas had nodded, grateful they were on the same page. They both knew what they wanted, and now, he had something more to fight for. "We can do this," he knew. "The Force is with us." The console before him chimed, signaling the end of his journey. He hesitated, but only for the briefest of moments. He nodded. "Time to go to work." Jas reached out and pushed back on the hyperspace lever. The tunnel of blue vanished as the stars stretched and returned to their original places. The collective ship exited hyperspace, and before it, a large space station. Jas frowned. Yim had not known much about the station, its configuration or design. She had been beyond lying in that moment, but her knowledge of the collective base was limited as anyone with no true martial experience. As Jas looked upon it for the first time, he was not surprised. Yes, he realized, this would not be easy. The space station was of standard Republic design, a large saucer section with 4 spoke-like towers rising from its edges. Jas was familiar with the type. He had seen them many times over the years. Stations like this were a common sight during the Republic's grand age of expansion. mass-produced by several shipyard worlds. These stations were designed to be set up quickly, possessing limited hyperspace capabilities. They traveled as part of Republic flotillas. When a planet was offered Republic protection, a small fleet would escort such bases into high orbit, establishing a secure beachhead for the galactic government. The collective base was such a station, but a bit smaller than what Jas had seen in the past. He suspected it an older model, an early version that had seen service only to be decommissioned as the Republic had improved the design, as the early models were replaced with more modern, larger stations. Not that the place was small, bases such as this one could house 200 sentient beings easily. An early model station, sure, but that hadn't stopped its new tenants from making improvement. He spotted 2 heavy turbo laser batteries, not in any of the original designs. He was sure of that. He also saw no less than 12 missile launchers mounted on each of the towers. The station's original point defense lasers remained, but now were clustered around a large shield generator, the kind that could be found on most heavy warships in the galactic core. So, secrecy was not the station's only defense. The collective had taken a place of trade and turned it into a fortress that could be moved if needed. Impressive. The weapons might have seemed like overkill, but given what he knew of the collective, they had been gathering strength for years, making enemies. They also seemed to have an almost unlimited supply of ready credits. From companies like Kita Shipping, and the Force knew who else. The Sunset Collective were anarchists, committed to disrupting the Republic, weakening it for who knew who, their mysterious eternal night. Whatever that meant. Regardless of their reasons, they were damn well prepared. It was no surprise that they would upgrade their home with the latest defenses. If some Republic ship did happen to lock into this system, it would not have the chance to escape, not before it had suffered catastrophic damage. Jas brought his ship to a stop, just out of weapons range, he hoped. He should not have bothered. 4 starfighters buzzed him as he waited. He was unfamiliar with the design, misshapen things, but quick and likely well armed. Ships cobbled together from surplus parts by the look of them, uglies, as they were known in smuggler circles. Heavy weapons, fighters, he thought grimly. Yes, the collective was well protected. The comm system beeped as an incoming signal was broadcast from the distant station. Jas answered it, curious about what kind of reception he might receive, threat or welcome. The transmission was audio only, the voice on the other end, cold and harsh. Mother base to Nightfire. Come in, Nightfire. This is Nightfire, Jas replied. Nightfire, he thought, a curious name, something the late Timium had come up with perhaps. There was a pause. Jas sensed tension through the Force. By now the collective had to know what had happened on Terrace. Even if they recognized the ship, he didn't see how they could view it with anything but suspicion. Miri had believed that the collective had wished him to come to them, that the only reason they had sent Timium in the first place to draw him here. If she was right, he would be permitted to land. If she was wrong. He tried not to think about that, his hands firmly on the control stick, ready to get out of here if he needed to. The comm crackled again, another voice, a familiar one this time. Nightfire, you are clear to land in Bay 1. Please don't deviate from your set course. Welcome, Brother Jas. We have been expecting you. Jas' eyes narrowed. The first speaker was here, that was his voice. It had been years, but he still remembered it, considering what had happened on Kuat, what had happened to Mom. He could still see the Pantoran's face, that cold smile, and almost fanatical gleam in his eye. It was him, he would know that voice anywhere. The uglies fell in formation around him, escorting him in. It seemed that Miri had been right. We have been expecting you. Those words sent a chill down his spine. If Timium had defeated him on Terrace, he would have been brought here. In defeat, she had revealed the location of this place to him, ensuring that he would come. They got what they wanted regardless, or did they? Jas had to wonder what would have happened if he had not come alone. If more ships would have arrived with him, would the station have been moved before his arrival? Hard to say. He reached out with the Force, trying to get an idea of what might be waiting for him. He could sense the darkness of this place, The fanatics of the collective showed no caution when it came to the dark side. No. Jas blinked. No, I won't. The words washed over him, filling the force, and with them, a sense of recognition. Val. He could sense Val. She was here. She was no longer in stasis. The connection they shared through the force reached out to him, and as he drew closer, it seemed to grow even stronger. Val, Char Valentine was here, and she was in pain. Through their connection in the force, he could feel it, confusion, defiance, and pain above all. They were hurting her. They're hurting Val. He felt his anger surge, the darkness trying to overwhelm him, trying to rise up and take control again. It took all of his Jedi calm not to fire on his escorts, to attack the station and try to free her. That will not work, and you know it, he thought. There is only one way to reach Val and the others, and this is it. You have to play their game for now. He took a cleansing breath and let it out. The first speaker thought him open to the dark side, and the collective's advances. That was the only reason he was being allowed to land. He needed to maintain that fiction, at least for now. Yet, was it a fiction? He could feel the power of this place. It called to him, begging him to surrender to his power, to embrace his desires. The call of the dark side was sweet to hear. He needed to resist, giving in would not only doom him, but Val and the others as well. He needed to stay focused. He had a plan. Now, he needed to stick to it. He sensed the force reaching out from the station. What they would sense is what they suspected. They would feel the force in a state of conflict, the light and the dark wrestling for dominance. He was still in conflict. The light held sway now, but the stain of the dark remained. It must have been what they expected because no weapons powered up on the stations. The shields didn't turn on, blocking his path. Jas Dar Bynn brought his ship, the Night Fire, in for a landing. Hang on, Val, he thought, sending his message out through the force, out through their connection. He hoped that she would hear it. I'm coming. There was a small welcoming party waiting when Jas brought his ship down and into the station's main hangar. Two hooded figures and a tall, slender male that Jas didn't recognize. He stepped down the boarding ramp, the steam from the hydraulics tickling his nose. He paused and looked around the hangar, the low diffused light that the collective favored cast many shadows. He turned to his hosts. The three had not moved. They had not raised weapons or called for guards, so he figured he was welcome here. Jas gave them an acidic smile. Greetings, he called out. I'm here. The pale-skinned male laughed. He was dressed in a dark business suit, the kind favored by humans in the core worlds. He was handsome, Jas supposed, long black hair pulled back into a ponytail, his skin so pale it looked almost gray in the dim light. Jas reached out to the man with the force, and immediately wished he had it. He by the force. What was this thing? He was not human, that was for sure. He looked like it, but that was it. He appeared young, his face unlined, his posture strong, but what Jas felt in the force suggested anything but. The creature radiated a sense of malignancy through the force. He sensed a depravity that went beyond anything he had known before, that in an evil that seemed almost timeless. He had never felt anything like it. So you are Brother Jas, the creature said, grinning manically, his red eyes flashing with an ageless cruelty. The voice was soft, but it was not weak, like a velvet glove pulled over a mailed fist. It is good to meet you, at last. The creature continued, I've heard so much about you. You have, Jas replied dryly. I'm flattered. The stranger smirked menacingly. Jas resisted the urge to shudder. What was this thing? So, this is him, one of the shorter hooded figures, said, with a sigh. His companion nodded, and replied. I expected more. Jas turned to them. And you are? He asked. The first one to speak removed her hood. Jas' eyes widened. The bile rose in his throat. No. Impossible. Tim Yim, the girl he had tortured to death back on Terrace, stood before him. She adjusted her data visor and smiled pleasantly. Greetings, brother, she said. May the blessings of the eternal night be upon you. Jaz's mind spun. Was he going mad? What was this? The tall stranger laughed. He seems in shock, Sister Key. Not that I can blame him, considering what your people found on Terrace. Jas heard that, despite the shock and horror he was feeling. Key, he realized he called the girl Key, not Tim. Jas glared at her. He quickly put one and one together. Sisters, he hissed at the collective agent. You're Timium's twin. The other agent removed her hood, revealing a second identical face, same hairstyle, and data visor. We were triplets, actually, the second girl said, until quite recently. Jas took a deep breath, letting his shock flow out of him. Not the girl, he realized. Her sisters. I'm Mortium, the girl continued, and you are the one who dealt with our older sister. Older? Jas asked. By about 8 minutes, Kiyim volunteered. The sisters smiled at each other. One less heartbeat between me and Daddy's fortune, Morta said. You mean between me and Daddy's fortune, Key added. They both looked at Jas. We are doubly grateful, they said in unison. He gave them a cold smile. No love for your sister. Tim convinced the speaker that she could handle you alone, Morta informed him. She thought to prove herself to Daddy, and to the collective, Key added. Now her failure is complete, and my rise is assured. You mean my rise, Key? Whatever you say, Morta. The man in black cackled. Nobles, he said with a shake of his head, no matter where you go, they never change. I wouldn't know, Jas said. Kiyim looked past him. Where is the little blonde, the girl who was with you? No idea, Jas answered. You think that I would actually bring her here? We hoped, Morta said. Things rarely go as we would like, my dears, the pale man said. Yet, they do have a way of working out. Jas turned to him. He was not force-sensitive, but there was something about him. Something very dark. And you are. The creature shrugged dismissively. Oh, I have so many names, none of them relevant to my current mission. Know that I'm merely an observer here, Jas Dar Bynn of the Sunset Collective. Impress me, and power beyond your wildest dreams will be yours for the taking. So, you are not a member of the collective yourself? Nope. Lucky you, Jas said dryly. Again, the man laughed. Jas shuddered. It was an ugly sound, and if he was not mistaken, something beneath the man's cheeks twitched when he laughed. It looked like he had something in his mouth, something that pushed against the skin. Not a member of the collective. Then, what was it? And more importantly, why was it here? Kiyim looked at the observer. Despite not being a member, they were deferring to him. Shall we take his lightsaber? You're welcome to try, girl, the observer said, though I don't think it will end well for you. He keeps the weapon, a new voice called out, a sign of good faith from the first speaker. Jas' frown deepened, another familiar voice. A large gray-skinned Tunroth entered the hangar, clad in the robes of the collective. Jas had not seen her since Alderaan. Zark's Tatch, he called out, choosing to use the Hand of the Faith's real name, her Jedi name. She grunted in greeting, standing before him with her large hands behind her back, her cold black eyes evaluating him, and, speaking of hand. How are your fingers? He inquired. See for yourself. The alien raised her left arm. The hand had been removed mid-forearm. It had been replaced with a cybernetic one. A bit of overkill, Jas thought. He had taken only a few fingers during their last encounter. It would not have been necessary to remove a whole hand for that. The speaker felt that I needed to learn a lesson from my failure in Alderaan, she informed him, likely sensing his question. The Tunroth gave him a cold, toothy grin. Worth it, if you ask me. I needed that beating, kept me sharp and hungry. Besides, you are one of us now. You've proved yourself worthy, that is for sure. Jas smiled slyly. Are you sure of that? Am I really one of you? Of course, kid, she said, laying a meaty hand on his shoulder. You just don't realize it, yet. He looked at the hand's companions, the Yim sisters and the so-called observer. They all seemed so confident that he was now their ally. He felt a slight tremor of worry. Had he made a mistake coming here? Had he underestimated his enemies? The lady hand gently pulled him forward. "Come on, kid," she said jovially. "The first speaker is waiting." "And what of Targo say?" he asked her. Zark's Tatch cackled. "Yeah," she answered. "Him too." Jas followed, the observer at his side, and the Yim sisters bringing up the rear. "Here we go," he thought to himself. He tried to center himself to remain strong. Into the heart of darkness I go. He tried to focus on Val and the others. They were here, somewhere. He had to find them. And he would. Chapter 22. They didn't bind his hands or take his weapon. His escort said nothing as they led him down the darkened corridors. The lady hand led the way with the Yim sisters bringing up the rear. Jas found himself walking next to the observer. He was still unsure what to make of the creature. It wasn't human, that was for sure, despite his features. He tried to think what it might be. The galaxy was vast, but there were plenty of stories of life forms that could masquerade as other creatures. It was possible that is what he was seeing now, but he couldn't be sure. And why was it here? What possible reason could it have to observe the Sunset Collective? He had few answers. The observer hadn't stopped smiling since they had met. He felt like it knew something, but had no desire to share it. He glanced over at the tall, pale humanoid. Finally, it acknowledged him. "You have a question, Jas Dar Bynn." In truth, he had many, but only one came to mind at the moment. "You are not here of your own accord, are you?" "That much is clear," the observer replied with a shrug. "There are those interested in the comings and goings of the first speaker and his flock, if for their benefit, that I've come. Anyone that I may have heard of." The observer giggled. "Oh, but that would spoil the surprise. We can't have that now, can we?" Jas wasn't sure how to respond, so he stayed silent. In this case, however, he didn't think he liked the thought of what surprises that the observer might have up his sleeve. He again reached out with the force, trying to sense his companions. Sadly, this was a place shrouded in the dark side. Piercing such a veil was problematic for one such as him. The hand of the faith chuckled. "Trying to sense your people, are you?" He shrugged. "I assumed they were here. That is what Timium said." The Tunroth snorted. "And what would you do if I said yes?" Jas had to be careful now. If he seemed too eager to find them, that would likely break the illusion of his desire to join the collective. But if he was too dismissive, his friends would have no further use and might simply be discarded. He gave the lady hand a sneer. "They were valuable tools. I would hate to see them wasted." The alien snorted again, but didn't reply. He couldn't say if he had reassured her or not. This was a very dangerous game he was playing. He had to be very careful with the moves he made. "Your servants are here, and alive," the observer informed him. "How long they remain that way is up to you." Jas nodded, and there was the threat that Mary warned him about. Despite their invitation through the door, he was still being watched closely. His crew were just another incentive to behave and not do anything rash. He glanced down at his right wrist, at the metal band wrapped around it. It was innocent enough. The only decoration was 3 red lights that could turn green. So far, none of them had. He would need to watch that too. After all, he had a plan. He needed to stay focused on that, for the sake of his allies. No more words passed between them, and soon they stood before a turbo lift. The hand led them inside with Jas, the observer, and the Yim sisters following close behind. The door hissed shut, and the hand pushed the up button. Jas took another deep breath, and again checked his wristband. Still all red. He tried to remain nonchalant. He had hoped things would have been moving more quickly. Nothing you can do about it now, his conscience reminded him. Stay focused. And stick to the plan. After a few moments of rising through the station, the turbolift doors finally hissed open. The hand of the faith led their party out. Jas found himself on the station's observation deck. Above them the stars glistened. A protective dome shielded them from the vacuum, while at the same time, giving them an almost 360-degree view of the void that surrounded the station. A lone man stood awaiting their arrival, clad in Mandalorian armor, his brown hair thin and graying. The left side of his face scarred, The heir that had once been there was missing. Jas felt his anger try to rise up again, spiking in the presence of his old enemy. Targo say. The bounty hunter turned, flashing him a cruel, twisted grin, the scar tissue on his face leaving his mouth in a half-grimace. Cold blue eyes looked upon him with nothing but contempt. Hey there, runt, he called out, his voice dripping with sweet venom. Been a long time. Jas was speechless, all the months of hunting and desiring this man's end came flooding back. The memory of Vess and Val lying unconscious on tables as Targo menaced them. It was almost too much. It was almost enough to make Jas want to forget the plan, forget it, draw his blade, and end this man's life. It would be easy too, he realized. He doubted that the collective people would even try and stop him. Because that is what they want, what they expect, his conscience warned, control your anger, Jas Dar Bynn. It is the only way to get out of here alive. It has been a long time, Jas agreed with a nod. Then, he flashed the older man a cruel smile. Fortunately, this will be the last time. Targo laughed, a cruel, pitiless sound. It wouldn't be as easy as that, kid. Trust me. Jas didn't answer, he didn't need to. One way or another, this meeting was the end. Targo say would not be leaving the station. There is no reason for hostility, Brother Jas. We are all children under the eternal night. The first speaker emerged from the shadows, the tattoos of his people's heritage standing out sharply on his blue skin, his dark robes drinking in the shadows, all but concealing him from view. The old Pantoran smiled, his visage and manner almost parental, surprising considering the man's true nature and the bloody work that he and his followers engaged in. In truth, my boy, we are all here for the same purpose. Jas didn't agree, but he didn't dispute the point, not yet. He dared another quick glance at his wristband. The lights were still red. Damn. It was not yet time. So, he said to the old terrorist, I'm one of yours now, just like that. The speaker chuckled as he paced before them, his fingers idly stroking his long gray beard. You have been one of us since the day you first heard my sermons, and killed in anger, in service of the eternal night. The hand of the faith nodded. It has been a long road, kid, she added, but at last, you have reached the end of your journey. Indeed, the first speaker said, facing him, a proud smile on his face. Welcome home. Jas only just avoided rolling his eyes. Seriously, he thought. Did they honestly think it was that easy? It is easier than you think, the darkness within him whispered, his strength bolstered by the anger he felt towards his many enemies. All you have to do is stop fighting and let go. He could not deny that, but he could deny that he was already lost to the darkness. He refused to accept that he had fallen and that there was no way back. He had something to live for now, to fight for. Vess. He would not betray her for something as empty as the promises of the Sunset Collective. Considering that many of those kills were your own followers, Jas reminded the Pantoran, I'm not so sure that your eternal knight would agree. Sacrifices made for the greater good, Brother Jas, the speaker replied. Those men and women were merely pawns sacrificed so that the eternal knight could gain something greater, a knight among the rabble. The first speaker saw the value in you, the lady hand added. We just needed to be sure you were ready to hear us, that you could find yourself drawn here, and be ready to listen. The old Pantoran nodded. Jas frowned slightly. He was starting to see exactly what was going on here. I trust you have enjoyed the game that our master prepared for you, the first speaker continued. We needed to see how far you were willing to go, if you were truly ready to accept the faith, and do what is necessary. Jas listened, thinking about what was being said. Master. What master? So, he said, the business on Alderaan, the kidnapping of the women, the destruction of the righteous, and all the little clues and hoops that I needed to jump through, that was the collective's doing. Necessary tests, brother, the speaker replied, test of strength and faith. Jas chuckled. That was one way of looking at it, he supposed. He gave Targo a cruel smirk. I should have guessed. The revenge game thing didn't sound much like you. Targo shrugged. I've always preferred more straightforward methods, the bounty hunter said, a warrior's methods. Like poisoning innocent children. Jas said dryly, yes, that was a very noble thing to do, proud warrior. Targo's eyes narrowed with anger, but he did bark out a cruel laugh. Ellis kids should as never have existed, he said dismissively. He was conceived because of an arranged marriage, a means to make the clan stronger. Targo shook his head. That match should have been mine. I'm the rightful heir of Clan Nutbush, as Ellis will learn soon enough. Jas said nothing. He saw no reason to. Child killer, you will answer for that. As for his claim to the Nutbush throne, he had none. Targo had been defeated in fair combat. Jas had challenged and beaten him. Any claim he had to the clan died with that defeat. He had proved that Targo was not strong enough to hold his place. The fact that Jas had named Ellis his successor had not changed that. Targo was dreaming he would never lead Nutbush. It wasn't all about you, Brother Jas, the first speaker added. The season of the young queen and her guard was demanded by the Herald of the Eternal Night. The lady hand nodded. The collective was asked to prove our loyalty and skill. Brother Targo was well compensated for his role in that mission. Bringing you back into this was just a happy little coincidence, Targo said to Jas. There are no coincidences, Brother Targo, the first speaker reminded him, only the will of the Eternal Night. Jas frowned. Herald of the Eternal Night, he said, is that the master you spoke of? Who is that? The one who first showed me the way. The first speaker informed him, he who stands in the shadows and guides us towards the glorious future. Jas nodded. So, the first speaker was not the head of this particular snake. He should not have been surprised. The speaker was a dedicated fanatic, but some of the collective's attacks in recent years suggested a defter hand, a cunning one, with both experience and brilliance. Jas found himself curious to meet this person. And he has an interest in the succession on Bantoon. He asked. Bantoon is a wealthy world, Brother Jas, in more ways than one. We've not been deemed worthy to know all the details, yet, the Hand of the Faith said, only that Bantoon has a much larger destiny. A destiny that you shall play an important part in, my boy, the speaker said with a grin. You shall serve as the left hand of the faith, our agent and commander on Bantoon. You shall deliver this jewel into the crown of the Eternal Night. The matter of succession has not been settled, first speaker, Jas reminded him. For all that to come to pass, Visaria will need to be queen. The old man smiled broadly, his eyes reflecting a fanaticism bordering on madness. Soon, it will not matter who sits the throne on distant Bantoon, whether Adira or Visaria. Both will serve the needs of the Eternal Night, and best of all, they will not even see the strings that guide their movements, our pretty little puppets. Jas felt the hand's heavy grip on his shoulder, drawing his attention. Tunroth smirked down at him. And that is where you come in, Brother Jas, the hand said. We already have deals in place with the current government, but we must be prepared for the change if it occurs. If the little blonde wins her throne back, you will make sure that things stay as they are on Bantoon, that the Herald's plans continue to move forward. And in return, the speaker purred, you will be rewarded with power beyond measure, and a place at the side of the Eternal Night. If the girl's challenge looks like it will fail, you will ensure its failure. It will make you look good in the eyes of the Republic and the Jedi Order. If she succeeds, you shall rise with her, and take what prizes you want. You desire the young queen, her guard. Take them one or the other, or both, they will be yours. You wish to rule Bantoon. It will be yours, you will wield great power behind the throne. You turned away the chance to rule once, kid, Targo said, with a sneer. Can't believe you would be so stupid a second time. A shiver and down Jas' spine. To rule. He thought about what was being offered. Part of him desired it. He could not deny it. The darkness that he released on terrorists was still there, and it hungered for what the speaker was offering. Had he not been warned in advance by Mary of this possibility, he might have thought to let things play out as the collective desired, to go undercover, to join them, and pretend to serve their needs. Veslov would be the perfect shield. She would think he was serving her needs while he saw to his own. He would be both her lover and advisor. He would use her, and the collective both, and in the process, He would find this herald of the eternal night. He would slay him and save the galaxy from whatever it was that was coming. He wanted that. He needed that. He would be a hero greater than his brother, better than Sai, or the council thought that he could be. He would prove them all wrong. He would be the greatest Jedi ever. He would be a hero. He would be a traitor. The word hit him like a slap in the face. Remember what you learned at the temple. His sense of Jedi control reminded him. Remember the lessons of Master Vay. Remember the failure of Ulic Queldroma. Jas took a shuddering breath. Vay had met Ulic after his defeat, after he had been blinded to the Force by his fellow Jedi, cast out to wander, a broken outcast. Ulic had thought that he could learn the secrets of the dark side and not be tainted by them. He had believed he was stronger than the dark side and his own ambitions. He had been wrong. Each dark side act, every decision to maintain his cover had changed him. Soon he was no longer simply playing a role, but living it, and the story of being undercover became a lie. By learning the secrets of the enemy, he had become the enemy, and when the Dark Lord Exar Kun came calling, he willingly accepted his place as Kun's Sith apprentice. No, Jas was not so foolish or naive. He was not stronger than the dark side, and he would not play the collective's games. He glanced down at his wristband. He fought the urge to smile. 2 of the lights, they had gone green finally. Only 1 red light remained, which meant he had to continue this game. He had to keep his enemies talking. Time is what was needed now, and he could buy that. It would not be long now. He turned to the observer. The tall, smiling creature had been silent since they had arrived. He had simply been watching. This herald of the eternal night, he asked him, you serve this person. I'm just a humble observer, the tall being replied. Who I report to is none of your concern, not yet anyway. He took a deep breath, and again something seemed to move inside his mouth. The observer grinned. Veilo, he said, I can smell her stench on you, the little pest. His eyes flashed hungrily. Oh, how wonderful it is for you to be here. You have studied with her, have you not? Why else would you reek of her? For you to serve the will of these people? It would be the ultimate failure. It would be delicious. The observer leaned in, closer. Jas resisted the urge to step back, to get away from this, whatever it was. The observer enjoyed his discomfort. I will enjoy drinking that failure, that sense of loss. It will be a pleasure. I'm sure the herald will grant you what you desire, my friend, the first speaker said, once all our pieces are where they need to be. The tall creature giggled. Jas got the feeling that the first speaker's words didn't matter in the least to the observer. He had his own agenda, and if Jas wasn't mistaken, he looked down on the collective and its goals. Whatever the eternal night was, Jas was starting to think that his desires were beyond what the Sunset Collective had in mind. What did a pawn matter to a game master? Useful, but in the end, expendable. Jas suspected that is exactly what the collective was. Expendable. Jas turned to the first speaker. He still needed to stall at least for the moment. The third light was still red. The Bantoon thing is not going to be easy, first speaker, he said. The young queen is naive, but there are certain things that will be required to sell my loyalty to her, the return of her bodyguard first among them that, or body. The body suggestion had been a last-minute thing. Jas hoped that it would sell the deception, and that it was not the Force telling him what was going to happen. The speaker grinned. You will not need to worry about Miss Valentine. Thanks to the blessings of the Herald, we have the means to recondition the Queen's protector. I've been assured that she will be ready and willing to serve our needs soon enough. Jas winced. He had felt Val's pain. Was that what they were doing to her? Torturing her, trying to reprogram her. Again, he had to hold his anger in check. He glanced down at his wrist. The red light was still on. Damn. What was taking so long? And if the protector is not enough, we will be providing you with another ally to make sure that the Jedi and Republic are appeased, kept blind to what is truly going on. The first speaker pressed a button on his belt. The floor rised open, and a platform rose to their level. Jas only just held back his desire to attack. He had found Vilek. The Jedi Padawan was caught in some kind of stasis field tended to by 4 of the Collective's masked priests. He had been stripped of his robes and weapon. The Wifit's fur was blackened in several places. The energy cage shocked him at random intervals. He growled with every spark, his hands and feet bound behind his back. Jas looked back at the speaker, who was grinning proudly. "We will raise him as one of our own. The hand of the faith inform him once he has embraced our teachings, he will serve as your aide and ensure the Jedi that you did what was needed to stop the Collective while we move on to more secretive projects. He will help sell your story." Jas looked at the Tunroth. "Is that how you ended up here, Zarkstach? Did the Collective torture you until you accepted their teachings?" The former Jedi sneered. "They didn't need to torture me, kid. The Masters, their teachings, I only ever bought into them so far." The hand looked down at her now metal left hand. "Something has been coming for a long time. I felt it since I was a youngling, feared it. The Jedi have chosen to ignore it. They just let the Republic keep toddling on, expanding with no preparation for what is coming. So you decided to do something about it," Jas said, "to side with the darkness." The Tunroth shrugged. "Better to stand at the shadow's side than in its way. If the bad stuff comes, I'd much rather be on the winning side. It's the smarter move." "Yes," Jas said, nodding. "Smart for a coward." He turned to Targo. "And you are fine with this?" he asked. "You told me once that you wanted revenge. Doesn't the thought of me joining the Collective deny you that?" Targo gave him an evil smirk. "There are all kinds of revenge out there, Runt. I can already see Co-op and Ellis' faces. They thought you some great hero, but here you are, standing beside me, and the first speaker." The bounty hunter laughed. "They will try to stop you, save you, and you will do what you must to protect what yours. I know how far you will go to do that. In the end, they will know what it is like to lose to you, to lose everything, to see their hero become their enemy, and know that I played a part in it." He looked so pleased with himself, so content. "I can't think of a better revenge than that, Runt, and it is all thanks to you. And once Ellis falls, I'll be there to pick up the pieces, to take back what's mine." Jas thought about. Targo wasn't wrong. It would hurt Co-op seeing him standing with the Collective, and if he did, he would need to deal with Co-op. It would be inevitable. It would hurt Ellis too, knowing what Targo had taken from the clan. They wouldn't understand. It wasn't about loyalty. It was about power. Power matters. It was the only thing that did. The thought made him shiver. It came from a dark place within him, a place where the light never touched. Again, he heard the darkness calling. It knew what he desired and what it would take to claim it. "You're probably right, Targo," Jas agreed, raising his hand. He reached out with the Force. "Gotcha." Targo stopped smiling. He stopped standing there, looking relaxed and insolent. He shuddered, caught in an invisible vice. Jas held out his hand, palm upward, and finger spread. Targo struggled briefly, futilely, and then rose up, held aloft by the Force. The killer floated before him, shock and surprise radiating off of him. Jas smiled. It was as cold and cruel as any smile Targo had ever seen. "There is just one problem with what you just said," he said coldly. "The fact that you actually thought I would let you survive this meeting." The bounty hunter's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to move, and found out that he couldn't. "What are you doing, Runt?" he snarled. "You can't just, irk." Jas moved his hand slightly. "Can't do what, Targo?" "Can't use the Force to punish you. Can't use it to end your worthless life. After everything you put me through in the last year, you don't think that I have both the power and will to kill you." Jas gave him a cold sneer. "Trust me, I do." He felt the Mandalorian traitor struggle. Once he would have had a hard time containing his old enemy, but those days were long past. Jas' understanding of the Force was greater now than it had ever been when he had been with the clan. He would show his old enemy. He would show them all. Targo snarled and tried to free himself, tried to launch a grenade or fire his flamethrower. Jas didn't allow him to do either. Targo's will, or strength, wasn't as strong as he thought. "You," he hissed, "you can't." Can't what? Jas asked. Can't do this. Jas shook his head. Do you remember all the times you told me that Mom would not be around forever to save me? Do you remember that, brother? Well, you need to realize something. Mom is no longer around to keep you safe from me. At long last, I'm free to do whatever I want to you, to show you what real power looks like. Again, Jas felt it, the hunger, the sick pleasure he took when he had tortured Tim Yum to death. He wanted to give in to that desire again, to let Targo say experience all the horrors that he could dream up, and then, and him. The bounty hunter was no fool. He realized that Jas wasn't kidding. His eyes widened, and he felt fear for the first time in his life. He understood what it was that Jas had kept in check. Now, he understood. First speaker, he shouted, call him off. We had a deal. The Pantoran sighed. You have served us well these last few years, Brother Targo, but a pawn's final duty is to be sacrificed, and with your blood, a powerful new piece is placed on the board. The Eternal Knight gains a warrior, a knight to serve his end. Behind Jas, the observer smirked hungrily, enjoying the show. The Yim sister said nothing. You know what to do, Brother Jas, the Hand of the Faith said, nodding grimly. Take your revenge. Kill him? I could do it too. Jas knew. It would be so easy. It would be. Beep. He looked at his left wrist. All the lights on his wristband had gone green. He almost sighed with relief. Finally. You can't still finish him? The darkness whispered. Kill the hunter now. No one needs to know. No one would blame you, not after everything that's happened. That was true, he realized, but he would blame himself. He would know that he killed this man in anger. It would be another step down the dark path, the slippery slope that had claimed so many. Jas sighed. No. As much as he desired it, he was no murderer. He had been out of control on terrorists, but he knew better now. No. He used the force to fling Targo against the far bulkhead. The bounty hunter hit with such force that he was rendered unconscious. His armor protected him, mostly. Jas had known just how hard to throw him. He knew the capabilities of Beskar. Targo had hit hard, but not enough to kill. He fell to the ground with a heavy clatter, and didn't rise again. Jas Dar Bynn reached out with the force. He sensed that Targo still lived. Good. Others had a claim on this man's life. It was not his to take, not in anger. In a fight, sure, he wouldn't hesitate, but now no. He was no killer. In that moment, he felt something shift within him. He felt the darkness fall away, or rather, return to the shadows from where it had come. He gasped, felt like he was falling, but he wasn't afraid. He felt bolstered, invigorated. It was wonderful. Light flowed in. It was not overly bright or painful. It simply was. He sighed with contentment. He felt a sense of calm settle over him, a calm he had never felt before. He opened his eyes and turned to his enemies. He wasn't their pawn. He never was. What are you doing? The Hand of the Faith demanded. Kill him? Jas drew his lightsaber. He ignited the blade, and he threw it. But not at Targo. The blade spun away and cut through the four priests guarding Vilek. The violet blade sliced through robed necks like a hot knife through butter. They died without pain or fear. Their bodies fell. No sound escaped them. The lightsaber then destroyed the field emitter, freeing the Whiffet from his confinement, causing him to fall to the deck. Jas was at his side in an instant, his weapon in hand. He stood in a fighting stance ready to meet the first attack. The first speaker glared at him, his eyes filling with disbelief and rage. Brother Jas, what have you done? I'm not your brother, he said defiantly. It was at that moment that the station shook. Jas didn't need to look out to know what was going on. The lights flickered as main power switched over to reserves, just enough to maintain gravity and lights, but nothing else. Right now, the main generator was offline, destroyed. Detonators were exploding all over the station, disabling the station's shields, weapons, and hyperdrive. Behind his enemies, beyond the dome, Jas could see the distant pseudo-motion of ships emerging from hyperspace. They could approach the base at their leisure now. The station could not defend itself. not with his automated weapons anyway. He turned his full attention to first speaker and his allies, the scum that had taken so many lives and caused him such pain in the past. He didn't hate them, but he would stop them. The night is over, first speaker, he informed them. The dawn is here. He smiled. You can surrender and face judgment of those you hurt, or be destroyed. It is your choice, but I ask you not to underestimate my power. The hand of the faith snarled angrily. You're a fool. No, Jas said with conviction, you are the fool Tatch, and I am a Jedi. He pointed his blade at her, even as she drew her weapon. The crimson blade hissed to life. Jas Dar Bynn was unafraid. You, my lady hand, are done. Chapter 23. Fool. The hand of the faith grinned as she spun her crimson lightsaber, her large flat teeth turning pink and bloody in the scarlet light. A hiss of contempt escaped her lips. This is the last mistake that is ever made. Jas didn't answer. There was no need. He held a Makashi guard and waited for his opponent to come to him. A mistake. The thought made him smile. He had made a lot of mistakes over the years, coming here, opposing these people. That was not one of them. Behind him, Vilek growled. The Wifid was on his hands and knees. Jas could not really be sure what condition he was in. I will need to defend him until he can walk, he realized. Simply defeating the hand of the faith would not win this battle. He could only hope that the rest of the plan was going as smoothly. The first speaker stood next to the Tunroth, his cold eyes wide with disbelief and rage. He was a threat too, not to mention the mysterious observer who, for the moment, seemed content to only watch and smile, the two Yim sisters at his side. At least Targo was still down. Jas had hit him harder than he intended, though he would not dispute the result. His life is not mine to take. It never was. Jas knew that. He felt it in every fiber of his being. The Force was singing in him now. He had never felt so connected to it, so strong. He faced his enemies without fear. I can't do this, he realized. I will do this. Master Jas. He couldn't turn away, couldn't check on the Wifid. All he could do was hope that he was not too far gone to defend himself. Vilek, can you walk? The large alien lumbered to his feet. He called one of the slain priests' vibroaxis to his hands. The padawan was breathing hard, but Jas could sense through the Force that his strength was not totally gone. You came back for us? Jas nodded, but again, he didn't dare take his eyes off the hand of the faith. The Tunroth would strike at the merest hint of weakness. Can you walk? He repeated. Are you strong enough to defend yourself? Yeah, I think so. Jas nodded. Good. Outside the station, the ships of Jas' allies were still advancing. The station's defenses were down, but that didn't mean that there was no fight to be had. Collective fighters flashed past the dome on their way to engage the attackers. The fight is in our favor, Jas thought, but that didn't mean that they had won, not yet. The Force was still in turmoil. Nothing was decided yet. Go, Padawan, he ordered. Take the lift down and find the others. Reinforcements will be here soon. Vilek shook his shaggy head. Blood ran from both his nostrils and the several other small cuts on his flat face. How? He asked. How did you do this? Jas smiled grimly. Because a Jedi is never alone. Go, Vilek, go now. But you. I said of go, Jas repeated, his eyes focused entirely on the whirling blade of the Tunroth and the Darksiders behind her. He heard the Padawan go. He was limping, but his presence remained strong in the Force. Vilek would find the others. He was sure of it. My lady hand, the speaker called out, destroy the traitor, this unbeliever. Like I really needed that order, she replied with a savage grin. The Yim sisters started to advance as well. They reached for their belts, pouches that likely contained the small training globes that their sister had wielded so lethally on Terrace. The observer stopped them. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. The two girls glanced back only to see the pale man shake his head. So it would be one-on-one, Jas thought. Good. He continued to watch the Tunroth. He had waited years for this moment. He still remembered when the Hand had thrown him and Co-op away from Mom's office as children. He still remembered how she had nearly killed Val on. Val. The Force shifted again. Jas saw something. He saw Val lying on a table, screaming in agony. He saw more of the collective priests, the words of the faith. He felt Val die, or rather, that she would die. No, he thought. No. I can't stay. He realized, I have no time for this. Val's life hung in the balance. If he had a choice between saving the Protector's life and slaying an enemy, well, there was no choice. The Tunroth lunged. Jas sidestepped her attack, turned it to his advantage. All that rage, all that forward momentum, it was useful. He reached out with the Force. His opponent was caught off balance. Zark's Taj, the Hand of the Faith, was struck by a hard Force push, not strong enough to kill, but enough to send her stumbling. Before she could recover, Jas looked up and tore an air processing unit from the framework above them. He used his power to increase his rate of fall. The Hand of the Faith barely had enough time to respond. She dove as the heavy machinery came down with a resounding crash. The deck plates on which they stood all jumped from the impact. It was the chance that Jas Dar Bynn needed. He ran. Stop. The Hand roared, coward. He didn't bother to respond. There was no need. You won't get away. I'll find you. Her threat almost made him laugh. She had things reversed. Jas had not reason to escape, not with his allies on their way in. If anything, it was the Hand, the Speaker, and the rest of their party that should have been worrying about fleeing. Yes, Taj had it all wrong. She is not getting away, not this time. He knew that for a fact. Even if she and the Speaker managed to get to a transport and get off the station, our ships out there will make sure that they don't get far. The deck shook again, not from anything he did this time, but from explosions on the surface. The fighters they had brought had managed to breach the collective's perimeter. A battle had begun. Jas let the Force guide him. There was a large air duct to his left. It felt right to make for it. He didn't stop. He merely cut through the grating with a single swipe of his blade and leapt down, letting his momentum carry him away from the observation deck. As he slid down, he thought he could hear the observer laughing. In his mind's eye, he could still see the pale man grinning maniacally, heard the alien's cruel voice. Well, that didn't go as expected, did it? He still didn't know that one story, who the observer served, and what part that person played in the collective schemes. No matter, they would find out everything they needed when they took the observer into custody. It might take some time, but he would tell them what they wanted to know. Jas didn't hear how the first speaker responded to the alien's question. He was too far away at that point. The duct opened before him. He was somewhere between flying and falling, the Force controlling his descent. His full attention was now turned forward, turned to the Force, and the connection he felt through it. Val. He could sense her. She was close by. He simply had to trust his feelings now, let them guide him. He was not afraid. If anything, he felt more confident than he had ever felt in his life. He would find the right path. He could not fail. The Force was with him. I'm coming, Val, he thought. Finally, Jas emerged from the air duct with a loud, resounding clang. The grate gave way with no resistance, and he landed at the ready, his lightsaber drawn and ready to ignite. He felt strong. Power flowed unchecked through him. Jas was prepared, but at that moment, it had not been necessary. He found himself in a long, empty corridor, alarms blaring overhead. Jas frowned as he reached out with the Force, scanning for threats. Despite the chaos of battle, he sensed nothing close by. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. So far, so good. He moved quickly, yet carefully. There were many shadows here, even more so now that the station was functioning on reserve power, the emergency lights flashing every so often as he made his way forward. The fight was in their favor. The plan had gone off without flaw. Coop had responded to his signal, bringing their ships in just at the right time. At full strength, this station might have been a problem. The Cooper Halcyon organization's armed freighters would not have been able to match this place's firepower, but that was irrelevant now. Miri had done her job well. The plan had been mostly hers, but even Jas had to admit it was inspired. They had both known going in that he would not be able to handle the collective alone, and he certainly wouldn't have had the opportunity to rescue their allies by himself. Yet, if he didn't come alone, he feared the collective would never let him get close enough to do anything. Miri had an idea about that. Despite his evening with Ves, Jas had remained in turmoil. The force still roiled in him. His final alignment was uncertain. The bounty hunter had decided to use that. They could turn a weakness into a strength. "Are you familiar with Jedi trances, Jas?" she had asked him. "Heard of them, never used them," he admitted. Fallenstar had nodded and outlined what she wanted to do. A force trance, or hibernation, was used to preserve the Jedi's life when an immediate escape from a desperate situation was impossible. When food and other supplies were not readily available, a Jedi would just go to sleep and could remain so for days, sometimes weeks if they were sufficiently strong in the force and the situation called for it. What Miri had in mind would not require her to be under that long, and it was not about preserving her strength. While in a force trance, the Jedi's presence in the force was pulled inward. All their strength was focused on maintaining the body. To another force user, one who was awake, the sleeper's presence would seem small, almost undetectable if you weren't actively looking for it. What would someone expecting Jas' arrival on the station be looking for? Sensors would be searching for life-form readings, and any force user they had would be reaching out too. That is where the force trance idea had come in. "I'll go into a trance in close proximity to you. My life signs will be minimal, barely noticeable to sensors," she had said, "plus, my presence in the force will be much smaller while asleep." "Ah," he had replied, finally getting it. "It will be the equivalent of holding up a candle to a torch. The brightness of one will hide the presence of the other." Exactly, Miri had grinned. The Hand, or any other force user, will expect a troubled Jedi to arrive, and that is what they will sense. Two will appear as one. If I'm close enough to you, you will shield me, and once we're down, I will wake up and see about making things interesting for the Sunset Collective. Jas had nodded. It seemed feasible, could work. Mirax Fallenstar flashed one of those unstable smiles of hers. "It is a good thing neither of us are completely in the light. This plan wouldn't have the chance to work otherwise." Once he would have argued about that, but given what had happened on Terrace, he knew she was right, and in that moment, another thought came to him. Perhaps you needed to have that breakdown on Terrace. Had it not happened, you might not have been in the right frame of mind for this plan to work. An interesting thought. Perhaps the Force had taken a larger role in this than he had thought. Perhaps. So, that is how they had done it. They had met up with Co-op and the rest of their fleet at a decided rally point. Coop had sent a pilot aboard to tend to the Claw, and brought Ves and Claude aboard the Folly. The girl had been decidedly nervous about all this, but Jas had done his best to assure her that this was likely the only way to save the others. Ves had trusted him. She had given him a quick kiss on the cheek for luck and let him and Miri go off to prepare the next stage of the plan. Jas had contacted Co-op over their private channel before leaving Bantoon, giving him the location of the collective base and explaining to him what they planned to do. He had been skeptical, but had learned to trust Jas over the years. The fact that Miri had backed him up only helped further sell the plan. From there, they had finally gotten started. Miri had boarded the night fire and placed herself within a trance. She had laid just behind the pilot's chair, with just enough room for him to move around her if he needed to. Once they had landed, before he had risen from the pilot seat, Jas had gently touched her forehead, both with his hand and through the Force. That had been all that was needed to awaken her. He had sensed her stirring as he had left, but could not acknowledge it. All his senses had been turned to shielding her presence. Once she was awake, it would be too late to stop her. From there, she knew what she had to do. Tim Yum had said the collective base was a space station. Miri's job had been simple: disable the shields and weapons, and from there, locate and free their friends. Coop ships would be standing by, watching with their own scanners. Once they detected that the shields were down, the organization ships would move in. They had still needed to be careful. The ships had to stay just out of sensor range, and Miri had been certain that she would be able to handle the station's defenses. It was risky, but it was their best chance. Fortunately, the Force had been with them. The plan had worked. He continued to move forward, tracking Val through the Force. It was at that moment that his commink beeped. Since none of the collective had his private frequency, he felt safe in answering. "Yeah," he said, bringing the small device to his lips. "Hey Jas," Mirax Fallenstar said sweetly. "What you're wearing tonight?" "Not collective robes, if that is what you are worried about," he replied with a chuckle. "That is good to know." I felt a sudden shift in the Force. "Was that you?" Jas blinked. "A shift in the Force. Has there been one?" "I don't know. What did it feel like?" There was a brief pause. Jas frowned. "Miri, I'm still here." "I was just trying to describe it." "Describe it later," he advised. "We still have work to do." "How are things on your end?" "Shields and hyperdrive are down, but you probably already guessed that. I've been to several computer terminals, tried sealing off sections of the station that would aid in making repairs. It would have gone faster had we had an astromech, but what about the others?" He inquired. "You sent the signal that they were safe." "They are all in the detention block, locked in individual cell. I can't feel pain, but I don't think they are in any immediate danger. I sealed the entire section off from the rest of the station, dealt with the guards too. Our people aren't free yet, but they aren't under any threat, not at the moment." "And Val," he asked, "do you have eyes on her?" "I didn't see her on any camera feeds. She's probably being held on another level." Made sense, he thought, and it went along with what he was feeling. "Thanks, Miri," he answered. "I managed to free Vilek. If you reach out with the Force, he should be able to sense you, give you a hand." "Sounds good. Where are you at?" "I'm going for Val. She is in trouble. I can sense her presence, but..." "Got it," she said. "Is there a computer terminal near you? I could try to send you the floor plans. Should make your search easier." Jas glanced around. He didn't see any terminals, not that he needed one. It was strange. He felt different, more confident. Mount killing Targo had changed something inside of him. He couldn't say what, not right now, but it felt good. "No need to worry about that," he promised her. "I know where I'm going." Okay," she replied, sounding a bit skeptical. He didn't blame her. It sounded a bit strange to him too, but it didn't change what he was feeling. He didn't need a computer. The Force was with him. He knew what he had to do. "I will meet up with you as soon as I can," he promised. "Co-op and the others should be landing soon. Once the others are free, make the landing bay, Val, and I will meet up with you soon." "Understood. Watch yourself, Jas. These collective guys are in trouble, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous." He nodded again. He wasn't underestimating them, yet, at the same time, he was no longer afraid. He was feeling, acting on those feelings, and for once, it felt right. Everything felt right. "Be careful, Miri," he said. "May the Force be with you." "And with you," she replied, ending her transmission. Jas picked up the pace. He moved carefully, but with a surety he had never felt before. He even managed to avoid several guards moving down an adjacent corridor. He used the Force to misdirect them, and then trap them inside a section by sealing the blast doors. He could have taken them out with his lightsaber, but there had been no need. It had only been a matter of seconds, and now he was free to finally go to Val. He could sense her presence through the Force, as shone so brightly now. She was so close. The danger to her was growing, but it would not touch her. He was sure of it. He wouldn't let it, not this time. "Open the door." He heard an angry voice up ahead. He slowed his pace and slipped deeper into the shadows. He peeked around the corner and saw them, 5 collective agents. They stood before a blast door, one of them keeping watch while another dug into the wiring of the door's access panel. 2 more collective priests stood with them, silent as always and armed with various edged weapons. They were the biggest threat here, and would need to be dealt with quickly. The final man in the group was the one who had spoken. He wore collective robes, but these were fancier. They looked more like the priest's robes than the garb of a common acolyte. An officer of some sort, he guessed. Open the griffin door. The man growled angrily. The first speaker wants the girl and the slicer dead before the enemy gets here. Get this damn door open now. Jas frowned. He had heard enough. He stepped out of the shadows, his weapon before him, but still not ignited. Drop your weapons and back away. The 5 men turned. They had not sensed his approach. He stood before them, his eyes cold and dangerous, his lightsaber held in a way that it could be brought to bear in the matter of a microsecond. Lower your weapons, or be destroyed, he said. I will not ask nicely again. The collective agents looked at each other. Even the 2 priests seemed caught off guard. He had no desire to slay these people. What if they? For the eternal night. Blasters rose and time slowed down. Jas brought up his weapon, igniting the blade. He almost shook his head. I warned you. The 2 priests stepped back and raised in their weapons, anticipating him charging. The officer and the 2 other men pulled their weapons and started firing. Jas let the force take over. He parried the bolts back, the first striking the man who had been trying to open the door between the eyes. He fell without a sound. The second struck one of the priests in the arm, spinning him around. The fact that he had not been able to parry or get out of the way in time showing the lack of training on the Force-sensitive's part. Jas advanced. The agent who had been keeping watch lowered his blaster and tried to come in with a stun stick. Jas danced around him and struck at his weapon arm. The man howled as the lightsaber cut through his forearm, leaving him whimpering on the deck. The uninjured priest tried to engage. Their weapons clashed 3, 4, 5 times. But again Jas, and the Force, proved the quicker. He cut the man from shoulder to hip, ending the Darksider's life. The remaining priest fed off the pain of his injuries and rose again. He tried a Force push, but it was nothing that Jas' Force abilities couldn't handle. He stumbled, but regained his footing, and lashed out again with his lightsaber. He cut the priest across the chest, and his enemy fell, his weapon clattering away, no longer a threat. It was then that Jas turned his attention to the officer. The man's eyes were wide. Any sense of dark confidence was replaced by terror. He had likely thought the words of the faith as powerful Force users seeing to cut down so easily. No. The man threw down his weapon and scampered away, leaving his injured ally moaning on the deck. The man finally passed out from the pain, no longer a threat to Jas or anyone else. The Jedi sighed. He had not wanted things to go this far, but he had had no choice. I warned them, he reminded himself. I warned them. He turned his attention to the door, standard design for a Republic station. Yet, easy enough to access if you understood Republic technology. His past as both a Mandalorian salvager and a smuggler proved very useful once again. He could see the locking mechanism in his mind. He could have cut through it with his lightsaber and time. But there was no need. All it required was a little pressure through the Force, easily enough applied. It was amazing that the collective priests hadn't done something similar, but then again, they might not have had the training or understanding for something so delicate. Jas reached out and deactivated the locking mechanism. The door hissed up without further resistance. Panic filled his senses. He stepped into what looked like a lab space, his lightsaber drawn. His eyes narrowed when he saw it. He had found Val. The Protector was alive, praised the Force. She was bound into some kind of chair, her head surrounded by screens filled with swirling lights. Jas looked at those lights for only a few seconds, but they were enough to make his head swim. The swirling patterns seemed to want to draw him in. Don't look at, he thought to himself. Focus. He tried to do just that. Val stared open-mouthed at the screens. Beside her head, speakers whispered in her ears, saying things that Jas couldn't understand. She was alive, he could sense it, but she was confused, whatever the collective had been doing to her. No matter, he thought, I'm getting her out of here now. Don't hurt her, please. The plea came from behind the machine, a young man dressed in the garb of the collective. Humanoid, with pink skin and light blue hair. The The man brandished a piece of security railing like a club. He was slim, didn't look like he would be much a physical threat, but Jas understood that looks could be deceiving. Jas almost cut him down, punished him for what they were doing to Val, but didn't. The man's words stopped him. "Don't hurt her, please." He was terrified of Jas, but at the same time, he was trying to muster his courage to try and protect Val. Jas didn't know what to make of that. "Why? What is going on?" he demanded. "What are you people doing to her?" They wanted me to help change her, reprogram her. They said her mind was not so much different than a droid's now. Jas almost growled. The collective." The pink-skinned man nodded. They told me what she was, some kind of warrior. I disobeyed. I thought she could help me get out of this, that we could both get out of this. They kidnapped me, brought me here. I've been trying to help her, but... Jas sensed no deception in the young man, that, and a sense of fear of the collective, if he had been disobeying their orders. "Why didn't they try to stop you?" "They didn't understand what I was doing. They don't understand the system, this programming that was done to her. That is why they needed me. They were wrong, though. It isn't like reprogramming a droid. It is far more complex." The man gave him a sheepish look. "They thought me too scared to resist. That big gray one, the hand, she says she would kill me if I didn't do what they wanted, but what qualifies as disobeying. I did the work, just not for them." Jas stepped forward, his lightsaber still lit, but he didn't attack. His only concern was Val. The man backed up. He did raise his club, but again, Jas felt only the desire to defend himself and defend Val. "I'm not going to hurt her," he told him. "I came here to save her." The man's blue eyes widened, perhaps finally seeing the lit lightsaber for the first time. You're a Jedi." Jas frowned. Many of the old excuses tried to come to his lips. He had been gone from the Order for too long. He was a mere acolyte in his service. None of them fit now. He simply told the truth. "Yes, I am." He looked at the prisoner. "Can you get these restraints off?" "I've been trying. I don't know the locking codes." Jas didn't bother looking. He simply cut through them. The manacles fell away, leaving Val to slump down further in her chair. The speakers near her head fell away as Jas lifted the screens away. "Val," he said, going up to her, touching her face. "Val, can you hear me?" So long, he thought. His eyes stung. So many months of searching for her, praying that she was okay. The protector's eyes were glassy. She didn't even seem to know he was there. She seemed to be looking past him. At a point in time that only she could see, she murmured under her breath, spoke of compliance and duty. Now that he was close enough, Jas could hear the words that had been playing over the speakers, the commands that the collective had tried to force on her. "You will serve our interests. You will serve your leader. The collective is not your master. You are not our slave." Jas blinked. It was the nod he heard that confused him. The main voice in the recording was the first speaker, but the nods were clearly the young man standing before him. Jas looked up at him. "You sabotaged their program. Stopped them from taking control of her." The pink-skinned man nodded. "I needed help," he repeated. Jas nodded. Whatever his motivation, he had helped Val, protected her. He gave him a grateful smile. "Thank you." Char Valentine groaned and blinked. She looked around, still confused, but her eyes began to focus. She found Jas's face. "Val," he asked. "UHG," she groaned. James." She blinked and rubbed her eyes, realizing that her hands were finally free. Her expression was hopeful, but frightened at the same time. Am I dreaming again?" she asked. Are you really here?" He stroked her face, lovingly, and kissed her forehead. What he felt for Vess, what was growing between them, was strong, but what he had shared with Val was older. It was part of him. What they shared, he still cared for her. He would always care for her. He smiled. "I'm here. Finally, I found you." That was all it took, that simple touch. Tears ran down her cheeks and she threw her arms around him. She shuddered and held him tightly. "You came?" She gasped. You came for me. Then almost as quickly she pulled back, her eyes wide with fear. Vess, is she safe? These people. She is safe, Jas promised her. She is with Co-op, aboard the Folly. They will be aboard soon. The station's defenses are down. We will soon. Look out, the prisoner screamed. Die Jedi. The collective agent that had ran was back. The man leapt into the room with the vibro sword in hand, the tip of the blade pointed at Jas' back. He had no time to get out of the way. Val acted. She pushed him out of way. The blade came down, barely missing Jas but grazing Val's side. The pain made her snarl, but also seemed to motivate her. The protector moved with the speed almost faster than the Jedi's. She caught the attacker with a stiff elbow strike, staggering him. The man lost his weapon, and that was all that it took. Val was on her feet in seconds. Despite enduring so much, she stood up and attacked. A quick kick to the stomach, followed up by a hard strike to the throat, her knuckles folded to maximize the damage. The man gagged as he fell back, struggling to breathe. Val had crushed his windpipe. All the man could do now was lay gagging on the deck, choking to death. Jas probably could have saved him, but even he had been caught off guard by the protector's speed. Val is never fully helpless, he realized. The Bantoon had made her into a weapon. And a weapon she remained. These collective Murglacs weren't lying, the prisoner said, coming up beside him. She is dangerous. That she is, Jas agreed. It was a bit of an understatement, but true. That she is. Val looked up at him, her eyes cool and all business. She recovered quickly, or perhaps the fact that Vess was coming served to motivate her. We need to get out of here, hotshot, she said. I hope you have a plan. He nodded. Yes, the plan was ongoing. Now, he needed to deal with the prisoner he had found. What were they going to do with him? He looked at the man. Who are you? He asked. Why did the collective take you? My name is Kite Tobin, he replied. I work with computers. Jas nodded. The memory of Alderaan came flooding back. He had finally found the slicer that they had been seeking, the one behind the attack on Vess. Though the man wasn't a threat, not now. Plus, he had protected Val, and at great risk to himself. Jas was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm Jas Dar Bynn, Mr. Tobin, he said as Val took the weapons off the dead collective agent, preparing for their next move. He had found Val, and Mary would have the others free soon. The station shook again. More alarms blared in the distance. This fight isn't over, he knew, but soon it would be. He looked down at his lightsaber and took a cleansing breath. He was ready. It was time to end this. Chapter 24. Stay behind me. They said the words in unison, the same tone and inflection. Jas glanced over at Val, despite being a prisoner for months and being subjected to who knew what. The protector was once again at his side, once again armed and ready for combat. A hint of a smile came to his lips. He could sense the intent of her words. She had been directing hers towards Tobin, the Zeltron slicer following in their wake. He had been directing his words to both of them. Jas didn't understand what the collective had been trying to do, but he suspected that Val might need time. He was willing to grant it, but at the same time, looking at her, fighting at her side. He had wanted this for such a long time. He glanced over, catching her eye. He hated to admit it, but he had missed this. He had missed her, and now they were doing it again. The connection. It was as strong as ever. She gave him that sly smile he remembered, the one he had missed so much. Do you really think that I need to be protected, hotshot? You've been through a lot, he reminded her. I know you're tough, but... Val's eyes narrowed. I woke up in a strange place, told that I was going to serve the needs of my captors. That Vess would be hurt if I didn't cooperate. She shook her head. I don't know how I knew that they were lying. That Vess was already far out of their reach, but I knew it in a way that I can't describe. She raised her blaster. Despite her ordeal, she looked ready for anything, ready to fight. Vess is safe today, but what about tomorrow? I won't let that continue. We need to end this now. And the only way to ensure that it is over is to deal with these barbs. That is all the motivation I need. So, let's get to it and get it done. Jas nodded. A hint of a smile played over his lips. By the Force, I've missed you. He didn't say the words. He didn't need to. She knew in her heart and soul, she knew. She simply nodded back, and they pushed forward. Jas wasn't worried. She was ready. She looked ready, and there was more. He could feel it through the Force. Val wasn't just putting on a brave face. The connection there confirmed it. As for how she had known Vess was safe, he knew that too. The bond that they shared had likely passed that along as well. Char Valentine was not Force-sensitive, but she didn't need to be, not when she was bound to him as she was. For a time, that connection had worried him. He had been ashamed to have forced it upon her, but now he realized that it would serve them very well here, and had kept her safe and sane during her captivity. The Force moves in strange and mysterious ways. Perhaps what he had thought an accident years ago had been meant to occur. If it had saved her from the Collective's ambition, so be it. Still, he needed to tell her about it, and would do his best to remove it, if she so desired, but that was something for tomorrow. It had nothing to do with today. Today they had to move. Enough waiting, he thought. It was time. Kite Tobin followed behind them. The Slicer had found a blaster, but seemed uncomfortable even carrying it. Jas couldn't say how good he would be if it came to a fight, but he was smart enough to keep close to them, or rather, to Val. At least now we know what happened to him, Jas thought, though it didn't explain how they came to the conclusion that he was needed for Val's reprogramming, brainwashing. I'm guessing that you coming here wasn't part of any plan, Mr. Tobin. The Slicer gave him a sheepish look. I'm not a part of this, Master Jedi, he replied. I've always worked freelance, but after my last job on Alderaan, I'm familiar with that job, Jas said. I was the one who stopped your reprogrammed security probes from killing an innocent girl. Hearing that made the Slicer cringe. No one was supposed to get hurt. The Zeltron insisted. All I did was make sure the security probes didn't let anyone interfere with the extraction of a piece of merchandise. That is what I was hired for. Merchandise, he thought coldly. Vess was not merchandise. She could have been killed. Val could have been killed. He was about to lash out at the Slicer, but Val stopped him with a look. Her gaze and frown stopping him in his tracks. Do we really have time for this? She asked. Val, No, Jas, I'm not going to say that Tobin was right, but this is something to discuss after we are all safe and off this station, yes. Val looked over at the Slicer. Besides, if it wasn't for him, who knows what I might have been turned into now. The boy looked down, his pink skin shading darker. I saw a chance to get out of here, and besides. He looked up and smiled shyly. I wouldn't let them hurt you. Jas was not sure what to make of that, so he said nothing, just motioned for the group to keep pushing forward. As Val had said, there would be time to address past sins later. His eyes narrowed. He could hear it from up ahead, the sound of blaster fire. He raised his lightsaber, its hum soothing in his own way. Blaster fire meant that the station had been breached. Their friends were finally aboard. The three moved forward. His allies might be having trouble. It was time to solve that. The Collective had managed to block off a corridor leading to the landing bay. 6 Collective agents had managed to set up a heavy blaster cannon, and were using it to prevent any further entrance from the outside. We need help, Jas knew. Once again, the Collective showed off his reach. Republic military hardware, though not impossible to come by, was difficult if you didn't have the right connections. Considering what he had learned about the group's ties to business and its infiltration of the Republic military, he was not surprised. Their people had little chance of breaching the hull. That heavy cannon was designed for such work, holding the line until reinforcements could come and render aid. We won't give them the chance, Jas thought, raising his blade. He lunged forward. The Collective agents were caught unprepared. He sliced through the gunner before the rest of the crew could respond, and by the time that they did, Val was among them, not even bothering with her blaster. The Protector struck at her former captors with fists and feet. Again, her speed shocked him. He had only dealt with 2 of the 6 while she dealt with the rest, and far quicker than most could have done. Incredible. As before, he wondered what it would be like to fight her without hesitation. They had sparred before, but that wasn't a real fight. If it did come down to a real battle, if she didn't hold back. He was not sure he wanted the answer to that question. It was over quickly. The collective acolytes were no match for a sworn protector and a Jedi. Their allies' firing stopped as soon as the cannon holding them back fell silent. A voice Jas didn't recognize called out, but not in basic. He smiled. He recognized those words. He responded in kind, the all-clear signal that he had learned as a young boy. Bao glanced over at him, a confused look on her face. What was that? She asked. Old Mandalorian, he informed her. It seems that Co-op brought some friends. In response, 4 fully armed Mandalorian warriors emerged from the smoke of the docking bay. Their T-visored helmets unmistakable, the color scheme, and markings of their armor identifying them as members of Clan Nutbush. Jas nodded. He should have guessed. Nutbush had a very old score to settle with the collective. The losses that they suffered at Kuat still needed to be answered for. Of course, Co-op would have contacted them. The lead warrior was smaller and stockier than the rest, his face plate longer and slanted outward to cover his snout, suggesting that he was not human, but that was no surprise. Clan Nutbush had taken foundlings from everywhere. Jas Dar Bynn, he said, we have come to offer our aid. Aid that is most welcome, trooper. I am Nav, the soldier said with a bow. I'm not surprised you don't recognize me. I had only just joined the clan when you left. Jas nodded. Of course, he remembered this one. As the one that had protected the foundlings, he had gotten to know many of them, been there as they had first taken their steps along the path. The name brought up old memories, a youngling rescued from a workhouse. I remember, the Bothan boy we picked up on an heir Shatta. The warrior straightened. Bothan, no more, he replied. When I swore the creed, I became of Mandalore, and shall be until the day I fall. This is the way, Jas said. This is the way, the trooper and his allies replied in unison. Jas smiled. Something's never changed, thank the Force. Val regarded the new arrivals carefully, not afraid, but wary. Jas turned to her. Char Valentine, meet some of the warriors of Clan Nuna, my clan. Your family, she said, nodding respectfully. A nod he returned. His family. Yes, just as much as the Jedi and the Cooper Halcyon group had been his family. Though the clan probably fit that description better, they had seen him through the early years of his development, and it had been Mother Nutbush who had shaped his view of the galaxy. Isn't that what a parent did? Wasn't that what a family did? He turned back to the warriors. What is the status of the battle? We have secured 3 of the main landing bays. Uglies continue to harry our efforts, but these cultists are not of Mandalore, Nav said with no shortage of confidence. At last, the sins of Kuat will be washed away with the blood of this enemy. Is Chieftain Ellis here? Jas inquired. I suspect he would have reason to lead this fight himself. The chieftain is aboard the Co-op's Folly, coordinating our forces with those brought here by Brother Cooper. The enemy will not escape us, not this time. Jas nodded. He had not suggested that Co-op bring the old clan into this, thought that their enforcers could handle matters. He was grateful that Co-op had had the foresight to call for help. The station shook beneath them, though the explosion felt different. It came from inside, grenades perhaps. Jas followed the soldiers into the secured landing bay. He saw several collective bodies littering the way. The clan was not taking any chances. Is the traitor Targosay here? Nav asked. Chieftain Ellis would very much like to speak with him. He is here, Jas assured him. He has outlived his usefulness to the collective. They wanted me to kill him, prove that I was willing to join their ranks. And did you? The Bothan warrior asked. His death is not mine to claim, Jas replied. Others have far more right to it than I do. The Mandalorian nodded. The chieftain will need to hear that. He may wish to conduct the hunt himself. Nav fell silent, likely conferring on his helmet's private channel. Jas again felt a sense of certainty about his choice not to kill his old enemy. If Ellis was here, considering what Targo had done, he had more than a just claim to see the traitor ended for what had happened. To kill an unarmed innocent was honorless. To kill a child was something worse. Targo would answer for that murder. He needed to. Jas spotted 3 more of the clan trying to access the station's computer. He knew the skill of his people. In time they would break through any defenses the cult had used to secure their system. But then again, why wait? I have an expert slicer here, he called out. Could you use his services? Kype Tobin, who had been following along silently, and Jas and Val's wake blinked. What? Me? You do know their computer systems? Jas asked. Sure, their firewalls are garbage. I could. Then make yourself useful, slicer, one of the Mandalorian techs said, gesturing him forward. The quicker this ends, the less chance of escape the enemy has. The Zeltran glanced over at Val, who nodded. He hurried over and leaned over the screen the Mandalorians had been working on. Jas nodded grimly. Another point in the boy's favor, he thought. He still may have to face justice for his past deeds, still. Jas pulled out his Kamink. Speaking of justice. Miri, how are things coming on your end? He waited to hear back. Fallenstar had seemed to have matters well in hand. He didn't think. Static hissed in his ear. Miri. Again, static, no response. Jas' eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. He almost cursed under his breath. Things had been going too well, hadn't they? He glanced over at Val. Stay here with the others. Fallenstar is not answering her comm. Val gave him a cool look. You think that I'm just going to let you go off on your own? Fat chance, not a Jedi. Val, he said, shaking his head, collective soldiers are not the only threat still loose on this station, after what you've been through. Her glare stopped him in his tracks. He tried a different course. The hand of the faith is still loose on this station, the one who hurt you back on Alderaan. If she gets you again. Some of the anger went out of her eyes, some but not all. I appreciate your concern, Jas, but I'm not walking away from this. What these people tried to do to me, what they would have done if not for Kype. Jas nodded. He had been around Val long enough to know when she was not going to let something go. Plus, didn't she deserve a chance to face those who had taken her? Tried to use her in one of their schemes. Finally, he gave up, gesturing for her to follow. Val grinned and turned to the Mandalorian commander. Keep an eye on the slicer for me. Nav nodded, as Val held up her 2 blaster pistols. Shall we? Not a Jedi. He nodded and gestured her forward. Grinning, Val turned back into the station. Before they left, Nav stopped him, a friendly hand on his shoulder. Is that your woman, Jas Dar Bynn? Jas pursed his lips. That was a good question. He still cared for Val, always would, not just simply because of their connection, but then, there was Viseria now, what had happened on Dantooine. What had come before, what they had shared. He could not deny that he felt conflicted. Val or Vess? He knew what Val would advise. She had asked him to be with Vess once. He gave his clan brother a sad smile. It is complicated, brother. The Bothan warrior chuckled. It always is, he said. Good hunting, brother. Jas nodded and followed after Val. He sighed. Complicated. That word was not big enough, not for what he felt. I'll need to deal with it, he realized, sooner rather than later. Yes, he thought. Soon. They took a turbolift down several levels, moving as one. Jas led the way, shielding Val from any stray bolts that might come their way. It was a style they had used before, and as before, it worked. Val radiated caution, her blasters checking corners as Jas kept his blade up, bathing them both in violet light. He could sense Miri up ahead, and something else. The power was off on this level, whether from battle damage or Miri's tinkering, Jas could not say. What he could say was that he felt a cold sense of foreboding, a sense that was growing stronger as they moved forward. Something is down here, he knew he could feel it. He was not sure that he wanted to meet it, not with Val at his side. As for Char Valentine, she was all business. Sweeping the corridor as they advanced, she seemed to have an easier time than he did navigating the shadow-filled halls. He might have been wrong, but it looked like her eyes were drinking in the light, glowing with an almost feline-like luminescence. She must have felt his eyes on her, because she risked a glance over. "What?" "Nothing," he shrugged. "Just want to make sure that you are doing okay. You were a prisoner here for a while. What was happening?" She snorted angrily. "I'm fine. Jas, I told you, I didn't believe their lies. And when I was starting to falter, Kai boosted me up. It didn't matter what these Murglacs tried. No matter how many times they plugged me into an implant harness, I wasn't going to fall for their tricks." Yet, she was holding something back. He could feel it. A sense of discomfort at the back of her mind. "They still had you, though," he reminded her. "I'm glad Tobin was here to help, but—" Val shuddered. "For a moment, when I first woke up, I feared I was back on Bantoon. That Queen Adira's people had me, that they were trying to do something to me, to make me pay for what happened with Vess." "Why would you think that?" She shivered. Because I've never seen an implant harness outside of the resort back on Bantoon. I figured that I was home." Jas digested that. "The resort? It is what we called the training facility for the sworn protectors. We lived there during our conversion." Jas considered that, what she had told him, and what he knew about Bantoon from his own investigations. Curious. The Sworn Protector program was one of Bantoon's most closely guarded secrets. No outsiders had ever been allowed too close to it, as far as he knew. Yet, the collective had one of the programming devices it used. It was here, somehow. "You sure that chair they had you strapped in is from Bantoon?" She nodded. "My memory of my training might not be good, but I do remember being strapped into one of those harnesses, hearing Lady Janet's voice echoing in mind, losing myself in the swirling lights. Are you ready to comply, Miss Valentine? Are. She swooned and almost collapsed. Jas was there, holding her up, reaching out with the force. "I got you," he assured her. You're safe." She took a shuddering breath. She still looked a little wobbly, but she did manage a weak smile. "Thanks, I probably shouldn't think too hard on what was done. We're not supposed to talk about the resort. It is forbidden." Jas pursed his lips. "I wonder why." He heard a sound up ahead. It sounded like footsteps and something heavy falling. As quick as she had been about to fall, Val was back in control. She brought up her blasters. Her eyes focused ahead. She took a deep breath. "I'm ready," she said. "Are you sure you're okay?" Jas asked. "I'm fine," she said, advancing, weapons drawn. "I'm good." They continued to go down, the sense of foreboding and darkness growing. Jas pushed it back. He no longer feared the darkness within him. It was there, true, but he would not let it control him, not as he had in the past. He had been on stations like this before. True, this was an older model, but that didn't mean that the design was not similar. He tried to guess where they were on Republic stations. This should be near the detention block, at least, he thought it was. Which would explain why he felt Miri's presence. She had been on her way to free the others. Val tensed. "We got movement up ahead." Jas raised his lightsaber. It did little to cut through the gloom. They could still hear the sounds of battle, but they seemed far away, as if taking place on another planet. The Jedi and the Protector advanced slowly. The darkened hall was silent, only the sound of breathing and the hum of Jas' lightsaber. They took another step, and another, and then they saw it. Jas paused. They had found Miri. Mirax Fallenstar stood rail straight, staring into the shadows. Jas could hear her breathing, heavy, through the force she felt, strange, frightened, yet unable to do anything about it. "Fallenstar," Val called out. "You, okay?" She didn't respond. She didn't even move, just stood frozen, staring into the shadows. Jas approached warily. Whatever he had been sensing, it was very close by. He didn't like this. Was it the hand? The Tunneroth had cloaked herself in the past, but this didn't feel like her. It felt different, darker. Jas. He paused at Val's call. He could finally see it now, hidden in the shadows. A body lay at the feet of Fallenstar. He lowered his blade, pushing back the shadows. He frowned. What? The first speaker of the Sunset Collective lay dead before them. Jas recognized the man immediately. The pant-orange robes were unmistakable. He. A chill ran down Jas' spine. He had seen dead bodies before, left bodies in his wake before, but this was different. The first speaker's eyes were wide with terror, frozen in a final moment of absolute fear. Blood leaked from his nostrils as his mouth gaped open, his last gas dying on lips. Jas leaned over to check the body, though he knew it was not necessary. The speaker was dead, without a doubt. Is that one of the bad guys? Val asked. Yeah, he said, one of the lead bad guys. She glanced over his shoulder, even though her blasters never stopped pointing ahead of them. Miri remained frozen in place. Jas could not say why. What is this? Val demanded. Before Jas could speak, another voice responded, a voice cold and full of wicked mirth. The remains of a very unsatisfactory meal. I've had worse, I suppose, but sometimes you have to just shut up and eat what is in front of you. The shadows seemed to part. Two glowing red eyes stared balefully through the darkness. Jas took a step back and entered a fighting stance. The observer stood silently before them, his cold smile never leaving his pale face. Jas watched the creature. It was not human, but those eyes. Those eyes. He found himself staring at the observer. This creature was not force-sensitive, at least not in any way he understood, but he was something. The observer had an air of charisma around him, a sense that reached out and grabbed you, and held you tight. Jas felt a sense of coldness seeping into his bones, a desire to not move, simply remain where he was. It was feeding off his old fears, his sense of. No. Jas brought up his blade. He stood before Miri and Val. He glared at the observer. He wouldn't fall, not again, nor would he be, whatever it was this creature desires. He glared at the thing. What the hell are you? He demanded. The alien chuckled. Oh, I've had many names over the years, but I've always been something more or less than all of them. An assassin, a shadow, a knife in the darkness, the bane of the Jedi, some would say. Personally, I've always seen myself as a critic of sorts, a lover of fine food, a diner on the repast that is called life. I am an eater of luck. I'm a taster of what was, is, and will be great in those creatures that call the galaxy home, and have been so for so very long. Miri's breath quickened. Whatever the observer had done to her, she was caught firmly in his grip. Jas raised weapon threateningly. Let her go. I'm not doing anything. It is her own pain and guilt that holds her so tightly. The creature took a shuddering breath. This one has a destiny, a great one. Part of me longs to sample it, so rich, but I dare not until I've made my report. The observer smiled. A meal for another time. Jas almost attacked, but the Force warned him against it. What he was facing was no mere thug, no mere assassin or bounty hunter. The creature's eyes ensnared Jas yet again, and it took all the Jedi's strength to resist. The observer seemed almost uninterested, like he was checking out a menu at some food stand. Perhaps, to him, he was. You have a fate, too, but my master would not approve if I cut it short here. No, not here. The observer licked his lips hungrily. Such a meal, such fate, such soup. The alien hissed as his cheeks split open. Two long twitching tentacles emerged. They lashed in the air impotently, hungrily. Jas shivered. Now, he understood. He had never seen a creature like this before, but he remembered reading about them. Back when he was a boy at the temple, tales to both warn and chill a youngling's blood. A nightmare remembered by the Jedi archives, a nightmare that the Jedi had thought had gone extinct only to have it rise up again and again. Yes, Jas knew. He finally understood. He said the word. Anzit, Jas hissed. Anzity. The observer, the Anzity, smirked hungrily. Greetings, Jas Dar Bynn, student of Ilo. The observer said, bowing gallantly. My name is Urqudy Dresco, first assassin and Jedi slayer to both Exar Kun and Darth Revan. Urqudy raised his hands in welcome. It is a pleasure to address you as myself, at long last. The creature's proboscises continued to whip. Such soup, he murmured, such soup. Delicious. Chapter 25. Urqudy Dresco stood before them, his crimson eyes glowing, twin scarlet orbs shining in the fading light, and yes, the light was fading, the corridors growing darker by the second. Yet, the light in the Ansides' eyes never dimmed. They glowed brightly, and full of malice. Full of hunger. It was taking all of Jas' strength to keep his blade up between the monster and his allies. Miri couldn't move, she was frozen, caught in whatever it was the Ansid was doing to her. Val was the only thing. Jas, James, I can't. He dared to glance over. It took barely a microsecond. He didn't dare risk anything else. Char Valentine's blasters clattered to the deck before them. Her face now had the same expression as Miri's. I can't. She stood rail straight, a mirror image of Fallenstar, trapped in the same trap. Val's green eyes were wide and frightened. A single word escaped her lips. Help. She said no more. She stood there, caught in the creature's web, held in check by his baleful gaze. Jas glared at this Urqudy Dresco, this monster. Let them go, he ordered, raising his lightsaber slightly. I can't, Dresco said sweetly. They have chosen to become mine. They are. I said let them go. Urqudy Dresco wrinkled his nose. He looked upon Jas with distaste. Snot vampire, he spat. How rude, Jas Dar Bynn. Did your Jedi master not teach you to respect your elders? I am superior to you in every way. You would be wise to try and cultivate my favor. He heard giggling behind him. The Tuyum sisters remained at Dresco's side. Jas could only assume their time among the collective was over. It seems they had found a new master, one that shared their desire for the suffering of others. Not unlike their sister, he thought, though, she paid for that desire. He pushed such thoughts away, at least for now. He would answer for what he did to their sister, later, for now. He had to save himself, and the others. What happened next? It didn't matter. The Ansidy glared at him. Lower your blade, boy, now. He ordered. You are mine. Jas felt it, that pull to obey, to let himself slip into his fears and doubts, to await the will of the creature before him, the ageless evil that demanded his respect. Yet, one thing kept him from submitting. One piece of knowledge helped him stay where he was in the here and now. Exar Kun and Darth Revan. Two names that were as well known as they were reviled. This Ansidy had worked for the Sith, or so he claimed. If it was true, then he was a problem. Who knew how many Jedi he had slain over the years? It was tempting to believe that he was lying, that what he was saying was some type of trick. He couldn't be that old, or well-connected, could he? Yet, he knew my master. The hate that radiated when he said her name was real, and legend spoke of Ansidy living for centuries, if not longer. This creature could be telling the truth, that he was some ageless servant of the darkness, and now it fell to Jas to deal with it, to survive it. Lucky me? He took a deep breath and reached out, deep into the Force. It was there, the sea of light, its warm embrace pushing back the cold darkness that the creature before him was using, burning away the snare that was trying to hold him. Jas was unafraid. The light, it was always there. He would not submit. He glared right back at the creature. No, he growled, his saber guard not faltering. You do not control me. For the briefest of moments, the Ansidy's smile faltered. A brief sense of disbelief and fear echoed out through the darkness, but then it was gone. Urqudy Dresco smiled. You are strong, he purred, far stronger than other Jedi that I've met in recent decades. He chuckled. It has been far too long that I sensed a true Jedi Knight. Yes, so very long. Jas didn't answer. He didn't get distracted. A true Jedi Knight? Hardly. He was merely seeking to protect his friends, protect the galaxy from the thing standing before him. This evil. It was not a word he threw around easily. Jas had never been one to call someone or something evil. Evil was normally just a point of view. To the Republic, the Mandalore clans were evil. To the security forces, he'd co-op, and the rest of his organization were evil. It was all a matter of perspective, usually. Jas frowned. Sadly, there were exceptions to that rule. What stood before him, the creature he now faced, he sensed only malice, and the desire to feast on others, to revel in pain and loss. In this moment, he realized that he had been wrong. Evil was not just a matter of perspective. He had finally met one of the exceptions. Urquidi Dresco, this entity, was one of them. He was evil. Jas would not let it escape. He couldn't. You're different, the creature continued. Your power is rooted in the Force, not the Order, or the Republic that seeks to control it. The Republic could fall tomorrow and you wouldn't care, would you? Jas shrugged. He had never really given it much thought. I don't need some chancellor or senator to tell me where to stand. I know where I will be. I will hold the line between the people of this galaxy and monsters like you. Monsters? Dresco cackled. Oh, we are going to have such fun, you and I. My employer was right to be intrigued by you, and now, so am I. He looked between Val and Miri. Black saliva was dripping from between his white perfect teeth. But a hero must be tested, he said playfully. A hero must suffer as he is forged. The pain of loss makes him all the more potent, ready to do what is needed when the time comes. The Anzadi's smile widened. It almost seemed to go almost completely around his head. I think your story needs a bit more tragedy, more loss and pain. Take a look at these two cute little morsels. So strong, but weighed down by the past, guilt, loss, and suffering. The Anzadi licked his lips. My employer said nothing about them. And if he is unhappy, I'm sure he will understand. He cannot put me before such soup and deny me a chance to wet my palate. You won't touch them, Jas growled. The Anzadi was not worried. If anything, he was amused. You are strong, boy, but you are not that strong. You can barely keep that blade up. I don't think you will be fast enough to stop me. Crimson eyes darted back and forth, taking in both Val and Miri. Once again, he looked at Jas. He smirked. An idea had come to him. One of these pretties is about to die. Choose one, and I will spare her. The other will be mine, the next step on your journey. I will take this meal to go, and we shall settle this matter another time. Stay back, Jas said, raising his lightsaber. I'm warning you. You're not fast enough to stop me, Jedi. Choose quickly now, before I make the decision myself. My lord, one of the Yim sisters said, we can no longer remain here, I sense. Dresco raised his hand, silencing her. I'm almost done. Choose now. Jas Dar Bynn, choose now. Jas' heart was pounding in his chest. He knew he wouldn't make that choice. He couldn't, but if he wasn't fast enough. He could almost see Vaelo then. His master stood before him. Do, or do not, my padawan, she seemed to whisper. There is no try. You won't hurt Val, he said defiantly, and you won't. Dresco laughed. The choice is made. He lunged, his long white hands reached out for Miri. Cold pale fingers reached out and seized her, pulling her to him. Time slowed down and the wall behind them exploded. Dresco whirled around, his lips parting in an angry snarl, enraged at whomever, or whatever, stopped him from claiming his meal. The Force filled with fury, an all-annihilating mix of rage and hunger. WHO dares. I will. It was just what Jas had been waiting for. The briefest of distraction. It had been a matter of a second, a few microseconds. It was all he had needed. The Force sang within him, the desire to protect the two women at his side. He didn't think, he did. He raised his blade and lunged forward. The Anzadi barely had time to move. Dresco. His roar drew the creature's attention. In that brief moment, it had forgotten about Jas. In his arrogance, assumed he would remain frozen while it dealt with whatever was attacking it from behind. The Anzadi had been wrong. It turned his head, just enough that it saw the blade coming towards it, the flash of violet light. Fury turned to surprise, which then turned to horror. The monster wailed. Jas didn't stop. He didn't get distracted. Eat this. He struck. Dresco, the so-called bane of the Jedi, dodged or tried to. Jas watched as the blade passed the Anzadi's pale white cheek, passed, and barely kissed his skin, darkening it with the barest of burns. The wailing cry turned to a hiss of shock and a yowl of pain. A hand came up and struck Jas a glancing blow, but it was enough to keep him from following through, taking off the top of Urqudy Dresco's head. He spun backward, but quickly regained his footing. He stood ready to meet the next attack. It never came. The corridor was empty, except for smoke and ash. Dresco and the two Yim sisters were gone. Jas took a shuddering breath. They were gone. He heard the two women collapse behind him, freed from the Ansity's grasp, but he had no time to check on them, no time for anything. Smoke and blaster fire was rolling out of the hole before them. Two cultists leaped through. Firing behind them, one noticed Jas and brought his weapon to bear. He fired 2 shots, but both were parried, one into the wall behind him, the other through the shooter's eye. The second man didn't outlive his friend. He was cut down by return fire emerging from the smoke. Jas paused, his blade at the ready. Val and Mary were on their knees behind him, trying to recover. He would not leave them, not until he was sure they were safe. Someone leapt through where the cultists had come. Jas was ready, but no fire came his way. He almost smiled, recognizing who it was. Jas. Helico stood before him, clad not in her armor, but a simple prison garb. She had a blaster pistol in each hand. Jas let out a sigh of relief. He had found the others. Shusk poked his head out next, blaster in hand covering Rior. His shipmates looked a little worse for wear, but seemed mostly unharmed. He was grateful for that, extremely grateful. No, wait. His eyes fell on Rior. She was not armed, she was simply standing there. Her fur was singed. The blank look in her eyes spoke volumes. Burr, he realized. She knows about Burr. He could feel her pain radiating out through the force. Rior had always been so mercenary. She had not seemed to care about anybody. Jas had always wondered if her feelings for Burr had been real, or had it been a simple diversion. Now he knew, and felt sorry for her. She was so broken. Poor woman, he thought. I'm sorry. Hilla lowered her blaster, even out of her armor. She was still an example of the cool competence of the Mandalorian people. Jas, she said quickly, choir, he tried to get away, get to you. Is he here with you? Did you come together to free us? Jas closed his eyes, again, more pain. He couldn't sugarcoat it, even if he wanted to. Choir never reached us. I'm sorry, Hilla. He watched so many things flit across the girl's eyes. Shock, pain. She had held out hope that her brother had survived the trap on Terrace, and now that hope was gone. Jas had not known Choir had tried to reach him. He had had his own problems at the time. If he had known, could he have gone forward? Could he have saved Choir, Burr, or any of them? I see, Hilla said, her pain blossoming in the force, the final acceptance of what had occurred. But when she looked up, that pain was under control, and in its place the cold resolve of the Mandalore. I see, she said with a glare. Behind them, Val and Mary groaned weakly, as if emerging from a horrible nightmare. Shusk went to them, trying to help. Jas took a deep breath, tried to center himself. He looked down at Shusk. Have you seen Vilek? I sent him to try and help free you. He was here? Yeah, the Chadra fan replied. He let us out of our cells, but then took off again. Said he sensed something. Jas cursed under his breath. The padawan should have known better. Whiffits are hunters by nature, and this place is still filled with enemies. Something had gotten Vilek's blood up, but that probably wouldn't have been hard, considering what he had endured. Jas looked around at his party, his crew. Rior was in no shape to fight. She barely seemed to be holding it together. Val and Mary would recover in time, and Hilla, though she seemed all business, was hurting too. He looked back the way he had come. He told Shusk where to go, to find their way back to the hangar the clan had secured. That way at least felt clear. He reached out with the force. He could sense Vilek, but the force was swirling like a hurricane. So many possibilities lay before them. They would likely win this battle, but their losses would rise or fall depending on what happened in the next few moments. So much was still uncertain. Hilla didn't want to go. She wanted to stay, to fight, but Jas wouldn't hear it. Shus couldn't watch over the others by himself. The girl wasn't happy with him. She wanted blood. She wanted to make the collective pay for the loss of her brother, but she was still a soldier of Clan Nutbush. She was trained to obey orders, and her respect for Jas was enough that she saw him as a superior. She agreed to go, grudgingly, but she went. He didn't leave until they were gone, until they were safely on their way back towards the others. Only then did he dart through the ruined wall that his allies had emerged from. He moved quickly and carefully forward, his blade up and ready to engage any hidden threats. Again, the station shook beneath him. He couldn't help but wonder how the battle was going outside. The collective weren't warriors, but everyone got lucky. It was possible. Don't worry about it. They are doing their job. You need to do yours now. Yes, he realized. Dealing with the station was co-op and the clan's task. He still had some threats to neutralize. The Hand of the Faith, the Yim sisters, and the Anzidi were still here, until they were dead or captured. He couldn't afford to stop. He let the Force guide him, one thread at a time. The hum and clash of lightsabers drew him, the Force causing him to pause, just in time. A chunk of debris flew past his head, hard enough to do damage had it hit him. You furry fool. You've ruined everything. A cruel smile came to Jas' lips. Well, just the one I was looking forward. He stepped out into the corridor. Vilek and the Hand of the Faith were locked in combat. Crimson and blue light flashed as the Tunroth and with it danced back and forth, parry, thrust, and block. Finally, she fell back panting, her robes burned from touches of the With's blade. Finally, noticing Jas, she fell back 2 against 1. Jas couldn't say that he hated those odds, memories of Alderaan, what she had done to Val. Yes, he would enjoy this. Having trouble, Tatch, he called out, sweetly. The Tunroth looked at him, her cold eyes furious and desperate. Yet, she still dared an arrogant sneer. Gonna run away again, Jedi. Not this time, he said with a shrug. He came up beside Vilek. Despite what he had endured, the padawan seemed ready to finish the fight before him. You, okay? Vilek nodded. Got my lightsaber back, he said. I can't see that, Jas replied. He turned to the Tunroth. Zark's Tatch, you don't have to die here. You were a Jedi once, throw down your blade and return with us. The Council will take your history into account at your trial. The Hand of the Faith snorted a laugh. I made my choice years ago, Jas Dar Bynn. You may not want to hear it, but the Jedi are doomed. They just don't see it, yet. She looked down at the crimson blade in her hand. Tatch had lost her veil during the fight. Pink froth stained her mouth. We were going to stay out of the way of the darkness. The first speaker believed we could endure his arrival. A fatalistic chuckle escaped her lips. He is dead now. Do you know that? Jas nodded. Dresco killed him? Of course he did, Tatch said, shaking her head. That Anzidi, he thought we were a joke. Maybe we were. Maybe no one will escape what is coming. Help us fight it, Tatch, Vilek growled. Tell the Council what you know, if there is a threat out there. It's too late, Zark's Tatch said, dropping into a gem so guard. I already told you, I made my choice years ago. You chose wrong, Jas said, raising his blade. We'll see, the Hand said. I won't live to see what is coming, and I'm fine with that. But first, a warning, Jas Dar Bynn. Something to make you wonder if I was right after all. A warning, Jas said. The Tunroth nodded. Saving that Bond girl, her world. You are serving the darkness. It is rising now. Several worlds are under its sway. It will soon be a noose that will strangle the Republic. The Jedi will be swept away, and a new age will begin. The eternal night. Again, the Tunroth nodded and laughed. Oh, how I wish I could be there when you finally realize what is coming. Sadly, that is not going to happen. Jas and Vilek raised their blades. They could sense it. The Tunroth was done talking. Last chance, Tatch, Vilek called out. Yours too, boy, yours too, she said, grinning madly. She took a step forward and raised her blade. Jas and Vilek moved in, ready to engage. Tatch swung her blade, not at them, but at the wall. For the eternal night. The Tunroth saber slit the wall, part of the main hull. The corridor decompressed, explosively. The air screamed out of the chamber as Jas and Vilek were lifted up. No! Jas reached out with the force, trying to pull himself away as the section began to blow out into space. A powerful furry hand reached out and seized his wrist. Vilek. The force screamed painfully. Jas felt it. He felt the end of the hand of the faith, the final fate of Zark's Tatch, former Knight of the Republic. The cut was not large enough to pull her into space. Not all at once, but she was pulled through. She died painfully, little by little, torn apart. But it was not mere pain that filled her mind as she was slain. The hand of the faith was in a dark ecstasy. She believed herself the lucky one. She had failed the darkness. And the dark side didn't look kindly on failure. Jas couldn't say how long it took. It felt like an eternity, but finally. Boom! An emergency bulkhead slammed down, cutting them off from the damage. Gravity and air restored, the two Jedi fell to the deck. Both Jas and Vilek were left gasping, barely able to move. Jas looked up at the sealed chamber. Tatch was gone, and with her everything she knew about what was coming. He took a pain-shuddering breath. Her words echoed in his mind. You may not want to hear it, but the Jedi are doomed. They just don't see it, yet. Saving that Bond girl, her world, you are serving the darkness. It is rising now. Several worlds are under its sway. It will soon be a noose that will strangle the Republic. The Jedi will be swept away, and a new age will begin. Jas didn't know what to think about that. Bantoon seemed to be more important than anyone realized. It seems that a threat was rising there, something more than a mere issue of succession. Ves, Val, their people. They were danger. He struggled to feet. Tatch had had no reason to lie. She had thought to take them with her, but she had not. Was the darkness rising? He couldn't say for certain, but if it was, it would not do so unopposed, not on Bantoon. I'll stop it, he murmured, and in that moment, he knew it. For Val, and for Ves, and their people. They would not face this evil alone. He would be there. I'll stop it. Chapter 26. He stood before them, the greatest and wisest of the Jedi Order. Jas Dar Bynn had looked around when he had first been summoned, 4 temple guards escorting him to the tower, to the seat of the Jedi High Council. Behind the 12, the Coruscant skyline was everywhere, speeders zipping across the sky, millions of beings living out their lives, as the Jedi kept watch, offering guidance and support to the mighty Republic. At least, that is how it should have worked in theory. The truth was far more complicated. He had been surprised when he had first stepped through the doors. He had expected Venery and a few choice masters to be here, that they would sit in judgment of his recent actions, to see the full High Council assembled, had things truly gone so far. Perhaps there is more going on here than I can see. Maybe things have gone beyond the action of a single unruly acolyte. Regardless, he was here, right where the Force had guided him. The 12 members of the High Council would stand in judgment. Venery sat in the high seat, meaning that he would likely have the final word when it came to Jas' fate. Master Orgus Din was here too, unsurprising, considering he had been one of the Jedi that had determined Jas' status years ago. Neither master had truly been his ally that day. He was curious where they stood now, them, and the others. He should have been worried, such attention being on him, but he was not. Strangely enough, he wasn't concerned. The Force offered comfort. Whatever was decided here, it would be with him always. He knew that now. It was Master Venery who spoke first. The old man had been patient while Jas had told the tale of his journey and mission. Several of the others had asked questions, but the man who should have been his master had remained silent, until now. He had nodded and smiled politely. This has been an interesting report, Jas Dar Bynn. Most enlightening. Jas said nothing more, There was really nothing else that he could say. There was nothing left to add, at least. He could not think of anything. He had done his duty, made sure that the council understood what had happened during his hunt for Viseria and Val. Now, they knew what he had done. The next move was theirs. The masters glanced at one another. Most Jas remembered from his childhood. Many of these Jedi had sat on the council for decades now. For stood out, though, their presence showing how seriously the council was taking this matter. Master Acolyte was a known commodity. The Kamasi had served the Order well. He had been one of the prime negotiators for the Order, always willing to step up and advise in the name of peace. Lomi Diath of the legendary Diath clan was also there. More than a few legendary Jedi had sprung from that particular line, going back several centuries. Though she had been a guardian in her youth, the dark-skinned master now chose a more conservative path. Her recent involvement in the Corellian system had made news across the galaxy. It was said that even the native Corellian Jedi respected her wisdom, impressive, given the divisions that had grown between the two Jedi sects. Jas couldn't get a read on her. Her feelings on his mission were hidden behind her iron will. He could not say if he had an ally in her. Master Nadan had also chosen to remain silent during his report, but that was not unexpected. The Ithorian was a being of few words, though when he did speak, others knew it was wise to listen. A being of great integrity, he had once served as the Supreme Chancellor's personal advisor. Jas could only guess what his opinion might be. Would he believe that the Republic's interests were paramount in this, or would he follow the will of the Force? Jas couldn't say. This council was known to consider all options before proceeding. They were conservative at best, with one exception. That exception nodded to Jas and showed her teeth, the teeth of a predator. You have definitely gone above and beyond this time, my young friend. Your accomplishments far more than what anyone on this council might have expected. Jas shrugged. I only did my duty, Master Celia. I merely followed the guidance of the Force. Celia smiled again, her fur rippling, a show of amusement, common among the Bothan people. Her presence here today, that was a surprise to Jas. Celia had first became a knight when Jas had still been a boy at the temple, slender of body with cream-colored fur, and a single golden ring around her left eye. She had been a known commodity to all the younglings of his day. Born into the powerful Lai clan, and strong in the Force, she was said to be destined for great things. Her exploits had caught the attention and imagination of the children of the temple. She had been brave and true to the Order, but she had also been a bit flashier than most Jedi. She had gained a reputation for being only one or two steps above being censored by the Council. And now, she was one of them. That surprised him. Yes, it had been almost 20 years. But it seemed hard to believe that someone could change so quickly. He never would have picked the Bothan for the council, not given how she had behaved when he was younger. Time and the Force changes all things, he thought. Perhaps even a firebrand like Celia. The Bothan turned her head, recognizing the only Jedi Master in the room that was not on the council. Again, she flashed her toothy smile. I think you have some explaining to do, Master Vey. You agreed to train this man as a mere acolyte, but what I'm sensing. The Bothan shook her head. You have clearly gone far beyond your mandate with this one. Do you care to explain your actions? Jas glanced over at his master. Another Jedi might have stammered, been intimidated by such a question. His teacher was not. Veilo merely smiled and stepped forward. James was no green youngling when he came to me, Master Celia. He had already been studying the Force on his own. What he had discovered, he applied that to my own teachings. The results, well, they stand before you now. Indeed, Master Diath said, eyeing Jas suspiciously. Some might call those self-taught lessons a mistake, that it was the job of his master to make him discard them in favor of established teachings. The road to the Jedi is not a single path, Vey replied. Many have found their way to us, and not always on the tried and true road that is taught here. That path exists for a reason, Vey, Master Nadan reminded her. It has served us well for almost 3 centuries. Perhaps, they acknowledged, once again, showing no sign of acceptance or insult. Jas watched his master closely. He was not sure how she viewed his actions. She had never forbidden or accepted them. And now. He remained unsure, yet unafraid. What had happened, it was the will of the Force. He was certain of it. He would not apologize for it. He had done what needed to be done. It had been almost 3 months since his final confrontation with the Sunset Collective. 3 months since he had allowed himself to be taken back to both Coruscant and the Jedi Temple. It had not taken long to secure the station, not after the deaths of both the Hand of the Faith and the first speaker. The head had been removed, and so the body had died. Coop and Ellis soldiers had made short work of the defenders. The collective members had not been prepared to face seasoned Mandalorians backed up by Cooper Halcyon enforcers. The space battle had been the hardest. The pilots of the collective ships had fought to the last. The few remaining vessels had tried suicide attacks when they realized the battle was lost. One of Co-op's armed freighters had been destroyed when one of them had managed to crash into the ship's bridge. All aboard had been lost. Jas mourned those that had died stopping the collective, but he had taken solace in the fact that no more would die because of these fanatics. The fighters dealt with, now it was time to deal with the station survivors. Many of the cultists had chosen death over capture. Either they went down fighting, or set off their suicide implants. In the end, the remaining collective people, 43 in all, had been marched into the station's hangar, marched in, and placed under guard. The cultists didn't look at their captors. They kept their heads down, a sense of hopelessness radiating off of them. Jas couldn't help but wonder if they truly understood who and what they had been serving. Most of them were barely out of their teens, young people who had come to the collective looking for something to believe in. He understood what that was like, but that didn't mean that he felt sorry for them. Too many innocents had died at the hands of the collective for him to truly sympathize with such people. He and Vilek arrived in the hangar together. Jas was happy to see Val and Mary there, along with the rest of their crew. He sighed with relief and smiled. The Force had been kind in this at least. Word had been sent to the Shadow Monder, and through him, to the Republic. 2 hours after the battle had ended, Republic forces had arrived to take the survivors into custody. Coop and the others had been gone at that point, leaving only Jas and a handful of security droids to keep order. Jas had surrendered the station to the Republic, and that had been the end of it. He had been brought back to Coruscant, and now, here he was. The rest, as the scholar would say, was history. We have concluded the interrogations the survivors of the collective attack. Jas Dar Bynn, Master Acolyte, informed him, his round golden eyes focusing on the young acolyte. We have several questions that you may be able to answer. I am at your service, Master, Jas said with a bow. Whatever I can offer beyond my official report, I'm more than willing to share it. We are most pleased to hear that, the Kamasi said. According to the report, you used your contacts within the Cooper Halcyon organization to secure the enemy. I'm curious why you didn't contact this council or the Republic Navy. Surely either could have handled the matter far more efficiently. Considering what happened aboard the Monitor, Jas replied, I thought it safer not to risk alerting the collective of my intentions. You were worried about further infiltration. Celia said, a statement, not a question. It was one of the reasons for my decision, yes. The Bothan sneered. Can't really argue with that logic, can we, Ekla? The other master didn't answer, merely nodded sagely. The prisoners also mentioned Mandalorians, Dieth added. Were these mercenaries hired by Captain Cooper? Associates of Captain Cooper, Jas clarified, recruited as a favor for House Rist of Alderaan. They had an interest in seeing the hostages taken during the righteous incident protected. And these would be the same Mandalorians that once counted the criminal Targo say as part of their clan. Jas pursed his lips. He didn't like the way the master had asked that question, but did his best to remain cordial. Targo say betrayed his clan. He was exiled for it. He then chose to return and murder the clan head's son, retribution for his banishment. Master Ekla sighed, a buzzing that escaped his proboscis. The brutality of the Mandalore clans continues. Again, Jas had to hold his tongue. What Targo had done to Ellis' son had not been about clan politics, it had been a cowardly act of revenge. The bounty hunter had paid for that. We recovered the hunter's body, Celia reminded him, stripped of all armor and weapons, shot through the throat and stomach. The Bothan's gaze turned cool. You didn't think of returning the man to Coruscant to stand trial. Many lives were lost during the righteous incident, not to mention the loss of 2 Jedi who went in search of him. There was no time to claim him as prisoner, Jas assured her, as I said in my report. He shook his head. We should simply take comfort in the fact that justice was done. Justice? The Bothan asked. Yes, Mandalorian justice. They had recovered Targo from the observation deck where Jas had left him. He had not fully recovered when taken into custody, otherwise more blood might have been shed. Yet, when he was brought down, he offered no apology. Even wounded, he remained as defiant as ever. The Scar Trader had been dragged before Co-op, and Ellis, the clan chief of Clan Nutbush, looked down at his enemy, his face hidden behind his T-visored helmet. Jas had felt his clan brother's rage in that moment, the loss of a child. Targo had remained unbowed. He spat at Ellis' feet, spat, and laughed. Hello, brother, he chuckled. Been a long time. Coward, the chieftain had growled, murder. Targo had grinned at him, that twisted smile the scars had given him. He looked at Jas, Ellis, and Cooper, the people he believed betrayed him. So many of the clan here, he said. So many to watch you die, Ellis. You are in no position to kill me, the chief reminded him. You think so? Targo snarled, pushing away his captors. He stood up straight, glaring daggers at Ellis. All it takes is one challenge, Ellis. The runt ruined my life that way. Maybe I should step up, reclaim what is mine here. If you are man enough to face me. You think anyone would follow you after all you have done? Ellis asked. You're crazier than I thought, Targo, Co-op added. You will get yours, Cooper, the chain bounty hunter spat back. I don't need the collective to take you out. I'll do it myself. I will. BAM. The blaster bolt startled all. Soldiers and enforcers turned, their weapons at the ready. There was no need. Targo gurgled. His throat blackened. He fell to his knees, gagging on his own blood. Yet, he tried to regain his feet. BAM. A second shot, this one between where his greaves and his breastplate met. He staggered and went down again. Jas, Ellis, and Co-op turned, but did not interfere. It was not their place to. Hilla stood before them, her helmet in place, her blaster held in a steady hand, its barrel still smoking. Jas looked between the two. He didn't quite smile, but he almost did. So much for Targo's chance of challenging Ellis. Hilla marched towards Targo. The wounded warrior didn't try to flee. He glared at her, despite the fact that he now was at death's door. For my brothers, the Mandalorian female growled, for Digger, and for Choir. A Beskar blade popped from her gauntlet. She didn't hesitate. She plunged the weapon into the hunter's ruined throat. His eyes widened. He stared into the dark T-visor of Hilla's helmet. Hilla was so still, she looked right into Targo's eyes. He breathed blood onto her face plate, and still, she didn't move. For all the lives you have taken, your brothers, sisters, everyone. She twisted the blade, and watched as the light faded from his eyes, as the Force took him. She whispered one final word, something to send him on his way. Go to hell. She pulled her blade from the body. Targo collapsed dead on the deck. Jas looked down. Somehow, the man who had so terrified him as a child looked smaller in death. A small, bitter man who deserved a small and bitter ending. He was unworthy of song or acknowledgement in the clan. This death, it was appropriate. Jas just hoped that Ellis would agree. Hilla stood before him, her breathing loud, her gauntlet stained with the blood of her enemy. She turned to Ellis. She removed her helmet and knelt before him. I submit myself for punishment, my chieftain, she said. I have robbed you of your justice. Jas glanced at Ellis. They had known each other for years. His friend merely stood before his soldier. Hilla, what she had done, technically, it was against the code. Ellis looked at Jas and Co-op. He sighed. Your claim was no less than mine, girl. A mother, brothers, a son, and all that we have lost. He placed his hand on her shoulder and lifted her to her feet. Justice is served, he said. This is the way. This is the way. Hilla answered. Ellis stepped back and addressed the other Mandalorians, his clan. Justice is served. He called out, this is the way. All who marched beneath the banner of clan nut bowed their head in acceptance, even Jas and Co-op. They all spoke as one. This is the way. The clan left the body. Jas reminded the masters, proof that the matter is settled. Targosay's armor was taken, and it will be melted down and recast. Its sins burned away. The Beskar turned to serve the clan once more. He almost added that this was the way, but didn't. He doubted the Jedi Council would understand. The Jedi way was not the way of the Mandalore. Mater Venery smiled. An assassin killed, a dark side cult dealt with, the threat of an enemy destroyed. He nodded to Jas. Despite how you started on this road, you have done well, Jas Dar Bynn. Jas did his best to hide the surprise he felt in that moment. This was unexpected. Thank you, Master, he said, but I fear that the threat is not entirely ended. Jas glanced over at Master Vey. They had spoken at great length when she had arrived 2 weeks ago, to not only support him, but also evaluate his mental state, especially after what had happened on Terrace. He had confessed to her what he had done to the young girl and the rest of her men. He had also spoken of Mirax Fallenstar, how she had helped him find his way out of the dark. He said nothing of Vess, of their night together. That was something personal. It had helped, but he would not share it, not here. He still needed to talk to Vess, find out what happens next. Vey had accepted what had happened. She had cast no blame, and had been understanding. She felt that he had found knowledge the hard way, and saw no reason to revisit the incident. She seemed to think the matter closed. Yes, he had stumbled into darkness, but in the end, he had managed to find his way back. Jas had not expected the council to feel the same. He had expected them to threaten to take his saber, at least, but now, Master Venery. What was going on? What threat is left to face? Acolyte? Venery asked. The collective is gone. Its officers and Chief Hunter are dead. There were 3 that were not among that captured or the dead, Jas reminded the council. The Yim sisters were not found, nor was the observer, the Ansidy assassin, Urkady Dresko. At the mention of the monster's name, Vey winced. Jas could sense his master's discomfort. She had not been pleased to hear that name again. Too much history, Vey had said to him, dark and bloody history. She had not been pleased, and took the matter seriously. The council, it appeared, was not. Venery waved his hand dismissively. One assassin, the creature will be found and dealt with. Besides, Master Dieth added, anyone can take a name, the chance that this Dresko is the same one from the Jedi archives. It is most unlikely, to be sure. Vey looked at her. She had sensed Dresko's presence in Jas. Memories, she had been certain that it had been him. She wanted the council to understand. He has been thought dead before, Vey said. He was with Exar Kun when he looted Ossus, led a group of mutated Massassi against our defenders. It was believed he was left behind then, consumed in the cosmic storm that took Ossus. I hope that it was so. Vey shivered. The next time he was seen was at the side of Darth Malak. He killed several Jedi Masters in the service of the Sith, drinking them to death in the way of his people. Again, he was believed slain, that he died on a Sith warship during the Battle of the Star Forge. It has been almost 300 years, Vey, Akla reminded her. Surely, even an Ansidy would be dead by now. Vey gave the Master a cold, even look. Do not underestimate the dark side. Ansidy are very long-lived, and for one who stood at the side of the Dark Lords, such a creature should never be considered truly gone, not until we have a body laying before us. The shadows will hunt Dresko, Celia promised them. Even if this is the same creature that stood with Malak and Kun, he will find the galaxy a very small place, especially now that we are aware of his existence. I'm more concerned about who hired him, Masters, Jas reminded him, and the threats he made to the people of Bantoon. My apprentice speaks true, they agreed. Anyone who could master a creature like Dresco, that is a person we must find. It is a threat we cannot ignore. The Bantoon situation is being dealt with, Master Venery assured them both. He then turned to Jas. You need not worry about that anymore, Acolyte. In fact, you will be very busy elsewhere. Jas bowed respectfully. I suspect I will, Master. I'm most eager to return to my posting. There are many matters within the Cooper Houseian organization that require my attention. Matters that would take him to Bantoon. Jas didn't say anything about that. He didn't wish the council to interfere. He would not abandon Vesseria, and he had promised Val. I see no reason for you to return to that posting, Venery said. You have proven yourself far more capable than this council realized. He disobeyed us, Orgiston said, speaking up for the first time. He did, but in doing so saved many lives, and served this council well. It has been discussed by this body, Master Acolyte said, rising from his chair. The trials of the Jedi are harsh, and this man's were unorthodox to say the least. Yet, we cannot deny the result, Master Diet added. By locating the hostages and defeating the fallen Jedi Zark's Tech, Jas has proven that he has passed the trial of skill. The trial of flesh was passed when he escaped the trap set by the bounty hunter on Terrace, Acolyte proclaimed. And the trial of spirit was passed when Jas returned to us, when he admitted that he had faced the dark side and turned his back on it. That he chose the light over the shadow. Venery rose and went to Jas, placing his hand on his shoulder. Well done, my boy. Jas pursed his lips. He glanced over at the rest of the council. Some seemed satisfied. The majority of the council, but a few of them. Masters Orgus, Nadan, and Trace seemed confused. Vey herself even looked a bit surprised. What was going on? It is time to come home, brother, Venery said proudly. You have grown beyond the role of mere acolyte. The time has come to take your place beside your brothers and sisters. We offer you a place here, Diet said. The council offers you the level and title of Jedi Knight. A bright light should not remain in the shadows, Acolyte added. We ask you to come home, Jas Dar Bynn. Come home and take your place in the light once more, forevermore. Jas, he wasn't sure what to say. He had never thought. A Jedi Knight. Once it had been his dream, yet now, there was so much more. His family, his clan, his organization. Val. Vesseria. He didn't know what to do. It should have been easy, but it wasn't. Fortunately, he was not alone. He reached out into the sea of light, into the very force. It offered guidance and wisdom. He nodded. He understood. He smiled. The choice had never really been a choice. He knew what to do. The force had showed him. He smiled, and he answered. Chapter 27. Someone was here. The realization woke him from a sound sleep, pulling him from a sea of vivid dreams. Jas was on his feet in seconds, wide awake. Years of training, both as a smuggler and as a Mandalorian foundling, had made sure that he could awaken and be alert in moments. Such moments were often the only thing separating a person from life and death. He looked around the darkened room, but saw little. Only a few dim lights marked the doors of his bed chamber. No light came in from the outside. The safe house was fairly deep in the Coruscant cityscape. The windows that did exist in the main room were not windows at all, but screens projecting images from hollow cameras on the surface. Some clients did not feel comfortable in the mid and lower levels. These apartments were meant to accommodate that. The trapping of wealth made them decorative enough to please wealthy clients, while still enjoying the privacy that came with meeting below the skyline. The people that Co-op brought here hadn't seemed to mind. According to the reports, they had conversed openly with the organization's representatives. Most choosing to do business near the false windows, they seemed more relaxed, thinking there was a view. Such concerns did not matter to Jas, not in that particular moment. He reached out with the Force, trying to get an idea of who might have found him, who could possibly even know he was here. The clients that Co-op had brought here had never known the true location of this place. They were brought in aboard speeders with darkened viewports, and taken on a roundabout route so that the safe house's location would remain a secret. It would not have been a very good safe house if it wasn't. As for Jas, he had taken his own roundabout path to get here, just to make sure that he was not followed. Yet, he had still remained cautious, using the Force to check for any who might be trying to track him, but, at the same time, trying to keep his own presence in the Force small, not wishing to draw the attention of any Jedi that might have been tasked to follow him. Had he failed in that endeavor? The Force offered no clues. There was so much going on in mid-levels of the city, so many desires, fears, and ambitions, it was like trying to listen to a single drop of water falling on the edge of a raging river. Not an easy challenge, not when the whole neighborhood seemed to be drowning in the Force. He scooped up his weapon from the nightstand, but didn't ignite it, not yet. He stepped into the main room. Only the light from Cityscape showed, and those screens had been dimmed, conserving power. He took a deep breath and tried to center himself. He suddenly became aware of the holocam in the corner of the room. It was online, powering up, and about to move. Since he had shut the system off when he arrived, he assumed someone was trying to slice it. He took no chances. He reached out with the Force and disconnected the cam from the wall. If someone was trying to look in, they would not be able to do it that way. He made his way across the darkened room, not daring to reach out too far with the Force, waiting for his mysterious guest to make the first move. Had he been followed here? He had been so careful. As far as he knew, only a handful of people within their group knew about this place. He didn't think anyone in the organization would talk, but credits opened a lot of doors. Jas frowned. It was also possible that the person, or persons, that had found him were not Jedi or from the organization. His thoughts turned to the Ansidy and his master. It was unlikely that Dresco could have found him, but Master Vey had warned him not to underestimate such a being, or the one who might have hired him. Jas Dar Bynn did not consider himself a paranoid person, but he was careful enough not to underestimate an enemy. Speaking of which, he finally felt it, at the door. He pulled his presence even farther back, just in case he was dealing with the Force sensitive. He remained silent, listening, curious to what this uninvited guest would do next. The door beeped, the barest of warning chimes. Jas' eyes narrowed. Someone was trying to slice the door. He stepped forward, lightsaber in hand. He stood to the door's right, readying himself for whatever might be coming. He took a deep breath and let the Force in, let his light fill him up. The door opened, and a blaster rose up into the doorway. Jas tensed. His instincts told him to chop the blaster with his lightsaber, or the hand holding it. He started to raise his weapon, only to stop, the Force whispering in his ear. He acted without thought. He seized his guest by the wrist. Or tried to. The arm moved back, far quicker than he thought possible. A figure in a long cloak and hood spun into the room, firing a high side kick at his head. Jas backpedaled, taking only a glancing strike, but catching the leg on his shoulder. He pulled the attacker close, spun around, and brought them both into a hard tumble into the room. It should have left his guest breathless and unable to strike back, but that didn't happen. The two rolled into the room, struggling for dominance. Again, the blaster tried to come up, but this time he was ready. He swatted it away, and following a hard landing on the floor, his opponent's grip was not as strong as it had been. The blaster came loose, and Jas used his power to send it spinning away. Damn it, the attacker gasped. And in that moment, Jas lost his grip on the Force, causing it to flow freely again around him, alerting him to the truth. He now realized who it was, and what was happening. Uh-oh. Stop, he growled, avoiding elbows and punches. The attacker didn't seem to hear, lost in a sort of survival mode. Stop it, he repeated. Damn it, Val, it's me. The blows finally stopped. Jas reached out with the Force, turning on the lights. He found himself pinning her to the ground. He was breathing hard, his heart pounding. Char Valentine lay beneath him. Her hood had fallen away, revealing some changes that had taken place. The reddish-brown hair he remembered was gone. It had been all but shaved off, and dyed a platinum blonde. Short and spiky, from a distance, he may not have recognized her. Her electric green eyes stared up at him. Between those and the Force, he would have known her anywhere. She was also out of breath. He could feel her heart pounding through her combat suit. Neither of them moved. They simply lay there, staring at each other. Finally, it was Val that broke the spell. She chuckled. "Well," she said dryly, "it has been a while since we have been in this position." Jas looked down, realizing what she meant. He had been asleep in his room, the heat leaving him no choice but to strip down to only a pair of briefs. Once the realization would have had him blushing and sent him stammering to his feet, offering explanations. It was not needed now. He merely snorted with amusement and regained his feet. "It has been a while," he agreed, "but we both know that that cannot happen again, sadly." He offered the woman his hand, pulling her to her feet. Val sighed and shook her head. "Took me some time to find this place. When the cams I tried to slice into went down, I thought I might have some hostile company waiting for me." He could see that, and given everything that happened, understood it, but still. "How did you even know about this place, Val?" "Captain Cooper told me. He sent word that you were to be here today." Jas nodded. That made sense. He had spoken with Co-op via Holo before turning in for the evening. His clan brother had mentioned that Val and Vess had finally left their base, that the two had been dropped off at a safe location where they had met up with Aegis from House Rist. He had been happy to hear that. After what had happened on Alderaan, both men had agreed not to take any chances. Still, Co-op could have told him that Val might be coming by. That would have been nice, and avoided the impromptu wrestling match. Val slipped off her cloak, revealing the blue uniform he remembered from her time on Alderaan. She nodded thoughtfully at the apartment. "Nice place," she said. "Neighborhood is a little rough, though. The organization uses this place for secret meetings with high officials," he informed her. "Any guests are brought here in speeders with darkened windows to prevent them knowing where they are." Jas shrugged. "It is not the upper levels, but it is secure." "And it stinks," Val said, wrinkling her nose. "I expected more of the galactic capital." "The heat isn't a problem. I grew up on a hot world. But the smells down here, ugh." He chuckled at that. "The lower levels aren't as well maintained," Jas agreed. "But even that offers a degree of protection. People don't expect important things to happen down here, which is why senators and business types feel free to meet with people like Co-op and myself." Val ran her hand through her short hair, grumbling to herself. "I feel soiled just from the journey here. Even the trams were as hot as a Bantoon afternoon." "I can help with that, at least," he said. "I think there are some portable cooling units around here somewhere that should make things a bit more comfortable." He smiled, them slipping into the role of host he had played often during his time as second of the organization. "Plus, the fresher station is over there. You're welcome to make use of the shower. It's water, not sonic." She gave him a sly look, no doubt wondering if there was more to his comment, considering his state of undress. It was not entirely unwarranted. Suddenly feeling self-conscious, he made for the bedroom. "I'm going to go get changed," he informed her. "Clean yourself up, and then we will talk." She nodded, turning towards the fresher. Jas returned to his quarters to find some clean clothes. He distantly heard the door shut and the sound of running water. Well, he thought, searching for a dry shirt, that was not as awkward as it could have been. He smiled. Thanked the Force for small favors. "How is she?" It was the first question that had come to mind. He couldn't help it. Vess had left with Co-op almost 3 months ago, and he had not heard anything besides Co-op's assurance that she was fine. Val smiled as she sat down beside him, the robe she had found just a little too big for her, hiding all but her toes. The sight of her, it made him smile. Cute, the thought came unbidden. He could imagine what Val would say if she heard such a statement. She was a sworn protector of Bantoon. She was the sword and shield of the rightful queen. She was not cute. That is what she probably would have said, but that didn't make his thought untrue. Though his passions had found a new direction, his affection for Char Valentine remained. His respect for her had grown over the years, and even more so now that he had had the time to think on it during his stay at the temple. Val had been conditioned by her people, programmed to serve her mistress, but her loyalty to Ves had grown so far beyond that. Several times he had offered to try and free her from that conditioning, the system that governed her mind. He still believed that the Force was the key to that, but each time he had offered, she had refused. She would not abandon her duty. She would not abandon Ves. Jas sympathized with that. The selfless nature of her service, her desire to serve. Val's outlook was very Jedi-like, or rather, how he felt the Jedi should be. Plus, she had been so much more. It went beyond mere respect. What they had shared, she had been his first, the first time he had experienced physical love. That meeting, it had left an impression on him, and that impression went beyond mere intimacy. She had showed him so much, he could not guess what life he would have had they not met. She was a thief of hearts, and he was fine with that, more than fine. A year ago, if she had asked it of him, if she had asked him to free her so that they could be together, he would have left without thought or worry, but that was then. Now, there was Ves. After Bantoon, Ves, she, they cared for each other. That was a part of him as well. It what the protector had wanted, or, so she had said. He tried to accept that. She is well, Val informed him, but she has also been lonely. She has missed you. Jas could not entirely kill the smile that tried to come to his lips. She misses me? How long had it been since he heard those words, known that a woman missed his presence? Years, at least. Memories of terrorists and Bantoon came back to him, not as near fall to the darkness, but the intimacy that he had shared with Vesseria, and the finally consummation of that intimacy. The smell of her hair, the taste of skin, the sound she made when they. He tried not to focus on that, remain in the here and now. Val was his guest. He needed to remain here, and not think on other things. So, she has been lonely, he said thoughtfully. Hopefully, I can help with that. Val chuckled. I would thank you. Not to complain, but it was not easy hiding in close quarters with a lovesick 19-year-old. Vesseria wasn't the best company during our stay with Captain Cooper. If not for Lady Rhonda, Claude, and Fallenstar, I'm not sure I would have lasted much longer. He gave her an arch look. Lovesick. I can't really think of a better word. She shrugged. After the first few days in hiding, my queen grew irritable. She was hardly sleeping, eating little. I had to stop her several times from tracking down Captain Cooper and asking him about your welfare. He had informed us that he would know little until you emerged from the Jedi Temple, yet my queen didn't care. She was afraid that the Jedi would do something to you. All they did was keep me confined to the temple, that and interviewed me half a dozen times, trying to get a sense of what happened during my search for you and Ves. Jas sighed. I hate to admit it, but in these last few months, I had to bury what I feel for you and Vesseria. I don't think the Jedi would understand. They would have seen it as unnecessary attachment. How much did you tell them about this area, what we want to accomplish? No more than I had to, he answered. I'm sure the Council has its own plans on how it is going to deal with what is happening on your world. After Alderaan, they can no longer deny that something must be done. Val pursed her lips. She didn't look happy to hear that. So, the Jedi are coming to Bantoon. He nodded. A group will be sent to evaluate the situation there. And what are they planning to do? They will do what they can to preserve the peace. What that means depends on the Jedi involved. Several of the masters that I spoke with during my stay at the temple seemed curious about your world. Jas shrugged. The council offered me a full knighthood. I turned it down. She gave him a surprised look. That is a good thing, isn't it? Val asked. As a full knight, you would have been able to guide the order to help my queen. I would likely have never seen you or Ves again. The council would have had full control over my life if I had accepted their offer. I would have been given an official assignment, probably on the other side of the galaxy. They would have considered my closeness to the Bantoon situation as a threat to what must be, what is good for the Republic. Jas shrugged. So, I said, no. Val nodded. She seemed to understand why he needed to stand apart from the Order. So which Jedi will be sent to my home? The ones that will best serve this mission. Your brother, she inquired. I don't know. I must confess, we didn't even speak during my time at the temple. I think he blames me for what happened on Alderaan, still thinks I'm responsible for the righteous, and the end of his deal with Ves Ad. And what does your council think? As I said, they will do what they feel is best in service of the Republic and the Force. And is that good or bad for us? Jas shrugged. I wish that I could tell you. Sadly, I just don't know. Val's expression was grim. He wished he had better news, but the Jedi Order lived in his own little world sometimes. They tried to follow the will of the living force, but the rest of the galaxy often intervened. So, we do this ourselves, Val said, her eyes flashing with determination. You and Ves have a plan. We've already started, she informed him. Captain Cooper did what he could to help. She began. He offered Ves the use of his contacts that he has been trying to expand into our home world. Did he find anything useful? Yeah, Val said, placing a small object on the table in front of them. And troubling. Jas frowned. He recognized the item. It was a bounty puck, the kind given to members of the Hunters Guild. The hologram sprang to life, showing Val's face, both as she had been when they first met, as well as when she had been living on Alderaan, the image showing her with the various hairstyles she had had over the years. He looked up at the Protector. Her face was cold, her green eyes angry. I guess this explains your new look, he said, gesturing to her short blonde haircut. It is more function than about fashion. I figured I wouldn't make it too easy for any hunters that come sniffing around the Alderaan Embassy or Republica Tower, and it is yet another reason that Ves and I will not be able to stay here for long. Jas shook his head. Do we know who has posted this bounty? It is a private job. Apparently, Val said, I'm wanted for questioning regarding the death of Queen Inara V. Ves' uncle, then, he said. Or one of his loyal supporters, the Protector growled. The bounty makes no mention of Ves. Maybe my queen's enemies feel that if I was removed, it would be easier to get to her. That is not going to happen, he promised. I just got you two back. I'm not going to let some new bounty rat come out of the shadows and take you again. Val smiled. What? He asked. Nothing. It is just good to see that you are truly with us, this time. Jas shrugged. I probably should have been with you from the start, but I can't undo the past. All I can do now is try and make up for it. I will need to keep an eye out for any hunters as we proceed. He realized, fortunately, he was not without his own resources. He had made his own share of contacts within both the Fringe and Republic. He would speak with them before they made their next move, and if he was dealing with hunters. Did you ask Mary about this? She is a member of the guild. She might have some ideas. It was Fallenstar that gave me this, she said, gesturing to the puck. She got it right before she left Captain Cooper's service. That news surprised him. Mary had left. Coop had said nothing about that. Mary left the organization. Did she say why? Not to me, Val said. She did stop and say goodbye to Ves before she left. My queen tried to recruit her into our service. It couldn't hurt to have another not a Jedi on our side. She refused. She said something about needing to think, and that the true justice she served had suffered in her absence. The Protector sighed. She claimed that she was returning to her old trade, but promised that Ves and I had nothing to fear from her. She said she knew the truth, and would do what she could to keep other hunters off our scent. That was something Jas supposed. Still, he had hoped that Mirax Fallenstar would have abandoned the hunter life and returned to the Order. He had asked her to stay when he had surrendered on the collective station. She had said no, and, to be honest, she had been in no shape to face the Jedi, not after her encounter with Dresco. Jas had let Co-op take her and the others, should he have insisted that she stay. There had been a bit of tension between them. Miri had seemed to think that he had chosen her to be killed by Dresco, which he had not. Was that why she had left? Had she believed that he betrayed her? Jas hoped not. He still believed that Fallenstar was capable of saving. He needed to believe that. He looked at Val. It sounds like we are not going to have much time. That we need to start making some moves if Vess is going to regain her throne. We're already doing that, Val assured him. I was not simply hiding during my stay with Captain Cooper. I reached out to Lady Dorma, and she managed to make contact with several matriarchs on Bantoon, women that might be able to help advance Vess' claim. Do you trust them? He asked. Their names are familiar to me. They were strong supporters of Anara when the Republic first came to open up our world. They have agreed to send representatives to speak with Vess. If she can win them over to her side, we will have the beachhead we need to start making a real difference on Bantoon. What about Vess and an uncle? High General Lyran and Queen Adira remain a problem. Vess would not be safe if she returned home right now. But at the same time, the lack of an heir to the throne is a bigger concern for the matriarchy. Lord Lyran remains committed to naming his son as heir, and his off-world allies continue to support that, but Bantoon is still Bantoon. Val wrinkled her nose in distaste. We do not forget the mistakes of the past, and none wish to see a return to the days of unstable. Jas, who knew about Bantoon's history, nodded thoughtfully. Things would not be easy for Vess moving forward, but what choice did they have? If she intended to regain her throne, they had to do something. What is my part in all this? Your skills will be needed as we move forward. I don't doubt that, but, for now, your main role is to show the matriarchs that Visseria can offer an alternative to Lyran. The matriarchs already see Vess as a strong war leader. Having a paramour at her side that is also a warrior, or advisor, is key in establishing her power and what she has to offer the throne. How has Vess proven that she was a war leader? Jas had to ask. Val grinned. That was Captain Cooper's idea. Actually, he made a holo recording of Visseria on board his flagship during the battle against the Collective. That recording was given to the matriarchs who now see that my queen is capable of leading forces against an enemy that wronged her, and the fact that you rescued her from that enemy has also been released. Jas almost laughed. Smart move, co-op. He had to admit, so far, he liked this plan. Coop's help had given Vess a boost, and her people would respect that, he believed. Still, he was not sure about his place in all this. He cared for Visseria, but he still couldn't help but wonder. Could she do far better than him? What do these matriarchs that we are meeting know about me? Do they understand what kind of life I've been leading these last few years? They know that you have served both the Republic and Jedi, but that you also have allies within the galaxy's fringe elements, which will be useful as well. Val frowned. Coop's sources also found out a few things about the mining operations on my world. The moons have been infested with off-world criminal organizations. No less than 3 syndicates are now vying for control of the vice trades that have sprang up with the mining guild's arrival on Bantoon's moons. Again, Jas was not surprised. He would need to make some discreet inquiries about that. Most of the larger syndicates respected Cooper Halcyon. He might be able to make an ally or two. So, that is it, Val said, smiling proudly. The situation is far from perfect, but we do have an end, at least. She gave Jas an expectant look. What do you think? Jas' eyes narrowed. What was about to happen? It was no simple plan. There were many moving parts to this particular puzzle. It would take both time and thought. I think that it is late, he said. Definitely not the best of time to be making plans. I say we retire for the night and make our way back to Vess in the morning. We could leave now, Val offered. True, but I'm more interested in seeing if anyone is watching us. The safe house's security systems are online. I don't doubt your skills, but if you were followed, we might see who, Val finished, giving us an idea of who we might be up against, at least, as far as being on Coruscant is concerned. Jas nodded. Sometimes a bit of patience paid off. Char Valentine nodded. Through the Force, she radiated with a sense of contentment. You slip easily into the role of advisor. Vess is lucky to have you. I hope so, he replied. I'm still not sure if I'm the right person for this. Vess, she needs someone who can not only advise her, but sway new allies to her side. I'm not sure that I'm that person. The protector chuckled. The fact that you worry about such things is another reason that you had to be the one. I'm still not sure. I'm still a... She didn't let him finish. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, the sudden closeness stopping him in his tracks. For a moment, they just stood there, him holding her, and her holding him. Thank you, as she murmured softly. For what? He asked, her short hair tickling his face. For coming after us. I never got the chance to say thanks back on the station. If you hadn't saved Vess, I'm not sure what would have happened. He tried to back away, but again, she took him by surprise. She kissed him on the cheek, such a little thing, but it made the force between them flare. What could have been, and what was, it flowed around Jas in that moment, leaving him almost breathless. He shuddered. He knew what he had, and what he wanted, both before and after. Now he needed to decide exactly what that was. She slipped out of his arms then, that sly smile he desired so much gracing her lovely face. Good night, hotshot. I will see you in the morning. She slipped past him, their hands touching. Again he felt that old electricity, but it was something different now. Not hot like the fires of lust, but something deeper, more profound. I think I'm in love with Vess, he said quickly. Val paused and smiled, yet he could sense a flicker of sadness and regret in her eyes. I'm glad to hear it, she said. My queen deserves a good man at her side. He smiled then. He was not sure if he was a good man or not, but he wanted to be. He was also truthful. He had to tell her the truth. Before Vess, before Terrace, and Bantoon, if you had asked me, if you told me that you wished us to be together, I would have gone with you. I would have been what you needed me to be. She frowned. You should not say such things. His smile returned, a bit more sheepish than it was before. I think I'm in love with Visseria, he repeated, but that doesn't mean that I don't still love you. My feelings for Vess doesn't change that I care for you, that I will always be there, if you need me. Val didn't respond. She looked away. She may even have been blushing. She picked up one of the cooling units he had found, and took it with her. It would make the room comfort for the night. He stood there, wanting her to say something, to admit that she understood what he had told her. When she answered, it was barely a whisper, but he still heard it. It was something he had waited to hear almost a decade for. I love you too, she murmured, and that is why I know you will be good for my queen. She slipped into the guest room, closing the door behind her, but not before he heard one last thing. Good night. Chapter 28. The grate before the Mirax opened, flooding the dark tunnel with light. Jas winced and looked away as Val led him through. Security droids stood before the entrance, blood powered down when the protector produced a passkey from her belt. Jas tensed, but felt the danger fade as the machines powered down. Lucky us, he thought. He wondered what might have happened had Val forgotten the key. He didn't mention it to Val. She was all business. She motioned him forward. This way, she said. The lift should already be on its way down. He nodded and followed. Interesting. Jas could think of nothing else to say. Their journey had been enlightening. He turned to Val. She had been all business since they had left the safe house early this morning, the intimacy of their talk the night before fading in the face of duty and their mission. The air was different here, he noticed, the smell and oppressive darkness of the lower levels replaced with an openness. His eyes narrowed. No, it was only the illusion of openness. Though the room was spotless, the carpeted floor smelling only of cleaning supplies, he recognized this place for what it was. This chamber was not meant to exist, or rather, its existence was not to be known. He had expected for them to board a speeder and head straight for the Senate District and 500 Republica. They had not done that. Instead, Val had brought him to an abandoned warehouse in the Industrial District, and from there, underground. They had made their way through pitch-black corridors, making so many turns that even his sense of direction had been confused. Finally, they had come to a small transit car, and ridden it for an hour to this place. The lift before them hissed open, revealing even more opulence, and the gentle sound of coruscanting classical music being piped in through hidden speakers. Val motioned for him to follow, Saying nothing, he complied. The doors closed behind them, and the lift began to rise. The smoothness of the journey telling Jas all he needed to know. I can't see why you were so confident that we couldn't be followed, he told his companion. I wonder how many other secret interests the Republic has. Val merely shrugged. Nobles are the same everywhere. They like their secrets, and are willing to do much to protect them. The palace of Bantoon has its own secret entry points. It was my job to know them all during my days as security chief. And if an enemy learns of their existence, or some poor soul happens to stumble on one of these secret paths. Again, Val shrugged. There was more of a security presence than we could see. Hotshot. As I said, nobles are willing to do much to protect their secrets. He replied, not entirely pleased, but he understood. The world of the highborn was not so different from the smuggler life he was leaving behind. The organization had its secrets too. For the unwary or the ignorant, those secrets could be dangerous, and deadly. He shivered despite the heat. His adjustment to this new world would likely not be as hard as he expected. The lift quickly left the shadows of the underground behind. Soon the glass of the lift revealed the skyline of the Senate District, both the seat of government, and the Jedi Temple merely small shapes in the distance. Jas took a deep breath and smoothed out his clothes. He had considered wearing Jedi robes for this meeting, but finally decided against it, choosing instead his pants with blood stripes, a plain white shirt, and his nerf-high jacket. He did choose to wear his lightsaber on his belt, though. It was better that the matriarchs learned quickly who exactly they were dealing with. And what are you going to say when you meet them? He frowned, old insecurities trying to rise up and stifle him. This is not where you belong. Vest's world is not for you. She is not for you. You would have been wiser to have ended things after Bantoon. He tried not to dwell on those concerns. Despite what he believed, Vest was still in danger, and he had sworn to help her, keep her safe. He could do that even if she chose to end things. He would not turn craven just because he now found himself among the rich and powerful. Their world is not so different from the one co-op and I have lived in for years. He took a deep breath and centered himself. Yes, I can do this. He turned to Val, his one true ally in this. She had lived among the leaders of her world. He hoped she might have some advice. What do I say to the matriarchs when I meet them? Is there any sort of protocol that I need to remember? For the moment, leave the talking to Visaria and Lady Dorma. The matriarchs that have agreed to meet with them are taking a chance. We need to show them that not only is Vest capable of leading, but that she has taken steps to ensure that her leadership goes beyond the present day. To continue the bloodline, he said with a nod. Val nodded back. Again, he felt a tinge of nervousness. Vest's bloodline, a bloodline that she thought he was worthy of joining. That thought, it was a bit unsettling. The next generation, children. His children. The Dar Bynn family had been a part of the Jedi Order for centuries. Dozens of his ancestors had been Jedi Knights and Masters. Of course, since the fall of Exar Kun, those children had come from family members outside the Order. None of the children given to the Order had ever tried to leave and start a family, none of them. Was he to be first? It was one thing to care about Vest, but he also had to accept that if they continued down this path, if they continued in a relationship, the thought of having a family had always seemed an impossibility for him. That idea had been drilled into him since he was a young boy. Even with the vision he had seen on Alderaan, part of him had remained skeptical. Could he be that man? Would he be a good husband or father? Was anyone ever ready for it? Did Al ask those questions at such times? If Val sensed his nervousness, she didn't show it. The protector gave him a warm smile. Having a strong man at her side is part of that. The sight of you alone offers an alternative to Lyran and his cronies. Jas chuckled at that. So what you're telling me is to just stand there and look pretty. She laughed. I wouldn't be that shallow, hotshot. All I can say is, try to be yourself. Things will go smoothly from there. Jas nodded and looked over his clothes again. They were mostly dry. The speeder that had brought them here had been temperature controlled. Yet, he was still sweating. He was nervous. Relax, take a deep breath. He did that, tried to remember both his experience and his training. I got this. I can do this. The lift opened up, not inside the main building, but upon a large balcony, a terrace for lounging out under the sun. A swimming pool took up most of it. The sound of children laughing filled his ears. Lady Dormer's two young children waved to the two as they passed. Though Jas had never gotten a chance to speak with them, he had seen them a couple of times during his time staying on Alderaan. He didn't see their parents, but both a nanny droid and a lifeguard unit stood watch, just in case. Jas was happy that Vess had been reunited with her adopted family. He had made them a promise after all, before striking out in pursuit of Targose. It was pleasing to know that he had been truly successful in doing that, helping people. That is what the Jedi's true mission should have been. Val led him inside, and towards a small office area. He could hear familiar voices from up ahead. He smiled. A familiar presence filled the force, warm and inviting. Vess. It had been months, but now she was here. He was most eager to see her. The door opened, revealing both the girl and her foster mother. Dorma sat behind a small desk, while Vess paced nervously before it. The lady was dressed in the classic Alderaan style, a long flowing gown of deep crimson and gold. She looked every bit the noble that she was. Viseria was clad in a far simpler garment. Dark blue leggings, boots, a button-up shirt, and the old nerf-high jacket that Jas had given her years ago. She also wore a blaster on her hip, surprising where they were, but Jas could understand why. Dorma and Val had been working to have the galaxy see Vess as a strong warrior. She had taken credit for the destruction of the Sunset Collective, and seeing her so armed and ready to fight on, it would be a strong symbol to the nobles that had come to see her today. Plus, she looked incredible. The thought came unbidden, but he couldn't deny it. The leggings clung tightly to Vess's shapely form, the shirt was unbuttoned at the top and knotted at the bottom, showing just the right amount of skin. He couldn't deny that the sight intrigued him, but for now, he held that in check. He was here on business, not pleasure. The girl continued to pace, her energy radiating out like the light of a star. Jas could sense her excitement. For the first time, Viseria was taking real steps towards regaining her throne. Nerves were to be expected at such times. So she said, I just need to discuss the points we talked about, like we planned. Try and relax, Starfish, Lady Dorma said. Remember your teachings. You trained in both civics and government affairs. You can do this. That is easy to say, Aunt Dorma, but Jas. The girl spun away from her aunt and practically leapt at him, stopping him in his tracks. Before he could even speak, she was in his arms, her head pressed against his chest. Jas closed his eyes, the force filling with the presence of her, the smell of her hair, the warmth of her body. It almost took his breath away. The force wrapped them in warmth, despite the heat of the day. It felt comfortable. Jas sighed with contentment. If only they could have stayed this way, forever. But that was not to be. The galaxy beckoned. Val and Dorma said nothing. They merely waited for the girl to finish, to conclude this moment of greeting. Jas did nothing, having her here, memories of their time together flooding back. It was comfortable, soothing. Part of him didn't want it to end. You're here, the girl murmured, safe, thank the gods. Hey gal, he smiled, lifting her chin, looking into her smiling face, those deep blue eyes. I'm all right. I'm happy to see you. Vess leaned in and kissed him, a sweet chase kiss hello. It warmed him, he returned, it, wanting to pull her tighter, offer her more. Behind him, Val smirked. Lady Dorma said nothing, but at the same time, showed no sign of surprise through the force. She knows, Jas realized. He had hoped to approach the risks and make a formal declaration of his intentions towards the girl, but it seemed that that might not be necessary. He couldn't say if that was good or bad. Welcome, Sir Jas, Dorma said with a gentle smile. It is good that you have returned. It is my honor, he replied as Vess left his arms to stand beside him, close beside him, their hands barely touching. It was no secret how she felt. not to anyone with eyes. I didn't get the chance to thank you for what you did," the lady continued. "You brought my daughter back to me, fulfilled every promise you made when Vess and her protector were taken." The lady bowed her head respectfully. "House Rist and all of Bantoon is in your debt." "I did my duty," he answered. "It was an enemy of mine that took them, revenge against me, as much as it was to serve Viseria's enemies." "And now, those enemies are gone," Val added. "Now we must turn our attention to the matters of Bantoon. Viseria will never truly be safe as long as her aunt and uncle sit the throne." "4 matriarchs have arrived," Vess informed him, "as well as Brother Oswell of the Gods' Temple." The girl grinned brightly. "My people are beginning to listen." "Only 4, he thought to himself. If he recalled correctly, there were over 40 matriarchs that ruled over Bantoon. 4, that was nothing in the larger scheme of things. Can these few matriarchs truly help Vess claim? He had to ask. "Alone, no," Dorma said, "but it is a start, and having the ear of the faith is never a bad thing. Great things can grow from small beginnings. These are not the most powerful of the matriarchs, but they are greatly respected. If they can be convinced to support Viseria, then others will surely follow." Jas nodded. He could almost see his master's face, hear her words from one of his early lessons. A single snowflake falling on a mountain in just the right place could help start an avalanche. "Never underestimate the small things, my padawan." He would trust in Vay's wisdom, as he always had. He nodded and bowed again. "I'm ready to help," he said, his hand moving around Vess' waist, pulling her closer. "Then follow me," Lady Dorma said, rising. "They're waiting." The main room of the Rist's apartment had been converted into a small meeting hall, the furniture pushed against the walls, with a large table in the center, a table that had been fitted with a military-style hollow plate showing scenes of the planet Bantoon and its moons. The 4 nobles stood around it, talking amongst themselves. At each of the room's 4 corners stood an armed guard, men and women clad in armor similar to Val's, or perhaps her armor was meant to be similar to theirs. Sworn protectors, he realized. The matriarchs had each brought their personal bodyguards. He wondered if Val knew any of them. Perhaps they had trained together before being chosen to serve their respected mistresses. He would need to ask her about that later. As for the matriarchs, they had a uniform of their own. All of them wore a similar gown, each displaying the same decorative pin, a symbol of their position, Jas supposed. Beyond that, the 4 were quite different. The first was a small elderly woman, her dark hair frosted with gray. The second was muscular with dark skin, her short black hair flowing in braids down to her shoulders. The third looked to be in her mid-40s, with sandy strawberry blonde hair. She looked similar to Vess, leading him to believe she was likely of the Istillo family as well, a distant cousin perhaps. The 4th matriarch was young, perhaps Vess' age, or younger, with dark blonde hair, green eyes, and a wide, merry smile. That smile grew even larger when she saw Vess. The young queen at his side brightened under the other girl's regard. It was safe to say that they knew each other. As Vess approached them, a small fatherly-looking man rose from his seat behind the eldest matriarch, clad in robes and wearing a long chain. Vess nodded to him and then to the noble women at his side. "Matriarchs, Brother Oswell," Vess called out with a smile. "Welcome to Coruscant." The women nodded while the man stepped towards them, his curly black hair and beard streaked with gray, his brown eyes warm and intelligent. He stopped before Viseria. "May the gods smile upon you, child," he said, bowing respectfully. Vess grinned. "Brother Oswell, it has been a long time." "Indeed," the man said. "Now, if you will permit me, my dear, would you allow me to see your left arm?" Jas looked over at Vess, curious what was going on. She chuckled. "Looking for something in particular, brother?" "Yes," he replied. The girl did as he asked, rolling up her sleeve, and showed him the inner side of her arm. The older man reached out, turning it just so, finding a small scar just above the elbow. He smiled. "You remember how you got this mark?" "Yes." "Yeah," she answered. "I borrowed one of the palace pages' wind sailors when I was 9. I went up too high, and well, I crashed. I remember, Brother Oswell said, we heard your cries throughout the palace. Actually, I didn't cry at all. I was frightened, though. I knew my mom would be mad at me. You were the first to arrive, to find me. You comforted me, and helped to set the bone yourself. And I spoke up for you, reminding Her Grace that she did such things as a girl. Your mother accepted my reasoning without complaint. But not all at once, and she still grounded me for a month, Vess reminded him. I remember, the brother said with a wistful look. Do you remember what happened next? What I said to you after we were sure that you were okay? Vess shrugged. You said the spin that I managed at the end was impressive, but that you need to work on your landing theory. The old man chuckled. Warmth radiated out of him through the force. He bowed his head again. Your Grace, he said, it is so good to see that you are both safe and alive. The brother's pronouncement was all it took. The two younger matriarchs came forward and embraced Vesseria, the youngest of the pair, squealing excitedly. I knew you weren't dead, she exclaimed. From the moment we heard you were alive, I knew it was true. Thank you, Tabi, Vess said, then turning to the red-haired matriarch. Thank you for coming, Aunt Charis. In my father's name and memory, I thank you. Matriarch Charis smiled. You are my brother's child. What else could I do but come when you call for aid? The woman's words pleased Vesseria, but Val remained cold, her demeanor icy, especially when she turned to face Brother Oswell. Val frowned. You would test your queen, Brother Oswell. You didn't believe that it was her. The brother did as we asked, protect her, the oldest of the matriarchs said. And what exactly did you hope to learn, Matriarch Bedoria? That we had not been tricked, protect her, the older woman replied. She sighed and shook her head. Since the loss of our Nera, several young women have shown up on Bantoon in the last decade, claiming to be Vesseria returned. They came, usually with the backing of others, supported by this noble or that merchant. All those girls were proven to be imposters by now. Our people are used to such false hopes. And what became of those girls, Matriarch, Vesseria asked? Were any of them punished for their deception? Public confessions were shown over the hollow net, Your Grace. The people responsible for those attempts were given light prison sentences, are fined, and the girls returned to wherever it was they had been found. Extremely light sentences for such a deceit, Vess said, her eyes falling on the dark-skinned matriarch. Do you have any explanation for such behavior, Matriarch Honoria? Your Grace, the woman answered. Visseria's eyes narrowed. I remember you. Many a time you visited my mother while I played in her office. You were her minister of law. What do you make of these false princesses? Why would my aunt and uncle be so light on them? The other woman frowned. She didn't like being called out, perhaps, but she did answer her queen. If I had to guess, knowing now that you still live, I would say that the appearance of at least one of these impostors were staged. Someone desiring to discredit the return of our true queen by presenting them with false hope and then dashing those hopes. Vesseria gave her an icy smile. Someone. The matriarch didn't respond. None of them did. They didn't need to. It didn't take much to think about who might profit from such a gambit, who could have made sure that the people knew. Vess sighed and shook her head. What is in the past is in the past, she said. Now, my ladies, are we ready to begin? We await one other, Matriarch Bedoria said. Hutlo asked to join us by hypercom. He should be contacting us shortly. That announcement drew Val's attention. Her eyes widened. Baron Hutlo wished to be involved in this. The old matriarch smiled. He is one of the most successful merchants on Bantoon, protector. Not to mention one of the main voices behind our sworn protectors. Why wouldn't he wish to be involved in the succession? Jazz's eyes narrowed. Val had mentioned Baron Hutlo during their time together on Alderaan. Officially, he was simply the money man behind the Sworn Protector program, but he was often seen by the protectors, choosing to be visible during their training. A powerful ally for Vess cause, to be sure. This Baron does know that hypercom signals can be traced, Jazz said. I can't imagine that he would want to be linked to this meeting, not by the High General. The older woman looked at him for the first time. She gave him a cool look. Hudlow is no fool. We spoke of this before we left home. He assured us that his signal will not be traced, and that we will be able to speak freely. Matriarch Honoria turned to Jas, her expression curious. Who is this young man, Viseria? Why is he at your side? Before Ves could answer, the hypercom on the table blinked and beeped. Matriarch Charis was the closest to the controls and pressed the button to receive the signal. The space between Honoria and Bedoria filled with the shimmering blue hologram of a man dressed in finery. He stood a good head taller than both Jas and the women around him. He regarded each with a cold, careful gaze. Baron Hudlow, Ves said with a nod, in my mother's name, I welcome you. Though clearly in the later years of life, the Baron still cut an imposing figure. He stood straight and tall. His beard neatly trimmed and his gray hair slicked back. Small dark glasses hid his eyes. Those lenses perched on a nose that was slightly bent, broken at some point, and never properly fixed. He looked upon Ves and smiled. He gave her a slight bowing greeting. A child flees her home, frightened and alone. The Baron's voice was cultured. He spoke with a slight accent of Bantoon, but another one as well, one that Jas couldn't place. The Baron's smile grew wider. And now, a young woman seeks to return, a woman whose eyes are familiar to me. I remember them well. Queen Inara may be lost, but her fire remains. It burns behind the eyes of her daughter and heir. Welcome, Viseria. It is good to see that you still draw breath. The Baron bowed again, and then looked around, though he should only have been able to see what was inside the hollow field. Is Protector Valentine there? I would like to speak with her. Val almost leapt into the hollow field, quickly snapping to attention. Lord Baron, she said, standing like a soldier. The old man chuckled. I cannot say how you survived the death of your original mistress, Protector, but I'm grateful that you have. Viseria could not have asked for a better guardian. Yes, sir, Val said. Thank you, sir. The Baron nodded thoughtfully. He turned to the matriarchs. As you can see, dear ladies, the Sworn Protector program remains secure. The system is strong, perfect, and always wins. The system always wins. Every Sworn Protector in the room parroted the Baron's words, even Val, in unison, and in the flat monotone one would expect of a droid, not a person. Jas was not happy to see that. He looked at Val. Her eyes seemed strangely glassy, just like the other protectors. She is a woman, damn it, he wanted to snarl at the Baron, a human being. How dare you smile when speaking of turning people into living droids? He almost voiced that opinion, but pulled back at the last second. His words would do no good, he feared. Plus, he didn't wish to distract either Ves or the matriarchs, so he held his tongue for now. There would be time to discuss Val and the protectors later. For now, they needed to focus on Bantoon, freeing it from the usurpers that had stolen it. Everything else could wait. The Baron now turned his attention to Jas, those eyes hidden behind a pair of glasses, two lifeless doll's eyes in the face of a powerful nobleman. And who is this? He asked. To stand at the right hand of our queen, he must be important to her. It was Ves that answered. Friends, allow me to introduce Jas Dar Bynn, a knight of Bantoon, and my most trusted advisor. May the force be with you all, Jas said, bowing to his queen's guests and potential allies. He didn't fail to notice Ves referred to him only as her advisor, nothing more. He wasn't sure how to take that, but his Jedi training held firm. Ves knew what she was doing. He would not second-guess her. The youngest matriarch, the one Ves called Toby, grinned. Your advisor. Yes, Ves answered. The girl giggled. Clearly, she thought that he was more, and she would be right. What that was, Jas couldn't say, not yet. Brother Oswell looked him up and down, his eyes finding the lightsaber on his belt. The man frowned. He suddenly seemed worried. That is a laser sword, the holy man exclaimed, a Jedi weapon. This man is a Jedi. Matriarch Charis gasped. Matriarch Bedoria frowned. Dorma said that Viseria had allied herself with a smuggler, She said nothing about him being a Jedi. I am no knight of the Order, Jas informed them. I am trained in the ways of the Force, but... Matriarch Honoria stepped back, reaching for the knife on her belt. He knows the power of the Revan red blades that tried to enslave our people. Powers that nearly destroyed us in the days before Bela the Bold. Jas reached out with the Force, trying to soothe the matriarchs. He had no desire to invest campaign before it even began. I am no enemy. I have sworn to aid Viseria, and will not stop until she finds what she seeks. Ves turned to Honoria, her expression angry. It was Sir Jas that plucked me from the Bantoon spaceport 8 years ago. It was he, and his crew, that saw me safely to Alderaan. He has saved my life many times since. He is no enemy to me, you, or Bantoon. Ves looked over her nobles, her eyes flashing. And I do not take kindly to anyone who would insult him. It was rare that he had her steel in the girl's voice, but in that moment, he saw it, the power of the Aestilis. Damn, Jas thought. It wasn't his lover Ves that had spoken, it was Queen Viseria 9. Her words had surprised the nobles as well. He could sense the tension in the room. It would not take much for the matriarchs to decide that Ves' cause was not worth it. They could choose to leave, and that was the end of it. I've endangered her mission, he realized. I should not have come. He struggled to think of something to say, but it ended up being unnecessary. Baron Hutlow spoke up first. Friends, do not let the past sabotage the future. I know nothing of this man, besides what I've heard from Lady Janice, and the contacts that Lady Dorma has used to spread Ves tales on our world. He smiled at Jas. We should not make snap judgments, not until we know more. The man was a smuggler, Hutlow, Bedoria said. The Baron merely shrugged. One man's smuggler is another's independent trader. As a young man, I also dabbled in similar affairs. I was accused of being a smuggler then, and much worse. Hutlow snorted in amusement. Smuggler is such a loaded word, but I do not blame one who was once finance minister for using it. Matriarch Bedoria grumbled but fell silent, conceding the point to the man. He once again turned his attention to Jas. As for being a Force user, before settling on Bantoon I traveled far and wide across the galaxy, and I saw many amazing things. What the Force can do is not unknown to me, or those who wield it, and not all of those that I have known have been Jedi, nor have they been enemies. The Baron shook his head. He once again looked at Val. Protector Valentine, can this man be trusted? Yes, Baron, she replied quickly. I trust him with my life. And mine, Viseria added. Jas has sworn to protect me, and has proven it many times. Then, I see no reason to revisit this matter, the old man said with a shrug. I will trust our Queen's wisdom. She says that Sir Jas is with us, so I shall accept that it is so. Jas looked at the hologram, unsure of what to say. He tried to reach out with the Force. Reading a hologram was not easy, though. Sometimes a Jedi could sense the emotions of a person over such a link. Sadly, he was not skilled enough to do so here. He was grateful for the man's words, but his emotions were hidden, shrouded by distance perhaps. Perhaps. Friends, Viseria said, interrupting any further argument, we cannot forget why we have gathered. The future of our world is at stake. My niece speaks true, Cherries agreed. Any argument here aids Adira and her lord husband. The rule of law on our world is being threatened by outsiders. Will we stand idly by while what it means to be Bond is disregarded, cast down, and forgotten? Our people's destiny handed to High General Lyran and his Republic friends. Yet, we must be cautious, Honoria added. As you say, the High General has powerful friends, and would like nothing better than to classify those that speak against him as traitors. It is more than that, Honoria, Matriarch Bedoria sighed. Lyran has always been popular among our fighting men, and has used them to secure several of our cities, and now, with Republic and Mining Guild support, he is even stronger. Plus, there are the Jedi, Matriarch Toby said. Adira addressed the matriarchy. She said that the Jedi were coming, that they would ensure her rule. Jas wasn't sure what to make of that. As far as he knew, the council had made no decision on the matter of Bantoon. He couldn't believe that they would act so, not without good reason. High General Lyron has powerful friends, and made many allies in the matriarchy and faith. Brother Oswell said, those allies will not abandon him without reason. The right of succession and the rule of law might not be enough to unseat him. Honoria added. The holy man turned to her. Are you suggesting revolution? Open war in the streets? I will not condone a civil war in my name, Viserys stated. The nobles looked at her, and at each other. Jas could sense the uncertainty they all felt, and now they looked to Ves for support, their queen. She gave them a sly smile. There are alternatives to war. Sir Jas has shown me that. We simply have to find the right one. And how do we do that, Your Grace? The Baron asked. We have already started. Baron, the young queen motioned them to come in closer, even Jas and Val. They looked up at the map before them, Bantoon and his moons. It looked impossible, Jas thought, but remembered that nothing was impossible through the power of the Force. He trusted in it. It had drawn him back to Ves, and he would trust her. Now, she said, standing proudly before them, her voice calm and sure, the voice of a queen. We can begin. Chapter 29. That is all we have right now, Jas. Hopefully it works out for you. He rubbed his eyes and groaned slightly, grateful that he finally had something, and even more grateful that he could finally get up away from this console. It had been hours, but finally he had something. Thanks, Tess, he said with a sheepish smile. I owe you one. Tessa Calican smiled, or rather, her hologram did. He could only guess where the organization's comm officer was working from. He had been out of touch with them for too long now. He rubbed his eyes again. Even closed, he could see the blue flicker of hypercom signals. He had been at this for well. It felt like an eternity. But finally, he had something that could prove useful. Be careful on this one. Okay, Tessa said. The lizards aren't going to like you poking around in their business. I just need a single piece of information from them, he assured her. After that, I'm out of the business for good, and onto something better. He sighed. Provided that I haven't messed everything up. Tess gave him a concerned look. Why? What happened? Ves isn't happy. I understand her reasons, but... Jas shrugged. A fatalistic laugh escaped his lips. I've only been back in her life a few hours, and already we had a fight. A fight. Tess sounded surprised. About what? This actually, he replied. Not that I blame her. He shook his head. No, he didn't blame her at all. You can't ask this of me. You can't. Jas looked down at the floor, not wishing to meet the girl's eyes. He understood, he did, but... This may be the way. Ves, he said in his most soothing voice. The only way. The girl shook her head. She paced angrily. It can't be, she murmured, if this is what we have come to. How can you expect me to do this? She stopped and glared at him. What does it make me if I choose to go down this path? A queen, he answered. She snorted and shook her head. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm, to remember his training. She had to see that they had no other choice. This was the only way. They were back in the small office that Ves and Dorma had been in when they arrived. The matriarchs had retired to their quarters to dine and prepare for an evening with the Alderaani ambassador. Dorma sat at her desk, while Val stood near the door, saying nothing, simply awaiting her queen's orders. Jas had hoped for the Protector's support on this. She knew how the galaxy worked. Surely she could see the wisdom in trying this idea. What else can we do? Jas had wondered. It seemed like the only option. They had spoken with the matriarchs for almost 3 hours and had gotten nowhere. They had discussed every idea that they could think of, any plan that might lead Viseria to her mother's throne. The only question was how to do it without tearing apart the world that Ves was born to lead. They had found no real solution. The matriarchs all agreed that the right of succession and the rule of law supported Viseria's claim. The problem was proving that to the rest of the matriarchy and winning their support. Adira II and her husband High General Lyron had been in power for almost a decade now, and had worked tirelessly to remove any trace of the old guard that could oppose them. Past impostors, removed nobles, and the wealth of the mining guild combined to make a near impenetrable wall, blocking the return of the queen. It had fallen to this small band of nobles, holy folk, and the young queen to find a way through it. Matriarch Toby, Vess's best friend in childhood, had suggested going into the palace's medical databanks. Genetic samples of all nobles born on Bantoon were kept there, and could verify that Vesseria was who she said she was, proving that she had the right to order her aunt and uncle to stand down. Baron Hudlow had shot down that plan easy enough. He reminded them all that the High General had had access to those gene banks for the last decade, and seriously doubted that those samples had not been tampered with. Any attempt to use them would show that Vess was yet another imposter, only, this time, she would not be given a slap on the wrist like her predecessors. No, this time, she would be executed, as an example to all others. The matriarch withdrew her plan. She acknowledged that it wouldn't work. Matriarch Honoria suggested that Vess call the banners of House Astillo, the ancient agreement that all the matriarchs had upheld since the reunification centuries ago. Even if only half of them supported Vess, it would be enough to make the government reconsider its stance. Vess refused to do it. She believed that such a move would lead to civil war, and even if she and her forces were successful, Lyran's off-world allies would request Republic aid, calling her a usurper, possibly even bringing the Jedi into the fight on Adira's side. She would not risk it. Matriarch Bedoria, finance minister under both Vess' mother and grandmother, suggested the use of a work stoppage. She had many friends among the trading guilds, and thought such a protest might be enough to get the matriarchy to consider Vess' claim. Baron Hudlow reminded her that most of the Republic's interests on Bantoon were confined to the mining operations on the moons. A work stoppage on the planet would do little to discourage Adira's allies, and could possibly push any matriarchs currently on the fence of Visseria's claim into the Adira camp. Again, the plan was withdrawn. Matriarch Cherries offered to seek to win the office of First Matriarch in the coming election, using Visseria's endorsement and the aid of Bedoria's allies. She thought it possible that she could win, and bring a formal vote of no confidence in Adira's leadership. Both Bedoria and Honoria disagreed. The election was not for another year and a half, and on top of that, Lyran had moved many supporters into places that could adversely affect any attempt to oust him by the matriarchy. Again, it could lead to civil war. Cherries promised to continue her political ambitions, but would not bring up Visseria's name. Any plan there was put on hold. It would take too long, and it would give Adira and her husband more time to remove Vess from the board, which meant more assassination attempts, more bounty hunters coming for the girl. Jas didn't want that. There was always a chance one would get lucky. Then, he would lose Vess and Val both. No, he saw no value in waiting. Brother Oswell suggested a compromise, that Visseria approach her aunt and make a deal with her. That Visseria would remain in exile, provided that her aunt named any female child of Vess as the future heir, as a means of correcting the course of succession and stabilizing the monarchy. None of the matriarchs liked the idea, and once again, Baron Hudlow played Sith's advocate, saying that the only way that Adira would accept such a plan was if Visseria turned over any female heir to her, thus the girl would not be an heir, but a hostage that would die swiftly if Adira and Lyran had a daughter of their own. Such a move would devastate our queen, the Baron said, but even if Adira was not able to give Lyran an heir, the chance of them turning any of Visseria's children against her is equally a problem. Children in such circumstances would become mere puppets for the current regime, and that is something we should avoid. Yes. Jas watched the Baron very closely during the meeting. The merchant, though having no plans of his own, was proven to be a good sounding board, but seemed far too committed to the status quo. Jas might have wondered why he was here, but experience had taught him enough. He could see the reason, even though it was left unsaid. Hudlow represented the Sworn Protector program. He had made his wealth, status, and fame on his success. He was here to protect that interest, should Vess succeed in winning back her throne. The man was here to protect his position, nothing more, but that didn't mean that they could afford to alienate him. Vess listened to each of these plans in turn, but still, Jas could feel her frustration growing. The hope she and Dorma had felt by arranging this meeting dwindling with each failed plan. As for Jas himself, there was only one topic that the matriarch sought to discuss with him: the chance of Jedi involvement. For months now, Adira had spoken many times in interviews and addresses to the matriarchy, promising that the Jedi would intervene on the side of progress if any troublemakers decided to oppose her work at bringing the Republic and Bantoon closer. Meanwhile, her husband Lyran courted the favor of those that distrusted outsiders, assuring them that Bantoon culture would be protected. The Queen and her husband proved quite cunning, playing both sides against the middle, maintaining their grip on power. Jas, for his part, could not assure the matriarchs that the Jedi would not intervene against Ves. His brother remained involved in the Bantoon situation, or so rumors at the temple had suggested. Had he convinced enough of the council to view Viseria as a usurper? Would they choose politics over the rule of law? He couldn't say for sure. Jas looked over at Ves. He could see the tension in her back, the set of her jaw. He wished he could take her in his arms, let her know she was not alone. He almost pounded the desk in front of him in frustration. It was crazy. Ves was the rightful heir. Yet, she was being blocked at every turn. Any attempt to prove that she was the heir would be met with harsh resistance. My friends, Brother Oswell had said, it seems that we will need to ask our gods for aid. A miracle alone may be the only thing that will help sway our people now. It had been in that moment that Jas had gotten the idea. If they could not appeal to the gods of Bantoon, maybe they could make a deal with a demon. They had been so focused on proving Viseria's claim that they had not realized that there was another way to come at this problem. Rather than try to prove Viseria's validity, why didn't they go after Adira and Lyran's claim? He had broached this topic to the matriarchs, but they seemed unconvinced. After almost 8 years, the High General had all but erased any trace of wrongdoings on his part during his wife's ascension. Several key nobles that had been involved had vanished in the years since those events, and it was likely that any evidence committed to paper or holographic format had been destroyed or erased. No, they would find no evidence of wrongdoing on Bantoon, nothing that they could bring before the matriarchy. What about off-world? He had suggested. That had gotten the nobles' attention. Jas requested a recess. He needed to speak with Viseria and Val alone. What he had to suggest would have to be their decision, but it would not be pleasant. Lyran had used off-worlders to carry out his plan. The mining guild people were untouchable, but there was one final group that wasn't. It would be to these that they would reach out. Viseria would need convincing. She would not like this. The Red Eclipse. Jas nodded, but he could already tell what Ves thought of the idea. She didn't say the pirate group's name. She spat it out like with something diseased, a curse upon the galaxy. The girl's eyes narrowed. You would have me go to the very people that murdered my mother, that killed my father. The Eclipse made a deal with Lyran, or someone in his government. If we can prove that, it may be the first step in unseating him. Jas said. He shook his head. It is not the best situation, I know, but it might win you the support you need. A shudder ran down the girl's spine. She turned away from Jas, looking out the window. He could feel the anger radiating off her. The thought of going to those that had hurt her, it was repellent. Jas, however, feared it was the only option. They needed evidence of the High General's wrongdoing. This, it may have been the only way to find some. Lady Dorma had joined them, once again sitting at the small desk. The noble frowned as Jas offered up his plan. She didn't seem convinced either. Would these pirates have kept such records, Sir Jas? From what I've heard of the Red Eclipse, they are not the type to leave a trail of their wrongdoings. The individual crew that carried out the attack would not, he agreed, but those that acted as a go-between, the ones that were approached about the deal they would have been foolish not to have taken precautions. Char Valentine nodded. She, having grown up on the fringe, knew what he was talking about. You're thinking a blackmail file, right? Not a Jedi. Jas nodded. I'm sure the transitions don't call it that, but yeah. I doubt that Lyran and his allies paid them up front. They would want some type of record should the one who hired them decide not to pay up after the job was done. Or in case the people that did the hiring tried to silence them after the fact, Val added, they would have hidden such information, said it to come out had the mining guild or Lyran blame them for what happened, and choose to simply off them as scapegoats. The Protector sighed. I suppose it is possible. Having such a file would be good leverage, should Lyran or anyone else choose to shift the blame totally on the pirates' heads. So, it is possible, is that not right, Protector? Dorma asked. Val nodded again. Yeah, my lady, I think it is. The Protector sighed. The only real problem I see with this plan is if the High General had nothing to do with what happened to Anera, if he simply let his mining guild friends handle the matter. If that was the case, the evidence of the Queen's death would not help us. Jas was about to respond to that, but Dorma beat him to it. The noble woman smiled. Actually, Protector, that would be even better. Lyran and Adira have been playing the people against each other for years. She defends the off-worlders, while he plays to the traditionalists. If the traditionists in the matriarchy were to find out that the Queen's off-world allies had assassinated her sister, they might start to question Lyran's commitment to preserving the Bond way of life. Add into that the fact that he is pushing to name his son heir, Val added, it might be enough to start things rolling. The matriarchs we have here could gain many allies, perhaps enough to move for a no-confidence vote in Adira. Val smiled slyly. She turned to her queen, who was staring out the window. We could win you back your throne without firing a single blaster bolt. Jas looked at Vess. She was so quiet, but around her the force seethed like boiling water. She doesn't want to do this. He didn't need his powers to tell that. He didn't blame her. The Red Eclipse had tried to kill them all, but if there was even a chance that this might help, wasn't taking that chance worth the risk? Could you do this, Sir Jas? Dorma asked him. Could you reach out to these creatures, see what they may know? Vess spun around, her blue eyes radiating pain. I can't believe what I'm hearing, she said, looking back and forth between her foster mother and her protector. You both like this idea, don't you? You think it is the only way. Starfish, please, Dorma said warmly. You heard the matriarchs. There is no way to unseat your uncle, not without bloodshed. If Sir Jas can deliver proof about your mother's assassination. The idea has merit, my queen, Val shrugged, if we can prove the Transitions acted on your uncle's orders. Vess' eyes narrowed. No, she hissed. Vesseria, Dorma said. No, Vess repeated, shaking her head. I will not look to my mother's killers for help. Laying down with such dogs, who knows what vermin would find their way onto my back. No, I can't do it. We should at least let Sir Jas look, Dorma suggested, if you still don't wish to do this. Jas stepped forward. If you don't want to do this, I won't. This has to be your choice, Visseria. You are going to be the queen. Don't throw this away out of turn, Vess. Val advised, for the first time, we may finally have something to hurt your uncle with. The Red Eclipse might be able to. To do what? The girl demanded. Vess, the Protector said, please. No, Vess repeated. I will not go to these murderers like a common criminal. I won't be like me. Jas asked the question, and when he looked at Vess, he could sense her anger directed at him. She was enraged that he would suggest such a thing, and even more angry that he had the skills to make it work. She was angry at him. His eyes narrowed. He was insulted. Was that what she saw when she looked at him, when she really looked at him? A common criminal. His own temper flared. He glared at the girl, and she glared right back. She was being foolish, prideful, and foolish. He was about to tell her as much. Vess looked away. Her anger continued to seethe, but she held it in check. It took all his Jedi training not to walk up to her and turn her around, demand to know if that is how she saw him, a lowly criminal. Vess hugged herself. She continued to face the window, not wanting to meet his eyes, any of their eyes. He felt both fear and anger. She was shocked to have spoken so to him, but her pride would not permit her to take it back. Finally, she sighed. Do it, she hissed. Vesseria, Dorma asked. Do it, Jas, she repeated. Reach out to your contacts. I promise nothing but. The girl didn't finish. Perhaps she didn't trust herself to do so, not without starting a real argument with him. He was tempted to tell her to forget it, to storm out, but he didn't. His Jedi calm and the promise he had made to the girl held him there. As you wish, Your Highness, he said with a slight bow. He turned without another word. Again, he didn't trust himself to not say something he would regret. He was angry, furious, but he was also scared. He swallowed hard. Is it over already? He found himself remembering Corellia, the look of anger and betrayal in Prine's eyes. He had lost one girl because she could not accept who he was. Had he just lost another? Had he failed again? He couldn't say. He just didn't know. He explained all this to Tess. He had just spent the last few hours checking with all their contacts, anyone who might have or had dealings with the Red Eclipse. He had hoped to speak with Co-op, ask his opinion, but his clan brother had not been able to talk. He was currently in seclusion. Rhonda was expected to go into labor any day now. Coop wanted to stay at her side, without interruption. Hearing that made Jas again question his choice to leave the organization. Coop was about to become a father. He wondered if he should be there. He wondered if he was being selfish by coming here, and if he had messed everything up, and all with a single angry word. Where's Vess now? Tessa asked. Out with Val and her Lady Dorma. The matriarchs are guests of the Alderani delegation. They are holding a party in their honor. Jas shook his head. So, tell me, Tessa, did I screw up my life again? Is this just like Corellia? His shipmate and friend pursed her lips. He could tell that she was thinking. Jas winced. He feared what she might say when she finally decided to answer. He feared that Vess would ask him to leave when she got back tonight. That he would be alone again, left to deal with the realization that he should never have come here. They didn't invite you along? Tessa asked. Val and I agreed it was best that I remain here. That way I could work in solitude, and Vess could have a chance to cool off. He gave his friend a pained look. Please, Tess, he repeated. Tell me that I didn't ruin everything again. She gave him a sympathetic smile. You want my honest opinion? Yes, please. The comm officer sighed. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm thinking that you are making a battleship out of a tramp freighter. Jas' eyes narrowed. You think that I'm overreacting? I told you what happened, what I felt. She said some harsh words in anger. It happens from time to time, Jas. Tessa rolled her eyes. Relationships are not easy. Jas, people don't just get along all the time, and they don't have the benefit of learning to control their emotions like a Jedi. Again, his old friend smiled. I understand why you are worried. What happened on Corellia? It is understandable that you would be a little blaster shy about being in a relationship. But I felt it, Tessa. Her anger. It sounds like she was more angry at the idea than at you. His friend shook her head. James, you are going to fight with your girlfriend from time to time. It happens. Seska and I fight all the time, and we don't break up because of it. We're not talking about you and your wife. We are talking about. Jas blinked. Girlfriend, he said. I don't know. Tessa gave him a knowing smile. He stopped and sighed. There was no reason to deny it now, was there? He gave her a sheepish look. Who told you? Vess, well, you just confirmed it. Thanks for that, by the way. He blinked again. Vess told you. She nodded. During her stay with us, she pulled me aside, and we had a nice talk, woman to woman. Jas almost whimpered. Should I be worried about what you talked about? I don't think so, his friend replied. We spoke about you and your likes and dislikes. She asked a few questions about Pran, but that was just a young woman sizing up the competition, I think. Tessa chuckled. She adores you, you know that, right? She had a crush on you when she was a girl, but now that she is a woman, I think you are both free to make your choices. She certainly made her choice clear to me. All of her questions when we talked were how she could be more appealing to you. I think she is worried that she is unworthy of your attention. That surprised him. Vess, unworthy of me. Tess gave him a sly look. I'm not sure what happened when you two were out looking for Val, but it is clear to anyone with eyes that our dear little Vess has staked her claim on you, and that she has fallen harder than she may be willing to admit. I doubt she would just throw that away over a single argument. Tess gave him a curious look. How does Val feel about this? It was she that suggested that I get to know Vess as a woman, he answered. I still care about Val, but her mission and programming make any relationship chance between us almost impossible. Tess nodded. She didn't push him further on Val, which he was grateful for. That was yet another sensitive subject. He was not ready to explore it. Not yet, anyway. He gave his friend a sheepish smile. So what do I do now? That is between you and Vess, I think, she answered. Do you want things to continue between you two? Jas nodded. He didn't want things to end, and not simply because he promised to help her. He wanted to see if they had a chance. If she found someone better, he would step aside, but he didn't want things to end like they had with Prin. He wasn't sure if he could handle that. Should I apologize to her? I don't think you really did anything wrong, but if that's what it takes, you should consider it. All I can say is try to be sensitive, listen to her, and do what you feel is right. He nodded, but could not entirely kill the sense of nervousness he felt. What had happened with Prin on Corellia still haunted him. He didn't want to go through that again. Thanks, Tess, he said. Tell that wife of yours I said hello, and give my regards to Rhonda and Co-op. Let them know that they are in my thoughts, as well as the little one. His friend nodded. Good luck, Jas, both with your mission and Vess. She chuckled. Though you don't believe in luck, do you? Well, in that case, I guess I should say, may the Force be with you. He nodded. And with you. The call ended, and his friend vanished from the hypercom. Jas sighed and sat back in his chair, thinking about what Tess had said, that in the information that she and his other contacts had offered. It wasn't bad, truth be told, he could. He paused, realizing suddenly he wasn't alone and hadn't been for a while. He looked over his shoulder. Char Valentine stood there, clad in her full armor. She gave him a warm smile. Smart lady, that Tessa, she said. Talk about the wisdom of the matriarchs. She is not a fool, that is for sure, he agreed, suddenly wondering how much she had heard. She didn't seem sad or insulted. That was good, he supposed. Do you need something? He asked. I was going to ask you the same question, the protector replied. The droid in the hall said you have been in here since we left. That was 5 hours ago, and you haven't asked for any food or taken a break since. I had some leads to run down, he said dismissively. They pan out? She asked. We will know more in a day or so. The protector nodded. She gestured for him to follow. Vess wants to speak with you, if you are willing. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He didn't really want to, but he didn't see any option. He didn't want things to end not like this. He rose and followed the protector. She didn't say anything about Vess and what she wanted. Again, he felt that sense of nervousness. He drew on his Jedi training, trying to remain calm. He had faced cultists and Anxiety. He could face Vess. He swallowed hard. At least, he hoped he could. I need to go check in with the other protectors. Make sure that everything is secure when the matriarchs come back. Val gave them both a shy smile. I'll leave you two alone. Contact me if you need anything. The protector left without another word. Both he and Vess watched her go. Jas grimaced. Again, he felt that sense of nervousness, the same feeling he had had since this afternoon. Vess stood before him. He would be lying if he said he was not, intrigued by what he saw. The shimmer silk dress left little to the imagination. It clung to her like a second skin. It was cut low in the back, with a small window in front. The right leg slit just so to give the girl freedom of movement. She didn't have her back to him, but she refused to meet his eyes. Again, he could sense her emotions. Anger and regret were at war, though he could not say what was causing her more pain, the former or the latter. They stood there, the air thick with tension, both not trying to look at the other, both trying and failing. Finally, it was Vess that broke through that tension. She spoke. Were you able to find what you were looking for? Did you manage to contact the transitions? I made some calls, he informed her. It should take a few days. By then, we will know more. She nodded, still trying not to meet his gaze. Her refusal made him extremely self-conscious. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He tried to speak. They both did, at the same time. Twice they tried this, and twice they failed. Despite what had passed between them, the failed attempt managed something positive. It broke through the barrier between them. Both of them laughed nervously. You first, he offered, with a smile. I'm listening. She nodded. She took a deep breath and gathered her wits and her courage. She gave him a sheepish smile. I wanted to apologize. What I said earlier, I didn't mean it. The thought of turning to my mother's killers, it was too much. Jas nodded. He understood. How could he not? He could sense her pain. It was always there, and likely always would be. Is that why you decided to leave the party early? I don't sense Lady Dorma or Lord Errol. Vess nodded. They are still there, guests of honor. I wouldn't be surprised if they spend the whole night. So many of the people there were from the original mission that first visited my world. So many well-wishers that remember Aunt Dorma. Vess sighed and looked away again. It didn't feel right, me being there. I kept thinking of my parents, what that visit cost me, my world, but mostly, I thought of you. Me? She nodded. You were here all by yourself, and, after what I said, I didn't want to leave it like that. I was worried that you might leave me. Jas gave her a serious look. You are not getting rid of me that easily, gal, he promised. Jas laughed lightly. We common criminals are a stubborn lot. She was about to speak, apologize again, but then she saw the smirk on his face. He had been kidding. She managed a weak smile. I'm really sorry for that too. I don't think that is all you are. Jas nodded, accepting her words, but knew he couldn't leave it at that. I think what hurt the most about that was that you weren't wrong, not really. He sighed. I've never apologized for what I am, and I never will. I serve my friends in the Order, but that doesn't mean. The words stuck in his throat, but he would not let them go unsaid. Vess needed to hear them. He needed to say them. I've never questioned my choices, but since you came back into my life, I've started asking myself, perhaps I should have taken a different path. Now he did manage to meet her gaze. She needed to know. The words spilled from his mouth. He couldn't stop them, even if he wanted to. I want to be better, Vesseria. I want to be better for you. He looked down at his feet. You make me want to be a better man. She looked at him with wide eyes, and stepped closer. She approached him, and didn't stop. He could have backed up, but he didn't. He found himself looking down into her blue eyes. She stood so close, their bodies were touching. He should have felt uncomfortable, having someone that close, but he didn't. He was glad she was here. His heart raced. He could smell the perfume she was wearing, and smell the clean scent of her hair. She reached out, and touched his cheek. He leaned into that touch, enjoying it. The girl smiled. You have nothing to change, she informed him. You are my knight, my savior. She grinned then, his fears evaporating as he looked down upon her, seeing that warm, gentle smile. You, she murmured, are the man I love. He took a shuddering breath, trying to calm himself, but this time, it didn't work. He couldn't be calm, not now. She had said it, said the words again. The man I love. Were there any more beautiful words in the lexicon of human language? He didn't think so. He found his arms around her, their lips met. Vess wrapped her arms around his neck. Any fear, anger, or doubt was gone. It was burned away. A heat suffused the force itself. Desire. Need. The girl whimpered as he kissed down her neck, and still it wasn't enough. No, Vess gasped. She pulled him back, barely holding on to control. Not here, she growled, her fingers moving quickly, expertly, unbuttoning his shirt. He grinned. Where? He asked in a husky voice. barely able to contain himself. "My room," she answered, taking him by the hand. He let himself be led. It had been months. Now he knew. Bantoon had not been a mistake, a one-time happening. She wanted it. She wanted him. Perhaps he should have backed away, but he couldn't. Vess led him into her chambers. Her gown fell away, puddling at her feet. Again, she was in his arms. He could have stopped, trusted in his Jedi calm, but he did not. He knew what he wanted. To protect her, to love her. Vess giggled as he kissed his way down her neck again. He reached out with force, closing the door behind them. He would discuss the plan with her later. For now, there was this. She needed this, and that is what she would have. Chapter 30. Here we go again. Hot shot. Jas smiled as he made the final adjustments. The ship's hyperdrive continued to count down. Under a minute until reversion. Under a minute until they reached their destination. "I suppose so," he agreed, "though I think we should try not to get hurt on this one. Our last 2 missions, they didn't end well." Val shrugged in acknowledgement. She knew he had a point. Twice they had gone off together, and both of those missions had ended with one of them needing medical attention, first him, in the high mountains of Alderaan, and then her in the planet's capital city. She gave him a confident smirk. 3rd time's the charm, not a Jedi. He tried not to smile. That would be nice, he thought. We will see. He reached out with the force, pulling levers and pushing buttons that he would not be able to reach normally. The armed courier vessel he had taken from the fallen cultist Tim Yum could be flown this way, but it really should have had a second pair of hands. The force made such a flight possible, but he really would not have wanted to do it under battle conditions. No, he would need a co-pilot at some point, if he wished to continue flying this ship. And yes, after a bit of work, it was now his ship. Shusk and a team of organization engineers had gone over the vessel during his stay at the Jedi Temple. They removed or replaced anything that could have been exploited by an enemy. Once it was done, the Chadra fan had given it back with a clean bill of health. It was no longer a collective ship. It was his now. Tim Yum's Nightfire was now Jas Dar Bynn's Nightfire. He welcomed that. He was no longer beholden to either co-op or the organization when he needed a ship. Finally, he had his own. The Nightfire's computer beeped at him, warning him that they would need to exit hyperspace soon. He reached up as the counter finally hit 0. He pulled the handle. The stars returned as his ship emerged in real space. A green and blue world appeared before them. Jas checked the computer, making sure that everything was correct. He smiled. "We're here," he told the Protector. "Welcome to Cavolt Prime." Val peered out the viewport. The blue and green orb that appeared before them positively glowed with life. Large parasol-like skyhooks dotted the surface, reaching out into space. "Pretty world," the Protector said, glancing over at her companion. Yeah, he thought to himself, but if the galactic database is to be believed, it was not a world you wanted to visit lightly. Val leaned back, checking her blaster for the 5th or 6th time. She was still not comfortable with the plan, but it was unlikely they would ever get another shot at the data that they needed. They simply had to move forward and trust in the Force. The Protector looked over at him. He did his best to appear confident. He smiled. She remained unconvinced. "Ever been here before, Jas?" "Nope, never have a reason to," he replied, checking his systems once again, making sure their fake ID was still broadcasting in the clear. It might have seemed unnecessary. Technically, they were here on legitimate business, but, as Jas saw it, why take chances? Cavolt Prime had a history. He had no desire to add to it. They soon found themselves in the space lanes, forming up next to many other ships. Jas broadcast the clearance codes he had acquired for this mission. An automated response came back, telling them to stand by. He nodded to himself. So far, so good. He tried not to focus on his anxieties. They would not serve him here. This was going to be tricky. Most vessels that stopped here were only given authorization to land on the skyhooks. It was said that the skyhooks of Cavolt Prime were some of the roughest in the Republic. Crime and graft were everywhere. The native Cavolti were big on free trade, but preferred to keep it confined to the space stations that orbited the world. Surface access was not easy to come by, and it had cost him all the favors he had been owed from his organization days to get it. The natives were very picky about who they allowed groundside. The attitudes of the people here had gotten them into trouble in the past, and their willingness to shoot down outsiders. Though a long-time Republic world, Cavolt Prime was far from what could be called a free port. It had been founded several millennia ago by Coody colonists, noble extremists who had decided that their culture back home was being tainted by outside influences. The result of that belief was a planet ruled by an elite that sought to do anything to keep outsiders off their world. 80 years ago, it had gotten even worse. A group called the Dictate had seized control of the local government, bringing with them laws designed to control every aspect of their people's lives. Free speech, technological advancement, entertainment, even birth rate had been put under government control. Any deviation was met with draconian measures, harsh punishments designed to keep the people under their thumb and to protect the purity of the Cavolti natives. Such control, it couldn't last forever. 5 years ago, the Dictate had been overthrown. An incident with the Duros trading vessel had drawn both Senate and Jedi attention down on the government's head. The Cavolti had replaced their old leaders, preventing the arrival of a Republic garrison and Jedi negotiation team, but that had not meant that the planet had changed for the better. The Continuous Committee, that had replaced the Dictate, remained committed to the edicts and decrees passed by their predecessors. Eventually, things might change, but in the meantime the noble houses saw little reason to. Not a pleasant world, but it did have one advantage. The Cavolti preferred that no one interfere in their business, and now, that business included data retrieval and distribution for the syndicates. For that reason, Jas and Val now found themselves here. They would have very little time to get out when they acquired the information they sought. Jas couldn't say how quick of a response they would see from the authorities, but he had to assume that it would be fast. The committee's security forces watched everything. They would need to be faster. The Navi computer beeped again. The codes they had been given had been received and acknowledged. They would now need to cede control to a planetary operator. The ship would be guided down to a secure port on the surface by remote. So far, everything was going as planned. "It is not what I expected," Val said as she strapped herself in for landing. Jas glanced over. "What is?" "My parents dragged me to all kinds of scum dens when I was a kid. They didn't look like this. This place could pass off as the most respectable of core worlds." Val shook her head. "How is a place like this the storage point for all the galaxy's dirty little secrets?" "I suppose that is what makes it so perfect," Jas replied with a shrug. Who would suspect that the syndicate secured their most prized data trove here? And if what I heard from the transition was true, it wasn't like the syndicates had much of a choice. Jas' mind drifted back to his meeting 3 days ago. He had managed to arrange a sit-down with Merchant Lord Escor, one of the most successful transition businessmen living on Coruscant. The lizard made his credits on shipyards, nothing like they had at Kuwait, but smaller, more out-of-the-way facilities scattered throughout the mid and outer rim. Places that catered to people who didn't like being watched, people like the Red Eclipse. Though not a member of the Eclipse himself, Escor did have contacts within the group. It was through these contacts that they had set up this mission. Originally, Jas had hoped to buy the information he sought, either from the Merchant Lord himself, or from someone that the Lord could put him in contact with. Sadly, it was not that easy. There had been a shake-up in the underworld of late, and such a deal was now quite impossible. Escor couldn't access the data himself, but he could arrange for it to be out in the open. He could give Jas and company a chance to grab it. They had no choice but to accept. They needed that information. Jas was prepared to do what was necessary. Again, he had needed to call in a lot of favors to set this up. The transition's cooperation in this had not been easy to arrange, which of course led them here, and now, they needed to work quickly. "You remember the plan?" "Yes," Jas asked his companion. "Sure," Val said, nodding. "We go to the drop-off, find the courier, and convince him to give up the data card we need." Jas nodded. That was it, at its most simple. You should probably let me handle the convincing. We need to keep violence to a minimum. Hopefully, we won't need to do anything but simply ask for the card. Val gave him a sly smile. You're going to use your Jedi magics on him, aren't you? Again, Jas shrugged. That would be my preference. And what if you can't? What if this guy's will is too strong? Jas sighed. Then, we will just have to get creative and try to get off-world as quick as possible. Val grinned. At least I know what I'm here for then. Jas didn't respond to that. Val was so much more than just a weapon. She was not just a shield for Vess. He wanted her to see that, accept that. If he was going to stay in Vess' life, he would make sure that the Protector understood that. Val, she was so much more than she realized. He still hoped to do this without violence. Security on this world was far tighter than most places he had been. The Cavolti relied on a droid security force, and those droids outnumbered the citizens of the planet by a margin of 4-1. It would not be wise to pick a fight. Let's try to avoid violence, if we can, he repeated, in and out, and then it's back to Vess. Val smirked. Do you really think that it is going to be that easy? Jas frowned. I can dream, can't I? The Protector laughed. Hate to break it to you, hotshot, but we've never been that lucky. Jas nodded. True, he had to admit, but hopefully, things would be different this time. He would rather this not cause an intergalactic incident. The lights flickered around them as the ship's controls were switched over to a surface operator, guiding them down. Normally, Jas would not have allowed this, but the Volti didn't allow any outside vessels to land on their planet without taking such measures. They preferred to keep all off-world traffic confined to the skyhooks. The surface was strictly for the natives, and a select few that were allowed by either business or custom. Officially, he and Val were here, by the ladder. Once we're down, we will need to change into our disguises, he reminded her. Wonderful, she snorted. I know it is not ideal, but I get it. Jas, she sighed. It is the only way to get what we need. He nodded as they began their final approach to the planet. If only there had been another way, he thought, but sadly there wasn't. The information was here, and the window to acquire it was very small. One chance, that is what the lizard had offered. They had needed to take it. Next. Jas nodded and stepped forward. He walked with short measured steps, barely ruffling the long robe he wore, his expression serene and distant. The Volti security officer nodded as he checked his datapad. He glanced up briefly as the security cams registered Jas' robes, identifying his station. So far, the disguises had served them well. They had garnered few looks from the security people, and the legions of spindly combat droids that were backing them up. In other words, the plan was working. Jas handed his identity card to the security man. He bowed his head humbly, as was expected. You will find everything is in order, noble sir. The guardsman snorted at that. I'm no nobleman, Telbin, merely a man doing his job. The guard ran his fake docs through the system. Val had already gone through successfully, so he didn't think he would have any problem. The light behind the security checkpoint flashed green. It beeped loudly, almost making Jas jump. The security officer chuckled and motioned him through. You are clear to go, Telbin, he said, gesturing him through the scanner, turning to the next person in line. Next. Jas stepped through. He joined Val, who nodded to him in greeting. As one, the two Telbin made their way down the street, towards the Legenda Forum. Their destination. Jas kept his face forward, but kept reaching out with his senses. The Force felt strange here. So much desire to control here. Everything so planned out and measured. He didn't like it. That was the fourth weapon scanner we passed through since our arrival, brother, Val said, speaking in the flat monotone of a well-trained Courtier Telbin. She smiled slightly. Is there something these people are afraid of? They merely seek to keep their world tidy, sister, he replied. Besides, we are Telbin, it is not our place to question, only to understand. Yes, she said with a nod, we understand. Jas could only just resist the urge to roll his eyes. He could not understand how people could live like this. It just seemed wrong. It was so clean here, clean to the point that it went beyond merely the desire to be presentable. The population control laws of the last century had also made sure that the streets of the major cities were never crowded or noisy, and of course, security droids and checkpoints were everywhere. Jas found himself thinking back to an early mission he had gone on with his friend, Monder the Shadow. They had been hunting a killer with minor force abilities. The man's dwelling had been kept in an immaculate state, no clutter or a trace of dirt anywhere. A diseased mind hiding from itself, Monder had said, seeks to hide its true nature, or prey does. That is how this place felt to Jas. He found it troubling. The few aliens that Jas did see were Duro traders. After the incident years ago, the Duro had been granted special compensation to be allowed on world, to work directly with the businesses that had set up here. They were one of two types of outsiders that were not given a second glance by the natives. The Telbin were the other. The Volti natives remained true to their Kuti heritage, so much so that they continued the use of Telbin servants to promote genetic diversity in the ruling class. Trained from a young age, Telbin served as a means for the nobles to produce children without forming shaky marriage alliances with their peers. As was true on Kuit, the Telbin that managed to produce a child with their master or mistress were well compensated for their service, and afterward remained with the family, serving as tutors and protectors for the children they had helped sire. The children didn't view the Telbin as a parent, but at least those in the service could aid their progeny and serve the family that now provided for their own family back on Kuit. Val understood the value of the program. The sworn protectors weren't so different, only they were altered to simply be weapons and shields for their lords and ladies. Jas found the impersonal nature of it all disturbing, but understood the reasons, on a political standpoint at least. The noble families of Kuit and Kavolt were equally cutthroat in their politics. It was safer to keep their wealth and power in-house, and the distance and desire for non-attachment, it could almost be considered Jedi-like. Still, he didn't like it. It seemed wrong on some level. Or maybe he had simply lived outside the Order for too long, maybe. The sound of raised voices soon drew his attention. Before them was a large walled-in square with only one arched entrance. The name Legenda was carved in stone over that entrance. The two Telbin stepped inside, and into a world of raucous debate. Over a dozen men, women, and droids stood in various alcoves, all shouting loudly, preaching this opinion or that. Jas and Val paused, looking around at the various firebrands. Somewhere, hidden among them, was the courier that they sought. The Legenda Forum was one of the few spots of open discourse allowed on this planet, and how the Volti got around Republic laws about free speech. It was restricted almost everywhere else but here, which served as an outlet of a sort for such. By keeping such debate isolated, the Volti were able to maintain control of their world, and were able to keep an eye on whoever came and went from this place. There were no holocams or microphones here, but many were trained on the entrance. In other words, despite the free speech being allowed in here, the government remained aware of who visited this place, and in turn could keep an eye on them. Jas and Val began a long, slow circuit of the forum listening to the various arguments. They saw only a few people here, most of them Duro outsiders. The locals would not come here openly. Yet, that didn't stop the people speaking here from sharing their views. One man preached an end to the Volti isolation, and demanded a full opening of their world to the rest of the Republic. Another preached a closer relationship with the Hutts, calling them a people who had been forgotten, rejected because of their chosen lifestyle. A young woman spoke of a goddess Jas had never heard of, saying that only by converting all to such a faith would the galaxy be saved. Jas said nothing as he passed each one, but listened, not to the rhetoric, but to the beeping in his left ear. The robes of the Telbin were long, and hid the body almost completely, hot and stuffy with a high collar that left only the head visible. A useful disguise in that it hid the combat suits that he and Val wore, and, thanks to vests and some wrist tech, hid the weapons that they carried, bafflers blocking the scanners here from detecting them. Though Val had accepted the need for the devices, she didn't like that Vess had such intimate knowledge of them. She had never agreed with Rahana Risk training her queen in the deadly arts of her assassin ancestors. Jas was more accepting. It was a dangerous galaxy that Vess lived in, if she was to live long enough to regain her throne. Naivete was good, but it wouldn't serve when she was surrounded by so many enemies. He passed another speaker. So far, nothing. One of these preachers were not who they appeared to be. Someone here was the courier for the syndicate, and hidden on their person was a portable receiver, one that would allow them to pick up and download the information that he and Val sought. But which one, he wondered. Which one? He passed by a man preaching the value of the Force and of the Jedi religion. Jas paused briefly, curious about what the man said, but quickly moved on. Next was a spindly droid with the flat, round head of a T-Series astromech. It danced, saying nothing to anyone. Which made sense, Jas supposed. According to the database, dance was prohibited on this world, except for the official dances of formal gatherings. Anything, brother? Val asked into their comlink as she made her own way through the forum. He shook his head. Nothing so far, sister. He fought the urge to curse. He checked the small chronometer on his wrist. If their transition contact was to be believed, the information should be arriving soon. If they missed it, they would likely not get another chance to acquire it. The beep in his head was slow and steady. He passed another preacher, and then another. Still nothing. Had the transition lied? Had this all been some wild bantha chase? He didn't want to return empty-handed. He couldn't just go back to Vess. Raised voices drew his attention. Voices raised not in debate, but in anger. He turned to see a squad of security droids enter the forum, their chassis painted to resemble security officer uniforms. The droids paused before the entrance, their crimson optics scanning the forum. That caught Jas' attention. Interesting, all the other droids he had seen had golden-colored optics. He didn't panic, he still had a job to do. The droids shouldn't have been there. They were forbidden here inside the forum, a fact that several preachers reminded them. The droids ignored those complaints. They began to spread out. Jas wondered what they were looking for, but feared that he knew the answer. The droids couldn't detect them. The bafflers they carried should have confused any sensors. So, why were the droids here? The squad had split up into groups of 4. They executed a search pattern, their heads moving left to right, seeking something. Jas made his way back to Val. The protector had kept her cool, though her hands had dipped deeper into her robe, no doubt seeking the ion pistol she had sheathed there. I see nothing of interest, brother, she said with a slight frown. How disappointing. Jas nodded. There it was, the code phrase they had agreed to. He pressed a button up near his right elbow. It would start the pre-launch for the Nightfire. If things got sticky, he would activate the ship's beck and call. It would fly directly here and pick them up. The forum was large enough for landing. From there, they could. His earpiece beeped loudly. It took all of his concentration not to turn his head, draw attention to himself. The signal was finally incoming. The courier was receiving it now. They were not the only ones who detected it. 8 security droids moved as one, while the remaining 4 made for the exit. Everyone was converging on a single location. They were all moving towards the dancing droid. The droid continued to move, ignoring the attention. Jas risked a glance up. The dancer had a small antenna extending from its disc-shaped head. What a great cover, he thought appreciatively. The droid was the courier. Of course, extraction was going to be a problem. He didn't have his lightsaber, otherwise he might just have cut off the droid's head, and took his chances. Droids. Halt. A Kavoti security man had arrived. He pushed his way past the droids at the entrance. Cease search and return to patrol stations, he ordered. The droids didn't obey. Jas and Val stepped back. You didn't need the Force to know something was wrong. Did you hear what I said? The security man repeated. I ordered you. The man didn't get the chance to finish. The 4 droids at the entrance raised their blasters. They shot the man in the back, and then all hell broke loose. Baffling field detected, one of the droids called out. Operation compromised, said another. Terminate operation, a third added. Delete all evidence, the security droid said in unison. The dancing droid stopped. It said a single phrase. Wah. Oh. It turned its final gyration into a tumble. It came up behind a large stone pillar. Its spindly arms split open to reveal a pair of compact blaster pistols. It commenced firing on the security droids. Preacher screamed and scattered. The Legenda form turned into a battleground. Jas and Val made their move. They drew their ion blasters and began firing. They targeted the security droids, the ones firing on the courier. The droids protecting the exit, noticing the new threat, began to turn their way. Jas flung out his arm, sending them flying back with a force push. 2 of the droids hit hard, freeing up the exit. Preachers and visitors fled shrieking in terror. The commotion served them. For the moment, Jas recognized, but it wouldn't last. More security would be arriving shortly. Jas. Val called out, taking down a droid with her blaster. She tore at the Telbin robe she wore, freeing her legs and drawing a collapsible baton. The ship. It is on its way, he called out. He triggered the beacon call the moment the shooting started. More blaster fire. Cavolti security had arrived, but they had problems of their own. Jas counted 4 security men and about 20 droids. Droids that, when they saw what was going on, started shooting at not just Val and Jas, but their own men. Screams of shock and anger rang out as blasts burned the air around them. A loud roar shook the form, displaced air blew over stalls and awnings. The night fire had arrived. The ship swung around quickly, drawing even more chaos. Jas blasted the last security droid between him and the courier. He reached for his belt, but realized he didn't have his lightsaber. He had no way to take the droid's memory core. It turns out, he didn't need to. The dancing droid's round head rose, noticing first the ship, then James. "That you're right," it called out. Jas nodded. "We're getting out of here," he shouted. The courier raised his blaster and shot another droid targeting it. The security unit fell, babbling something about deleting all evidence. "Mind if I tag along?" the dancing droid asked. "I can pay." Jas nodded. He still wasn't sure what was going on, but... Val. The protector heard a shout. She had just taken down both a droid and one of the human officers. She looked up at her ally. "We're leaving." Char Valentine didn't need to be told twice. She bolted for the hovering ship, which even now was lowering its boarding ramp. Jas covered both her and the droid courier with his blaster. A glancing blow caught him in the right shoulder. It burned, but didn't throw off his aim. Calling on the Force, he fled back to his ship, a blur in Telbin robes. The night fire began to lift as soon as they were aboard. The autopilot would get them to a minimal safe distance, but no more. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Jas made for the cockpit. Val was already there, her and their new passenger. The droid said nothing and stood back, its blasters once again folded back inside his hands. "Everyone okay?" Jas asked, leaping into the pilot's seat. "No injuries," Val said. "I still function," the droid answered. "What is going on? Who are you people?" "It is complicated," Jas replied. His sensor board had just lit up. They had many small objects approaching, moving at high speed. More security droids, he suspected. "Watch that," Jas said to Val, pointing at the courier. Before she could reply, he took the controls and gunned the engines. The night fire leapt forward, but not out of danger. Blaster bolts flashed through the air around them. Flying security droids screamed after them, their optics all burning red. Jas juked the ship, trying to lose their pursuers. More blasts followed. He cursed under his breath. The chase was on.